These men are different, set apart from other human beings. They have sworn to accept their deaths unconditionally whenever orders or circumstances demand it. And they have taken that oath, given that promise, in the name of the rest of us. They have offered to spare us the horror of confronting the face of battle. War can show a face of glory to the world. No spectacle so touches the emotions as the sight of soldiers arrayed for ceremony. A column of young men in fine uniform turns heads and stirs hearts. Whether they parade to bury a hero, celebrate a victory, or, as on this day, state their readiness to die in the terrible environment of a battlefield. Just south of Brussels is the battlefield of Waterloo. It's an appropriate place from which to observe the changing face of battle. For here, battlefields, ancient and modern, overlap each other like scales of armor. 50 miles northwest lies the sea. 50 miles southeast are the steep, wooded hills of the Ardennes. Waterloo stands astride the corridor in between, a natural invasion route for armies of all ages. At its center rises the Lion Mound, Belgium's monument to the Allied victory, and a unique place to look back at the experience of battle. Some miles to the south of me, over there, more than 2,000 years ago, Caesar and his Roman legions fought the Nervii on the banks of the Sambre. Further to the west were the battlefields of Agincourt and Crécy, where English archers cut down the flower of French chivalry in the 14th and 15th centuries. And not far to the east lies Ramillies, where Marlborough and his cavalry won a famous victory 100 years before Waterloo. And 100 years after Waterloo, it was the German army of von Kluck that passed this way, bound for the mud and trenches of Flanders. In the early days of May 1940, from here, you could very well have heard the rumble of the tanks of the 3rd Panzer Division, the northern flank of the German advance, that introduced to a startled world the revolutionary concept of Blitzkrieg, the lightning war. So this Lion Mound is a military vantage point in more than one way. In this program, we can view the actions that took place at different stages throughout the course of that eventful day and compare them directly with the equivalent experience of other battles in other centuries. For war does change, even if the human emotions it touches remain constant and universal. June the 18th, 1815, Napoleon, on the morning of Waterloo, reviewed his army from the ridge which runs opposite the Lion Mound. While Napoleon showed himself to his soldiers, Wellington's men were marching to the ridge on the other side of the valley. Men become soldiers for all sorts of reasons. Roman soldiers served mainly for pay. The word soldier comes from the name of the coin they received. The Muslim soldiers of the caliphs of Islam were enlisted as slaves of the state. At the start of America's Civil War, the North relied on volunteers. Tommies of the British Empire soldiered for a shilling a day. Kitchener's armies went to the First World War for patriotism and comradeship. The French went because they owed that duty to the Republic. The The Germans marched to the Second World War in obedience to the will of the Führer. For the average American conscript who fought the Germans and the Japanese, the aim was to get the job done and get back home. And the British regulars who went to the Falklands were also doing their job as highly trained professionals. Dawn at Waterloo, and soldiers on both sides waited with mixed feelings for the impending battle. One 16-year-old British infantry officer, George Keppel, spent what he called the dreary interval between daylight and the first cannon shot, constantly wishing that the fight was fought. The urge to have it over and done with seems to afflict all soldiers on the eve of battle. Fear gnaws at them. Fear of death, of wounds, of showing fear to their comrades. Men draw close, compulsively cleaning their weapons and trying to keep at bay that silence that falls on each little group.
You get that waiting, that fear, not fear in itself, but fear of being frightened. You are waiting for something to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. In yourself, you're waiting. You think, am I going to be frightened? It goes through your mind. I don't want to be frightened, because if anything goes wrong and I'm scared, I might let my mates down.
I was particularly nervy. I'd clean my gun, go off to the toilet, have a meal, have a pick out of a bully beef tin that I didn't really want. But once I was committed, I was a totally different fella. I could carry on then. Once I got moving, I was good. But the night before, no good at all.
I went from acute fear the day I got off the plane that landed there to chronic fear that stayed with me the entire time I was there. Acute fear is when you feel like someone's going to take your life right away, and you're absolutely like this, ready to respond, and chronic fear becomes kind of a knot in the pit of your stomach. It's there all the time, and never quite ever goes away.
It's common language. You get butterflies, you know. You've been working overtime. Even with the power, you carry a parachute on your back, you don't know what will happen. Will it open? Will you arrive safely down? But as soon as the plane left the ground, it was calm then, yeah. But the men never calmed down, because they didn't know. Once the doors open and the green light comes on, once the order came, stand up. Well, I mean, it was a feeling like either you fill your pants or you jump out.
But part of that fear is the physical fear of being hit, actually downed, and part of it is failing. And the two sort of balance against each other and help you go on. So prior to it, you're aware of it. I mean, we stood together prior to moving round to the battle in a group, and we all stood close and sort of mumbled together and sort of got confidence. And that was fear. But there was also anticipation. You know, it's the one thing we'd all trained for. No one would have not wanted to be there, but nobody really wanted to be there, so it was very mixed feelings.
Got to get it done fast, so the only way to do it is get in there.
It's just waiting around is the worst part. We're all just waiting to go. So we just want to get there and get over and done with.
It was like going to a picnic. Everyone was happy. It was really amazing that it wasn't like going into a battle at the time, until the first shots were fired across the bow of our ships. Then the picnic was no longer there. Then came the war.
The main action at Waterloo opened with an artillery bombardment when Napoleon's grand battery of 80 guns fired for over half an hour across the valley separating the two armies, and the British artillery replied. Probably more than 2,000 rounds of ammunition were fired in that interval by guns like this one. This happens to be British. It's a bronze 6-pounder, meaning that its solid shot weighed 6 pounds. But it also fired loose shot, canister or grape like this, which was designed to have the same effect upon massed infantry as a shotgun cartridge on a flock of birds. To aim, the number one would simply squint down the barrel. If he wanted to raise or lower, elevate or depress, he could use this. But if he wanted to traverse, he simply used raw muscle. He picked up the handspike and he pushed and shoved until he was happy. Now, the range of this light 6-pounder would have been up to 1,200 yards, and the French heavier 12-pounders across the valley up to a mile. At long range, and that's what it was, they'd have been using this, solid shot, and using it with horrific effect. During the central stage of the battle, the Inniskilling Regiment was kept under direct fire by the French artillery at a range of 700 yards for 4 hours. And when it marched off, it left 450 of its 750 officers and men dead or wounded in the positions. Ensign Leake of the 52nd Regiment actually saw the ball leave the muzzle of a French gun after its crew had swabbed, loaded and rammed, and he watched it come apparently straight at his face. Well, he debated whether he should duck and decided that honor forbade that, so he drew himself to attention, while the ball took off the heads of the 4 men next to him. No wonder the infantry feared and hated artillery. It was already the great killer of the battlefield. As one war followed another during the century after Waterloo, artillery grew in power and impact. During the American Civil War, it was the terrible guns the survivors of battle recalled. "I was never so tired of shelling in my life," wrote one veteran. "I hate cannon." And now artillery began to destroy townscapes as well. In the battle with the rebellious Paris communards of 1871, the government guns tore down street after street, transforming the center of the French capital into a field of ruins, leaving us with images we might well associate with the devastation of the bombing of World War II. But it was during the First World War that artillery revealed its newfound power. A century of invention had turned Wellington's smooth-bore cannon into engines of mass destruction of every size. From the small field guns, like the British 18-pounder, and its French equivalent, the 75mm, which fired 20 rounds a minute, to the massive railway guns that could reach miles into the enemy's positions. Guns like these made the First World War truly an artillery war. The great trench offensives were preceded by bombardments of unparalleled weight and intensity. Before the Third Battle of Ypres in 1917, 4.25 million shells were fired over 19 days. Even delivering such bombardments was an experience no gunners could ever forget.
I don't think I have ever known anything as impressive as the opening of a really full-scale barrage. Suddenly, bang on 0 hour, the whole place just comes alive with a terrific surge of all the shells that are traveling through the air, and away on the skyline, as far as the eye can see, right and left, is absolutely lit up with pinpoints. A most impressive sight.
Yet the gun crews rarely saw what their shells hit. It was the forward observers who witnessed the fall of shot.
I remember when we were firing our 8-inch howitzers from Albert, and there's a village called Earls, which was more or less intact behind the German lines. It distressed me enormously because it's a very pretty little village with houses on both sides of the road, and I only had to fire 4 rounds, 1, 2, 3, 4, to see the spire of the church collapse and the whole of the village flattened out, 4 rounds only from our 8-inch howitzers.
It was artillery that was the great killer of the First World War. It was also the great demoralizer. Soldiers of all nations loathed shellfire's arbitrary and impersonal character. A young British officer wrote, "Terror and death, coming from far away, seemed much more ghastly than a hail of fire from people we could see and with whom we could come to grips."
It was a fatalistic situation. Imagine terrible weather, the ground outside churned to an impossible morass, and the din, the noise and the concussion just making the air vibrate. You really felt, well, there's nothing we can do to escape. It's a question of time before your number's on the bit that comes along.
Artillery did not only destroy men, it also devastated the surface of the battlefield on which they moved and tried to survive. It turned farms and villages to heaps of shapeless rubble, fields to wasteland, forests to tangled heaps of brushwood. Above all, it turned the soil into mud, mud so deep and liquid that it swallowed horses and drowned men. This gentle slope is the rise that leads to Passchendaele, the tiny village outside Ypres, so long and savagely contested that its name has come to stand for the Holocaust of the First World War. This is how it looks today, and as it must have looked in 1914. But in the autumn of 1917, it had come to resemble the surface of the moon. This sequence of aerial photographs record how, as crater came to overlap crater during the relentless bombardment, houses, hedges, even field boundaries were progressively erased, until Passchendaele existed only as a name on a map, a terrible tribute to the power that artillery exerts on the modern battlefield. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Battle of Waterloo had been raging for 2 hours. It was at its fiercest here around Hougoumont, the old fortified manor house and farm standing just in front of the British right wing. Wellington had occupied it and loopholed it for defense. It's still an impressive building today. In 1815, it was even stronger and more extensive enough to contain nearly 2 battalions of British foot guards. Wellington had garrisoned it strongly because he thought its possession essential to secure his right wing. The French were equally keen to take it from him. Indeed, they opened the battle by an attack on Hougoumont, and the fight there quickly became a battle within a battle, persisting throughout the morning and afternoon. At one stage, the French actually broke into the central courtyard, but by sheer weight of numbers, the British were able to force the gate shut behind them. The intruders were then hunted down and every single one of them killed, except a young drummer boy. Around the middle of the day, some of the buildings here were set on fire by shells from French howitzers, and this introduced another dimension of horror to the fighting in the farm. The roofs of the barn and the manor crashed in a sheet of flame on top of the wounded who were lying inside, and many of them were burnt to death. The whole of this courtyard was like an oven. Everyone was scorched by flying embers. The old manor house, which used to stand over there, burnt down in the end, and all that's left is this little chapel. But in spite of all this, and despite the ferocity and courage of the French attack, the walls of this courtyard were never breached. The wood outside was lost, the buildings often completely surrounded, but at the end of the battle, the foot guards were standing firm. Throughout history, it has always been a hard and bloody task to capture a fortified position from resolute defenders. To capture Malta in 1565, the Ottoman Sultan Suleiman sent a mighty armada of 181 ships and an army of 30,000 men. The island was defended by 700 Knights of St. John and 9,000 hired soldiers. Yet 4 months later, the Turks, who had lost 2/3 of their men in the siege, retired in ignominious defeat to Constantinople. 400 years later, American Marines were brought in to recapture the city of Hue, Vietnam's ancient capital, seized by the North Vietnamese army in their Tet offensive. In the heart of the city lies its citadel, built by French colonial engineers in the 19th century and designed only to withstand gunpowder and round shot. Against it, the Americans deployed all the firepower of a mighty modern army. Despite these ferocious assaults, the defenders held out for 25 days behind the citadel's walls and moat, until in the end it was carried by the oldest of methods, direct assault by infantrymen.
Where I'd been over here 4 months, and we were always in the rice paddies, in the jungles, patrols, something like that. This was something new. It's like broke into like any city, blocks, concrete buildings. And the thing was, you never know what's going to happen every time you turned a corner or every time you entered a building. We got in the habit of throwing grenades and firing first before we went anywhere. And in some incidents, it was no more than 5 feet that you had to shoot the enemy. He was trying to shoot you. This went on building by building. We had to take it. There was no such thing as trying to clear a block out, you know, just with a platoon. We broke down to 5-man teams. It was just chaos, you know. Just whoever shot fastest made it, in which quite a few did make it on our side, you know. Our job was to take the citadel. I can remember a huge wall around it. Most of the city was taken at the time, but the citadel was left. I would say half of the company had serious enough wounds. The final count of men that were killed in my platoon were 5 out of my platoon alone. And I think out of our company, I believe it was 15.
The citadel finally fell, but the defenders had already slipped away. By early afternoon at Waterloo, it was now the turn of the massed ranks of infantry to go into action. Wellington's men awaited their attack, lying down in the dead ground behind the crest of the ridge or crouching behind hedge banks, muskets at the ready, until the French columns came within range.
Most of the infantry carried muskets like this. Now this is a Brown Bess. A soldier had to stand up to put powder and ball down the barrel and then ram them home with this. So he usually fired standing, and a well-trained soldier could fire 2 shots a minute. But it was not an accurate weapon. If its heavy lead ball hit home, it was deadly. But you'd be lucky to hit a man over 70 yards away. So it was really only useful against large targets.
The French infantry who made the first attack presented just such a target. They advanced across the valley in massed battalion columns, 25 men deep and 200 wide.
They halted 40 yards down this slope and began to deploy into line. At this point, the British infantry, 4 Scottish regiments, discharged their muskets, taking the French by surprise. They then fixed bayonets and burst through the hedge.
Here on the ridge, 8,000 or 9,000 English and French fought a violent hand-to-hand battle. The French, impeded by the press of their own numbers, soon broke and fled, and were chased back across the valley by the Scots dragoons to the cry of "Scotland forever." The experience of battle for the infantrymen had altered very little in the centuries before Waterloo. For the Persians, who fought the Lydians at Sardis in 546 BC, combat took a form which would have been familiar to Julius Caesar or Frederick the Great of Prussia. Once the two sides made contact, it was a business of push and shove with edged weapons. The fight was always short because the muscular effort required was too exhausting to be sustained for long. Gunpowder scarcely varied the essential nature of the foot soldier's experience. He now had to endure cannon and musket shot instead of the arrow cloud. But since black powder weapons were so inaccurate, he still had to close with the enemy to deliver a decision. So, after the opening exchange of projectiles, it was hand-to-hand combat that decided who gave way and who won the day. What did change the infantryman's experience of battle, and change it catastrophically, was the appearance of quick-firing artillery. The range and accuracy of the rifle, and the inescapable blanket fire of the machine gun. Disastrously, no army had appreciated by the outbreak of the Great War their impact on massed infantry formations. The British soldiers who left their trenches on the first day of the Somme walked into a scythe of machine gun fire. A survivor remembered, by the time I'd gone 10 yards, there seemed to be only a few men left around me. By the time I'd gone 20 yards, I seemed to be on my own. And then I was hit myself.
Everybody would wonder who's going to get killed. How many of us will come back? I'd rather get killed than get badly wounded and lie out there and die. And the 1,001 things, trying to picture how your mother and dad would take it when the telegram arrives to say the Secretary of State regrets to inform you so and so and so and so.
They came over, not in extended order like we advanced, but they came over en masse, just like a crowd coming out of a football match. And it wasn't a matter of aiming, it was just a matter of loading and pulling the trigger.
60,000 soldiers were hit on that July morning. 20,000 died. The disaster the infantrymen suffered on the Somme introduced a new experience for men on the battlefield. When not attacking, they found shelter below ground. When they did attack, they did so in single file to present as small a target as possible. In the years since 1918, the infantryman has had to fight to survive on every sort of battlefield. He has sweated through the jungles and rainforests of Southeast Asia. He's stormed through the deserts of North Africa. He's suffered on the exposed beaches of the Pacific Islands. He's endured the unforgiving snows of the Russian steppe. He's struggled in the mountains of Italy and the Balkans. He's battled through the hedgerows of Northern Europe. But despite today's technology, he still remains essentially a foot soldier.
All of a sudden, you're the most important man. You're as good as any fighter pilot or all the other guys. You're at the front, and everyone's doing what you want to do. And that's a good feeling, apart from the fact that you are at the front. Unlike everybody else, what you're going to fight with is you and a gun, which they give you. And everything else, you carry on your back. And you're always cold, you're always wet, you're always frightened, and you're always completely shattered all the time. You're never comfortable. And then you have to beat all of those things to do the thing that they want you to do, which is to go in and smack the enemy down hard and finish the job. You can bombard it, you can fire at it from aircraft, you can do everything to the target. But the only time you win is to have us lot, the grunts of the world, standing there saying this is now our piece of real estate. All the technology is great, but there's nothing that can really help us do that last final 400 meters to finish the job.
By the afternoon of Waterloo, Wellington knew that he had a full-scale battle on his hands, and that its outcome rested on his powers of command.
In one important sense, Waterloo resembled every other battle from the earliest times to the end of the 19th century. The commander could see the whole battlefield, or most of it anyway, from one spot, and he could deliver his orders to his subordinates without delay. But in fact, Wellington was rarely in one spot for long. He was constantly in motion, riding always to where danger threatened worst, sometimes even sitting out the charges in the middle of one of his infantry squares. He could ride from the center of the line to the right flank in about 10 minutes. And despite the massive amount of smoke that covered the battlefield, he was able to keep much of it directly in view. If he saw something that needed attention, but he could not go himself, he would hastily write his orders on slips of parchment like this and dispatch them by messenger.
Today, orders flow from the point of command by means undreamt of in Wellington's century. And the information on which orders are based flows into the point of command in a profusion with which no single human being can deal. A modern military headquarters can cover a continent, and its field of action is the world. Here at North American Air Defense Headquarters, they keep watch for signs of missile attack on the United States. They receive their intelligence from radar, reconnaissance satellite, and seabed sound surveillance. This unending stream of facts is processed by the banks of computers and the results displayed on screens. It's on these electronic messages that today's commanders must base their decisions. By mid-afternoon at Waterloo, the French had tried both artillery and infantry against the Allied line. It still refused to break. So at about 4 o'clock, Marshal Ney, Napoleon's battlefield commander, decided to commit his cavalry. Soon, an immense mass of horsemen could be seen approaching from beyond La Belle Alliance, that white building in the distance behind me. The dense columns of cavalry, 12 ranks deep, 500 men abreast, advanced up this slope, watched in awestruck silence by the British they were about to assault. It was a spectacle scarcely ever to be seen again. A sea of steel and horseflesh and brilliant uniforms flowing in waves across the folds of the valley.
But the most unexpected thing about the attack was that it was cavalry alone. There were no French foot soldiers to be seen. Yet against cavalry, infantry had an almost impregnable defense, to form squares. As long as the British infantry kept steady, properly formed and cool enough to continue firing, they were unbreakable.
So as the French cavalry came over the ridge at a canter, they were cut down by grape shot from the British artillery batteries and musket fire from the squares. Time and again they attacked, charging up the slope, round and past the squares, then retreating down the hill, where they reformed to charge again. Soon the ridge around the British line was so covered with the dead and wounded men and horses that the cavalry could no longer ride over it. 12 times the French charged, but when, after an hour and a half, they finally withdrew, the British squares still stood unbroken. Ceremony is the only duty that remains to the surviving mounted regiments. The role they once played strikes the onlooker as utterly archaic, but in their great days it was crucial. The mounted scout found the enemy. The skirmisher kept him in play while the general assembled his forces. And at the crisis of battle, the shock regiments destroyed him. Find, fix, destroy. These functions were and remain essential. Today, they are performed by the tank. The tank was an invention made necessary by the stalemate of the First World War, but one so primitive that it achieved little. By 1940, however, tanks were transformed, and with them came a new form of war, blitzkrieg. Its impact was shattering, demoralizing those it did not destroy.
We came through Holland, Belgium, France, but as soon as we crossed the Belgian border near Arras, the roads, absolutely day and night, been chock-a-block with people running away, leaving everything behind, leaving the home, and as soon as they saw convoys coming, everybody shut because the people been frightened.
It was not only the civilian victims of blitzkrieg who found the appearance of tanks terrifying.
All of a sudden we realized they were enemy tanks. I said, my God, this is it. What can you do against a tank? They have machine guns. They can run over you. That's the thing you think about more than anything else, is a tank running over your body. There was no place to go. Absolutely no place. I felt like an ant on top of a billiard table.
On the billiard table of the Sinai Desert, Israeli tank soldiers have twice waded to blitzkrieg, experiencing something of the exhilaration felt by European tank crews in World War II.
Racing across the Sinai in '67, I was 22 years old, and in 4 days we got from Gaza Strip to the Suez Canal banks, fighting, moving, all the time on the move, It was a feeling of great power and great energy being released in 4 days.
Power and energy in 20th century warfare are most completely embodied in the aircraft. It takes many military forms. As a strategic bomber, it has been used to wage war on its own against the cities and factories of the enemy. The soldier on the battlefield knows it better as a weapon of ground attack and of tactical bombardment against fortified places. The controversial bombing of Monte Cassino, the Italian fortress monastery, demonstrates the aircraft's awesome destructive power and the terrible effect it has on soldiers trapped in a bombardment.
One morning, we just saw silverfishes there, airplanes, shining in the air. But then all of a sudden somebody shouted, "Got a bloody bomb door open." You could see them as doors you open, We realized them, they after us. Actually, you think that's the last moment we're still alive. It was terrible. We had bombs explode only about 5-6 yards away from mine. The blast lifted you actually off the ground and dropped down again. You hate the shops up there. Doesn't matter what nationality is. If it was our own planes, we would have called them bloody bastards in plain English. I shouldn't say that now, but you hated them. At that moment, you can't hit back. You just crept in the hole like a frightened rat. The whole hill, it was just like rubble. It stunk, it smoked, you smelled gunpowder, and screaming soldiers, partly wounded or wounded. But you didn't dare, when you had a nice cover, you didn't dare to creep out to save your comrade, because that means your own life again, Many men, they've been left behind, but I was lucky I got out.
Since the Second World War, another enemy of the foot soldier has taken to the skies, the attack helicopter. Many military helicopters perform workaday roles, reconnaissance or transportation. In Vietnam, the gunship helicopter proved that it could be used as a weapon of pinpoint attack on the battlefield, with devastating effect.
A lot of people think that because helicopters are up in the air that you don't get a real first-hand view of what you're doing and who you're killing. That's not true, especially when you're flying low level. When you're flying at treetop level and you've got an M60 stuck out the side of the helicopter and somebody fires on you, you're no more than 10 feet from him. You see his head splatter or whatever you may have hit. You see it pretty well firsthand. You get an idea of the gruesomeness of what killing is. And again, it never bothered me because I knew I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. And if you let it bother you, you'd have big head problems. The thrill of flying the helicopter and getting it to do what it was capable of doing and winning, obviously you were taking fire, you were getting hits, you may have to take a couple of hits in the aircraft, but at the end you were the one that won. Absolutely, it was very exhilarating.
At about 7 o'clock in the evening of June the 18th, 1815, the Battle of Waterloo approached what has been called its crisis. Napoleon had exhausted all normal means to break the British line. All had failed. He therefore decided to launch the only reserve force he had left, never before committed to action in battle, the Imperial Guard. Powell, an officer of the 1st Foot Guards, describes the result. The French, he said, came on at the double, shouting, "Vive l'Empereur!" They continued to advance until within 50 or 60 paces of our front, when the brigade was ordered to stand up. Whether it was from this sudden and unexpected appearance so near them, which must have seemed us starting out of the ground, or the tremendously heavy fire we threw into them, La Garde, who had never before failed, suddenly stopped. Those from a distance and more on the flank who could see the affair tell us that the effect of our fire seemed to force the head of the column bodily back. The Imperial Guard retreated, and with it, the rest of the French army.
With the fighting over, it was time to count the cost. About 40,000 of the 120,000 present had been killed or wounded, and 10,000 horses. The wounded were to be pitied more than the dead. As darkness fell, the battlefield was filled with shrieks and groans of those too hurt to move.
Many thousands would lie out on the battlefield throughout the night of Waterloo, some throughout the following day. A few lay uncollected and untended for 2 days and 3 nights and still lived. But the majority of those left so long died of shock, loss of blood, or dehydration. All the wounded men were tormented by thirst, as well as the pain of their injuries. In their agony, they faced yet another threat, death at the hands of looters, military as well as civilian, who crept among the stricken during the hours of darkness to strip them of their valuables and to kill those who resisted. Even if the wounded survived abandonment on the battlefield and the ordeal of evacuation from it, they still had to undergo the torture of primitive surgery at the hands of their medical officers, surgery without anesthetics or antiseptics. In some regiments, as many soldiers died in hospital as had been killed on the field. No wonder, as Wellington rode back in the moonlight through the devastation of the battlefield, those who saw him glimpsed no hint of a victor's jubilation in his face. A victory, he said afterwards, is the greatest tragedy in the world, except a defeat. The wounded soldier of the 20th century has all the advantages of improving medicine. But as if by some process of satanic compensation, the wounds he risks may be far more ghastly than those commonly inflicted by sword or musket. Wounds and death still remain the price soldiers pay for taking part in battle.
I think everyone's afraid of dying. Naturally, whenever you're going to face going off to war, you're going to be fearful of that. I don't think I really dealt so much with that fear of dying as I had troubles in dealing with first being wounded. Okay, I was afraid of being wounded and even made a off-the-cuff comment a few times that if I lost so much as a fingernail, I didn't want to come home. Well, I lost just a little more than a fingernail, and I'm here, and I've accepted it. But I think the thing that I feared more than death and being wounded in Vietnam was being captured and taken as a prisoner.
Capture is fraught with uncertainty. These men suffered that ordeal at the hands of the Japanese. The joy of their liberation cannot mask their years of mistreatment.
It was an incredible parade, because every man there wanted to show that he was still a soldier. Some were bent over on sticks, some were like elephants with beriberi. We all had dysentery. Our feet were 2 inches thick, like bare feet from yak feet, from tinea, and from ulcers. The troops had assembled on Singapore on the other side of the road to welcome us back didn't say a word. It was like looking at another world. They were booted, they were fleshed, they were probably very thin, but they looked enormous. And we even had a whiff of death about us. And the Sergeant Major pushed us around, our Sergeant Major, lined us up until the bare feet, still separating, were in a perfect line. And then he went to Johnson, who was our Major, and reported that the company was correct. And he went over to Blackjack Galligan and said, "All President correct, sir." And Galligan said, "But where are the rest?" And he said, "They're all here." And that's what it was. We were the last. We lost 310 out of 500 in Thailand.
By nightfall of the 18th of June, 1815, the Battle of Waterloo was over. Perhaps the hardest fought and probably the most decisive, certainly the most dramatic of all battles of black powder warfare. What does the battle tell us about the role of the common soldier, infantryman, gunner, cavalryman? Well, first, that the experience he undergoes has no counterpart anywhere else in human activity. The strains it imposes, the responses it demands, fall outside the common and the everyday. Second, that it can nevertheless be survived, and that chances of survival are improved by training, skill, discipline, and personal courage. But that thirdly, the battlefield is an arena of accident and chance, and no soldier, however brave or disciplined, however skilled in the handling of his weapons, can guarantee to himself his own survival. Those who do survive are set apart from the rest of us, and it is their experience that is the subject of this series. The Household Cavalry on parade in Hyde Park, London. Their duties here today are purely ceremonial, as cavalry have long since been driven from the battlefield. Today's weapons have seen to that. But they are a glittering reminder of the days when cavalry was the premier arm of war, and horse soldiers the shock troops of many a victorious army. Men, of course, have fought on horses almost as long as there have been soldiers. Indeed, there have been several epochs in the history of warfare when the mounted warrior dominated all the other arms. And even today, in an age of howitzers and atomic bombs, there are old soldiers who can still remember the exhilarating experience of charging an enemy with sabers drawn.
The strength of the charge is in the straightness of the line. When once the alarm was sounded, draw swords. It was like riding into hell. The guns boomed, batteries smoked everywhere. Matter of fact, after a time he was blinded by the smoke of the guns, and especially not only the shells exploded, and the guns themselves was up amongst them.
Harry Williams, aged 102, recalls a cavalry charge from the Great War.
Well, by the time I got there, the whole mass cavalry was in line. It so coincided that the alarm had already been sounded by the trumpeters. My mount, of course, being a cavalry charger, become imbued with the excitement of the time and the electric atmosphere, he joined in. And at that very moment, the charge sounded. They keep on until the horses are... Anyhow, right through that line they broke. Germans, Bulgarians, Turks, no matter who they were slashed, sundered, slaughtered. It was carnage, absolutely. Sword, slash, 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 slash. See? Then somebody picks out that over your horse's head, dig in, out again, and no one appears that new. You simply be supposed to twist your wrist and slice at him. And then that side. And of course, everybody's doing the same thing. You see? So you've got to be careful you're not wounding your next door neighbour.
If the days of cavalry are past, it is not the irretrievable past. Not long after Harry Williams' charge, the mounted warrior was to have a last hurrah on the plains of Eastern Europe. The Soviet Red Cavalry, 16,000 strong, rode off to battle against Poland. Outside Warsaw, the Polish cavalry defeated the Russian invader. The Polish riders returned homeward as national heroes. It was in the same heroic spirit that they rode out in 1939, 40 regiments strong, against the German blitzkrieg. Legend has it one regiment was actually to break its lances on the armor of German tanks. The rest was strewn like chaff in the whirlwind of Hitler's advance. The Germans themselves in World War II were surprisingly dependent on horses. Nearly 3 million horses were rounded up to carry supplies for the advancing armies. Throughout the war, most of Germany's supporting transport was horse-drawn. But the Wehrmacht also had some cavalry. Their 1st Cavalry Division took part in the German attack on France in 1940, protecting flanks and carrying out reconnaissance duties. And when Paris was occupied, German cavalry took their place in the victory parade, before bowing out of history.
Right chap! Right, right, smart, that's what that there, get out! One quarter made you reckon, get up and right, put one in, right, get out!
The Mounted Regiment of Britain's Household Cavalry is among the last few military units in the world to keep alive the relationship, 3,000 years old, between the warrior and his horse.
Horses walking on the ride, keep the horses walking on. All you simply do is squeeze lightly on the horse's side.
Today's recruits, born into a world of machines from which the horse has almost vanished, must be taught horsemanship from scratch. Few even know how to ride.
Come on, catches next week. If you ever find yourself on the ground looking for your horse, just make a noise like a carrot and he will come running back to you.
The traditions of this riding school and its riding masters go back over 300 years to the lifeguards of Charles II. But the tradition of the war horse reaches much deeper into history, perhaps to 2000 BC. Somewhere on the great sea of grass that fills Central Asia, the ancestors of one of these nomads first caught and tamed the ancestor of one of these horses. Too puny to be ridden, the early war horses were harnessed to battle chariots. But about 900 BC, breeding produced a riding horse and the cavalry revolution. Over the next 3,000 years, the cavalry peoples from Central Asia, Scythians, Huns, Turks, Mongols, terrorized and sometimes conquered the rich lands on their borders. Greatest of all nomad conquerors was to be Genghis Khan, whose empire in the 13th century stretched from China to Russia. Among the first exponents of the cavalry revolution were the Parthians, a fierce tribe in Persia, constantly at war with the Roman Empire. Expert riders, their weapon was the bow, and their archery deadly. Their special technique was to seem to break off the action, when in fact they would ride away to collect more arrows. They would then return to the attack, catching the enemy unawares. This trick has given us the expression, a Parthian shot. Fiercest of all the horse tribes were the Huns. Carrying their homes wherever they went, they rampaged through Europe, and under their leader Attila, threatened Rome itself in the 5th century AD. Jerome described them thus: "Swarms of Huns filled the whole earth with slaughter and panic, as they flitted hither and thither on their swift horses." Unlike earlier horse soldiers, they were prepared to fight at close quarters in battle. Their ferocity and the destruction they wrought struck terror into the hearts of more settled people. To combat the horsemanship and tactics of these horsemasters, the Romans gradually adopted the heavy armored style of cavalry. Called cataphracts, these armored riders could not save Rome itself, but for 1,000 years succeeded in defending the Eastern Empire against the assaults of the steppe peoples. Their breed of horseflesh and their style of heavy equipment would ultimately produce the warrior we call the knight. The wild steppe pony and his rider blended by instinct. The Western warhorse needed to be trained, and breaking into a warrior's will demanded special skills. They are still taught today.
Fighting on horseback is enormously difficult. The Mongols, of course, and the other warrior nations of the East grew up with horses and lived their lives on horseback. In Europe, it was different. Men had to be trained to become horse soldiers. Well, it's a tradition that's still continued here at Saumur, the home of France's cavalry. It was during the great French Empire of Charlemagne that the Franks were to become Europe's most expert horsemen. They relied on all the devices that had been developed over the years to turn a horse into a platform for a soldier. The bit, the bridle, the rein, the saddle, the stirrup, and the spur.
The medieval knight was the final flowering of Europe's mounted armored warrior. By the 15th century, his simple chain mail was a thing of the past. Armorers had learnt to encase a man from head to foot in glittering plate, and parts of his horse as well. His weight could approach 250 pounds, and his armor was fashioned to show a glancing surface to any blow or arrow strike. For counterstroke, he carried a sword. All this equipment was exorbitantly expensive, so inevitably the knight came from the rich and ruling class. The crushing power of his weapons and armor allowed the knight to dominate the battlefield for nearly 500 years. With his body braced in stirrups and supported in a rigid saddle, he was ready for battle. Throughout that period, not much changed in the style of battle. The Battle of Soissons in 923, of Bouvien 300 years later, and even of Agincourt 200 years after that, must have looked much the same. Tactics and maneuvers played much less part than individual courage and skill at arms. Often the knight would fight dismounted, but when battle was joined on horseback, the spectacle was sensational. The knight Jean de Belleville wrote of such a contest, "Neither in eating, drinking, nor sleeping do I feel what I feel when I hear the shout at them from both sides, and the neighing of riderless horses, or the call, 'Help, help!' or when I see great and small fall on the grass, in the ditches, or when I espy dead men who still have pen and lances in their ribs." But real combat was too infrequent and usually too chaotic for the medieval knightly class to show to the full the prowess it wanted to display to the world. Its code, which we call chivalry, emphasized the values of courage, fair play, and skill at arms. The knights found that these virtues were shown to best advantage in mock combat. The joust, to which only gentlemen were admitted, was also an excellent means of keeping the rough soldier of fortune at arm's length. By the 14th century, when the tournament had become the most popular upper-class social event in Western Europe, its purpose as a training for combat, single or collective, had almost been eclipsed. But chivalry was also imbued with a powerful religious force. The knight was not only expected to fight well, but to do good. Hence knighthood's enormous enthusiasm for the Crusades.
The knights of Western Europe met their greatest challenge here in the Holy Land, which they were sworn to recover for Christendom. This is Calat Namrud, a typical castle of the Crusaders, and from here and similar castles, time and again they sallied forth, testing the heavy cavalry principle which they represented against the tradition of light cavalry, which was the hallmark of the Muslims.
When Muslim met Christian cavalry on equal terms, the Iron People, as the Turks called the Crusaders, usually prevailed. More often, the light horsemen of Islam preferred to make the Christian warriors exhaust themselves in fruitless charges before closing in for the kill. Expert did the Muslims become in cavalry tactics that in the Battle of Ain Jalut in 1260, they met and defeated the hitherto invincible horde of the Mongols on the plateau above the Sea of Galilee. The Mongol pony, peerless on his own ground, was no match for a war horse on the European grasslands. Here, the abundant grazing and winter hay made a mount that would always outrun a steppe scavenger. Fine horseflesh is still the raw material of good cavalry, and today special care is taken to choose horses for the British Army.
And this is the Black Wheeler. What sort of age is he?
How is he meant to be?
I think he's 5.
Yes, I'll agree with that.
Just over 15-1. Oh, fine, yeah. I think he'll muscle up. Yeah. Can we just see him trot, please? All right, little man. He's all right, and I think he'll go a bit. So if he won't do the regiment as an officer's charger, the King's troop will probably like him. We're galloping on, do you think, no?
He'd do anywhere,
yes, yeah.
There is more to a cavalry horse than strong bone and firm muscle. Like his rider, he must learn to move to the walk, march, trot, and canter as ordered. His training begins, like that of a medieval war horse, on the lunging rein. But the cavalry horse has had to face something never experienced by the war horse. The cavalry charger also had to learn to endure the appalling uproar of a gunpowder battle. Horses are acutely nervous creatures. Only delicate handling and carefully measured doses of exposure would accustom them to stand and move steadily amid the din of muskets and cannon shot. Nowadays, instead of battle, the chargers and drum horses of the household cavalry must still be taught to withstand the clash of cymbals and thunder of kettle drums. But gunpowder made not merely a noise, it also made a revolution. In the 16th century, the musket and the cannon, against which no suit of armor was proof, made the man who wore it irrelevant. So after 5 centuries of dominance, the knight abruptly disappeared, like frost from a sun-warmed battlefield. The horsemen who survived, like those of the English Civil War, had to find new roles. One was to act as a final shock force. The other was to pursue the enemy to destruction. Today's 2 units of British household cavalry, the Life Guards and the Blues, descend respectively from the Royal and Parliamentary regiments of the Civil War. And the ceremonial uniform they wear, the helmet and breastplate or cuirass, are a reminder of the age of armor, already vanishing when these regiments came into being.
The only time this kit fits is when it hurts.
Light cavalry, the scouts and skirmishers of an army, wore no armor at all. They made up for it by the splendor of their uniforms. There were never more magnificent soldiers than the hussars and lancers of those days.
Sword, LG 94.
Yeah.
Front cuirass, LG 143.
Yeah.
Back cuirass, LG 47.
Yeah.
Helmet, LG 257.
Yeah.
That is all your kit. There is £5,000 worth. You will look after it. If you lose it, you will pay for it. If you go over there now, you can sign for it.
The sword has always been the principal weapon of the cavalryman. Traditionally, light cavalrymen have favoured the curved scimitar, best adapted for cutting and slashing in the confusion of a skirmish. Heavy cavalry, from the days of the armoured knight onwards, had preferred the straight, heavy, thrusting sword. For most cavalry, most of the time, their swords were completely blunt. So in the melee, it was normal to slash with the blade like a poker, or even punch with the hilt of the sword like a knuckle duster. Best of all thrusting weapons for cavalry is the lance. The light lance came back to Europe with the arrival of irregular cavalry like the Cossacks. Soon, no self-respecting army was without its lancers. The long reach of the lance made it particularly suitable for cavalry in pursuit of infantry. The lance was also used against close-ordered troops. At Omdurman in 1898, it was a regiment of British lancers who broke through a solid mass of Sudanese irregular infantry. Cavalrymen also experimented with firearms, seeking means to turn a threat into a tool. The repeating firearms, revolver and carbine, which became available to horsemen at the time of the American Civil War, seemed to promise that cavalry might at last deliver its share of firepower. But the truth was that man and horse made a better target than they ever did a fire team, and so were doomed to be victim to the skulking soldier. No weapon made by man outdid in importance to the cavalryman the weapon bred for him by sire and dam, his own horse. It was the speed and strength of his mount that gave him his attacking impulse. In a well-timed charge, the horse could be used literally as a unit of shock to batter down an enemy formation. And it was the shock action of cavalry which on occasions decided the outcome of a battle. Breitenfeld in the 30 Years' War, Gustavus Adolphus used his Swedish cavalry to deliver the knockout blow. Marlborough's British cavalry made the decisive charge at Ramillies. From a flank position the French had left unprotected. Napoleon's heavy cavalry won the day at Marengo and Eylau. But such charges turned on luck. Stout-hearted musketeers, formed in square or protected by artillery, could never be shaken by cavalry. The French cuirassiers failed time and again against the British squares at Waterloo. British hussars and lancers were massacred by Russian guns at Balaklava. Into the Valley of Death rode the 600. Magnificent, but not war. That was how a French general described the charge of the Light Brigade. Certainly, throughout the 19th century, the cavalry in most European armies continued to look magnificent. And occasionally, they still did magnificent things. Here at the French Cavalry Museum at Saumur are reminders of the time when the dash of the dragoon, the shock of the charge, and the terror of cold steel were still an important feature of war. But already the writing was on the wall for the horse soldier. The increasing firepower of 19th century weapons was the beginning of the end, even if it was to take many years for the full realization to sink in. However nobly born an officer, however gorgeous his uniform, no breastplate could keep out the modern bullet. Across the Atlantic, in a society which had never known a knightly class and where a horse was just a means of getting about a vast country, soldiers were to avoid the mistake of thinking that cavalrymen could ignore the effects of modern firepower.
Ref! They're platoon, all present accounted for, sir.
First order of the day will be get your horses watered, and let's get them fed, and let's get them groomed. We'll have an officer's call at 6:30. Expect to be on the road at 7 o'clock. Dismiss your troops.
Second platoon.
Both sides in the American Civil War raised large forces of cavalry. By 1865, there were 80,000 horsemen in the Union services and 40,000 in Confederate. Neither side committed horsemen to battle in the European style, but as skirmishers, scouts, and above all raiders, American horsemen put their European counterparts to shame. At a rare cavalry battle, a complacent European observer recorded, "Their cavalry fights are miserable affairs. They approach each other with considerable boldness, and until they are within about 40 yards. Then, at the very moment when the sword alone should be used, they hesitate, halt, and commence a desultory fire with carbines and revolvers."
Turn the line! Turn the line! Left, drop on left flank! The British learned nothing from the American example. Even in the expanses of their empire, they continued to train with sword and lance. And when, in South Africa, they encountered enemies who rode like Mongols and shot superbly from the saddle, the price of their arrogance proved costly.
All the Boers were mounted, every Boer possible. Certainly there were ponies compared with our cavalry horses, much smaller. So that's what we call them, Boer ponies. Of course, by that time, the British Army hadn't even got acclimatized, never mind about understanding Boer ways and Boer tactics. It was a difficult thing to instill into their mind. My job as a scout was to see without being seen. So I didn't have to get in the line of fire more than I could possibly help. I had to live to guide the others. I knew it was going to be a long war. And our government had misjudged the strength of the Boers.
When British cavalry tried to clear the field by a close order charge, the Boers simply melted away to reappear another day. Finally, British cavalry had to swallow their pride and learn, as we see here in this rare film of 1900, the tactics of dismounting and fighting like infantry. It was paying the Boers the flattery of imitation. The price of the Boer War was also felt at home.
where horses of every type were requisitioned to meet the enormous demand for riding and driving animals the war effort created. Many of these arrived in South Africa unfit, were rushed into action without acclimatization, and were usually ridden by inexperienced horsemen.
And I remember one lot that was sent out to carry these guns away, but they couldn't get them to start. No, they hadn't the faintest idea, you know. You're going to laugh at this. Somebody had a bright idea. He said, these are bus horses, tram horses. They won't go until they ring a bell. And some said, well, where are we going to find a cycle bell? And they scattered, I don't know where they found them, but they found a box full of bicycle bells. and these horses wouldn't move until they rung a bell.
By the end of the war, the British had 80,000 soldiers on horseback. Another 400,000 horses pulled the army's guns and supply wagons. Many were poor specimens to begin with, and the long sea voyage, followed by overwork in a strange climate, killed them in droves. War is always cruel to horses. 2/3 of those sent to South Africa died in harness.
I think the horses were wonderful. Many a horse dropped dead, you know, with exertion. They carried on and carried on and carried on until they couldn't anymore.
Neither the pointlessness of traditional cavalry tactics revealed by the war, nor its cost in horseflesh, shook the prejudices of the European officer class one jot. It was dominated by cavalrymen who continued to believe that training with sword and lance, in style unchanged since the Middle Ages, was all the preparation needed for a war of machine guns and quick-firing artillery. The future of the cavalry arm itself was unquestioned. It seems probable that in 1914 there was more cavalry in existence than at any previous time in history. Britain went to war with 10,000 horses, trained in the new tactics of dismounted action. But many French regiments were still taught to charge in Waterloo style, dressed in Napoleonic helmet and cuirass, with lance and sword to the fore. Still believing in the invincibility of cavalry, the French mobilized 10 divisions. Their Russian allies had 36 divisions, some formed of Cossacks from the steppes. The Germans sent 11 divisions to war, and their Austrian allies another 11. All in all, the combatant armies between them deployed over 250,000 horsemen to the front. And this cavalry was not only a negative quantity on the battlefield, they were also a positive drain on the war effort. Horses demand constant attention: grooming, shoeing, feeding, watering, exercising, cosseting. And this care is labor-intensive, each horse even having to be numbered and registered as army personnel. Make much of your horses is a cavalry drill order, because an unhappy horse may give up the ghost long before it meets the enemy. Unlike machines, horses not in action still require effort on their behalf. Horses produce waste in enormous quantities. Mucking out is the least popular of all stable duties. They also consume food in equivalent bulk. The cavalry ration is 10 pounds of hay or grass a day and 10 pounds of grain. By the end of the war, when Britain had shipped 5.25 million tons of ammunition to France, it had shipped 5.5 of hay and oats. Generous rations have always been essential if the charger has to carry a trooper and the great quantity of kit he and his horse need. Ted Burgess, who was a trooper as late as 1940 in the Syrian campaign, remembers.
You carried 2 blankets, one for the horse, one for yourself. They were on the horse's back under the saddle. You had a rifle and in the right-hand side of the saddle and a bucket. Your sword on your left-hand side, and the sword was in a shoe case. Attached to the shoe case, we carried 2 shoes and nails. You had a water bucket as well, grooming kit, and your mess tin strapped onto your rifle bucket. You had your greatcoat and a ground sheet rolled, one on the front arch of the saddle and the other on the back arch of the saddle. You had 2 wallets on the front of the saddle which contained your change of clothing. You had a built-up head rope and a head rope on the horse, and 90 rounds of ammunition around the horse's neck and 90 rounds around your own neck. So all in all, you had a fair weight to carry.
However well fed and watered, horses fall sick as often as humans and need quite as much doctoring.
Drinking all right?
Yes.
That's perfectly normal. Just have a quick listen to his heart. Steady, steady, steady.
Horse casualties in the First World War actually exceeded human. Of 900,000 horses enrolled by the British Army between 1914 and 1918, a quarter died. 60,000 were killed on the battlefield by bullet, shell, or gas. Just as hay and straw took up far more shipping space than shells, horses took up more train space than men. It took 250 trucks to transport an infantry division, 1,000 to transport a cavalry division. And the really difficult trick was to coax the horses on board. And yet, despite all the evidence that trench warfare and the horse did not mix, the generals of all armies in the First World War persisted until 1918 in looking for ways to bring their cavalry to grips with the enemy. They clung to the belief that if only they could blast a gap in the trenches by artillery and infantry assault, the horsemen would then gallop through to complete the victory. The British called the hope looking for the G in gap. But the conditions of trench warfare made it impossible to keep cavalry within striking distance of the front. A cavalry division occupied 9 miles of road, but had to wait 10 miles from the trenches, out of enemy artillery range. The tactical mathematics were nonsense. Even at Cambrai in 1917, when the British tanks at last made a gap, the cavalry failed to reach it before the Germans stopped the hole. And however great the difficulties of the approach, the dangers at the front, when horseflesh met bullet or shell fire, were far greater. At the very end of the war, however, some cavalry units at last got the chance to charge the enemy. Fred Horsnail remembers an action at Harbonnier.
It was hilly and trenches and whatnot. Eventually we came to the open country, and the squadron leader apparently spotted the Germans jumping out of this train. We settled down in our saddles and took as much protection behind the horse's neck as possible. And we'd got our swords drawn and we went like the clappers. Well, of course, by the time we got to them, they were more or less in the open ground. But unfortunately, I received a clout in the back. I could see this blood coming out of my sleeve, and I thought to myself, oh, I've got one. And of course, I started to drop back. Well, the next thing was, how am I going to get off this ruddy horse? So I just let my arm drop down onto my greatcoat that was on the front of the saddle, and released the sword knot and dropped the sword, and picked this arm up and put it up here. And of course, after that, I passed out. I don't know what happened.
There were a few places where the cavalry of the First World War found the space and immunity to maneuver with the freedom of the horsemen of old. Against the Turks in Palestine, the British General Allenby deployed a large mounted force. Here in the open plains of the Holy Land, familiar in the past to charioteers, steppe nomads, Saracen light horse and crusading knights, horse soldiers fought their traditional battles for the last time. Many of Allenby's desert cavalry were Australians, trained to fight like the Boers as mounted riflemen. These Australian light horsemen were countrymen from the bush and the outback, bred to horses and small arms. Dismounted, they shot like sharpshooters. In the saddle, they rode like fox hunters. At Beersheba on October 31st, 1917, they staged one of the last great cavalry charges of history. A veteran, Martin Balserini, recalls the day.
Just before we left, and we left at dark, and we done 40 miles that night through desert. Then we camped in the daytime, and next night we started off again, and they done another 40 miles, and still without water. Beersheba was the only place where there was water. If we couldn't have taken Beersheba, well, them horses wouldn't have, they would have had to do another 30 miles, and they wouldn't have done it. Once we got going, we got them horses, they went, we galloped them as fast as they could go. And no one tried to keep them back. And we kept as good a line as if we were on parade. I can remember that. And it was just on sundown when we were going in. When we got in, there was no barbed wire. There were just the trenches. And the Turks were in the trenches shooting at us. The next lot of trenches, they were standing out of the trenches shooting over the top of their own crowd. And we right in amongst the others. Those that had rifles or shot were shooting from off their horses, and the Turks were on the ground shooting at us. A lot of us had pistols and revolvers, and we were using them. And there was one Turk was lying on the ground, he's pointing his rifle straight at me, and I jammed both spurs into the horse, and he plunged, and the Turk fired. I don't know where his bullet went, but I know where mine went, because he was right down on the ground below me, and I put two into him. And then I went on, and it didn't last very long. It wasn't long before they chucked it in.
For the cavalry, who had resisted the implacable tide of history for longer than their usefulness justified, the sun was finally setting. It was time to say goodbye to the horses they had fought so long to keep. One by one, the cavalry regiments gave them up.
From now onwards, the standard, the emblem of the cavalry, will serve to remind you of those gallant, uncomplaining comrades who parade with you for the last time today.
But it would be misleading to say the cavalry died altogether. In some armies it did, of course. In others, like the British, the cavalry showed against all the historic evidence that it could adapt. They became mechanized. They embraced the spirit of armored warfare as warmly as they had once embraced their horses. The Household Cavalry, the last regiment who still ride horses in the British Army, fought with great gallantry in armoured cars in World War II. They led Montgomery's 21st Army Group into Brussels, past the battlefield of Waterloo, matching the offensive spirit of their cavalry predecessors in that earlier conflict. Neither in spirit nor in name has the cavalry died altogether. Many of the steel-clad warriors of today still bear the names of dragoons, lancers, hussars. In the ring of these titles, the ear can still catch the beat of a hoof on the great plains across the world.
Elevation 325 mil. Ready? Fire.
Guns, the essence of military power. Artillery is the god of war, so said Joseph Stalin. Napoleon put it rather differently. It is with artillery, he said, that war is made. But both men were making the same point. It is the big guns that have dominated the battlefield in modern times. Yet the gun has probably changed less than any other weapon of war in the 6 centuries of its existence. Of course, nowadays it's likely to be breech-loaded, made of steel, and frequently with tracks and its own engine. Its ammunition has been revolutionized and its range and accuracy formidably increased. But essentially it remains today what it was in the 14th century. A hollow metal tube, closed at one end, out of which an explosive compound fires a projectile at whatever target a commander chooses. And almost from the start, its impact has been devastating.
The ordeal of living through an artillery bombardment is an experience the survivor never forgets.
I thought at first it wouldn't last very long. I thought that if you had a concentrated bombardment, it would only last for 2 or 3 minutes. But it went on for a couple of hours. And the whole of that time, we heard these shells rushing towards us. They seemed to be feeling a fiendish joy as they were coming to destroy us. After a bit, I just simply waited there, thinking that sooner or later one of them was bound to hit us, and that would be that.
It is a feeling of horror. So all your senses, like hearing and feeling, they are much stronger than in any ordinary position one is in. And also the sound, it howls, and then the crying of the wounded, and also the total helplessness. In a normal battle position, one can shoot back, but here one absolutely can do nothing, only wait, and one hopes that the bombardment will not be too long.
Gunfire need not be incessant to set soldiers' nerves trembling, as the American defenders of Khe Sanh discovered during its siege by the Viet Cong.
The shelling was sporadic, but very effective, because the portion of the hill we occupied, because of its topography, was only about perhaps 50 by 200 meters. And in that area, we had about 400 men. So most any place a shell landed, if the men weren't under cover, we suffered casualties. And these were big rounds. The result was that the average private in the trench could see only his own friends being killed and wounded, his own companions, as it were. The net result was a pretty serious morale problem. He never felt he was getting back, as it were, at the guy who was shooting at him.
Even in small wars, like the Falklands campaign of 1982, when neither side deployed many guns, artillery can still have a deadly impact on morale.
It certainly has a psychological effect, that there is no doubt. I don't think we killed an awful lot in the Falkland Islands, but we certainly took a psychological toll of them to such an extent that they didn't wish to go on. And of course, artillery is not just directed against a soldier eyeball-to-eyeball contact with an enemy. It is often directed against targets in depth. And whilst we fired a lot of artillery in support of the infantry attacking all the hills around Stanley, in very close support, often to within 150 meters of our own forces, the bulk of our effort was devoted to destroying their headquarters, their logistics, and their own gun positions. And I think this is what caused that sudden surrender by the Argentines outside Stanley in 1982.
The European discovery of gunpowder at the beginning of the 14th century launched one of the great technical revolutions of history. Gunpowder released combat from the limitations of muscle power, allowed enemy to strike at enemy over distances greater than could be covered by spear or bow, and transformed siegecraft from a war of nerves to a test of strength. Traditional siege engines had thrown projectiles which hit wherever they fell, but the cannonball could be made to strike accurately and repeatedly at the foundations. The appearance of the new gunpowder weapons outside a besieged city soon came to mean that its fall was at hand. The most spectacular artillery success of the Middle Ages took place at Constantinople, then the largest fortified city in the Western world. In 1453, the Emperor Constantine XI, last of the Caesars, found himself besieged here by the huge army of the Ottoman Turks, under their young Sultan,
Mehmet II. These towering walls were the city's principal defense, begun originally by the Emperor Theodosius II 1,000 years before. Studded with towers up to 40 feet high, they stretched 14 miles from the waters of the Golden Horn to the Sea of Marmara. They had shrugged off sieges often before, and they were massive enough to withstand attack by most contemporary artillery. But the artillery park that the Sultan's army now dragged within battering range of the city contained guns bigger and more destructive than any previously brought to the scene of a siege. At the Tower of London, another fortress built before the artillery age, there is a cannon of similar style and power to those that brought the walls of Theodosius tumbling down. It was shipped to London in the 1860s as a gift for Queen Victoria.
There's an ironical twist to this story. The man who designed these great guns was a Hungarian called Urban, who in the first place offered them to the Christians in Constantinople. Only when his services had been rejected as being too expensive did he turn to the Turks. Now, the Turkish Sultan at once recognized what he was being offered, a war-winning weapon of devastating power. The weight of these cannon is quite colossal. The after part here, the breech, weighs nearly 9 tons, and the barrel 8 tons, and there were some that were even heavier. It's said that it took 60 oxen to drag each of Mehmet's cannon towards the walls of Constantinople. There were 200 attendants marching beside them, and another 250 going on ahead to smooth out the roads and strengthen the bridges. This is the kind of shot they would have fired. These gigantic stone cannonballs weigh 1/3 of a ton each, and they could travel up to a mile. "13 giant cannon, firing 4,000 times between April the 1st and May the 10th, 1453, overthrew the patient defensive work of centuries." Soon guns were appearing which in style were to set the pattern for the next 400 years. These, not Mehmet's monsters, were the weapons of the future. Pulled by horses, they could match in speed any marching army. And these were the guns with which Charles VIII of France blitzkrieged Italy in 1495. It was as though the cannon almost immediately found its natural dynamic form. The new guns displayed certain crucial improvements in design. They were now provided with elevating devices, in this case simple wedges, to allow variation of range. Twin projections just in front of the point of balance, called trunnions, allowed the gun to pivot. These were made possible because gun makers had now discovered how to cast the gun in a single piece of bronze. The new artillery of the Renaissance age was so much improved that guns for the first time began to decide the outcome of battle. But the siege remained artillery's main field of action, and siege gunners steadily learnt to perfect their craft. Cannelure, cutting a furrow along a wall's base, was a technique that brought many battlements down. Such techniques were elements in a duel between gunners and siege engineers, which was to be fought through a whole range of wars and campaigns, and which was to last into the present century. It even marked the outbreak of the First World War. And a later 20th century artillery siege took place here in northern France at the opening of the Second World War. This is part of the Maginot Line, the chain of concrete forts built by the French in the 1930s to guard their vulnerable frontier with Germany. Their armored casemates and retractable gun turrets gave these forts the appearance of stranded battleships. They were to prove not much more useful, for the Germans made their main thrust in 1940 far to the north, across the unfortified frontiers of Belgium. But they did mount a few token attacks on the line itself. This fort at La Ferté was one of the targets. The purpose of the attack was partly to keep the French from transferring its garrison to the battle in the north, and partly to let Dr. Goebbels' film crews show the German nation the might of the Wehrmacht. In its pitting of the power of artillery against the strength of fixed defenses, this was an old-fashioned siege, but the weight of firepower the Germans deployed gave the defenders no chance.
After a bombardment by guns of all calibers, from medium to super heavy, the German infantry closed in for the final assault, much like foot soldiers of the Middle Ages storming the breach of a city wall. "210 Frenchmen died in this grisly little confrontation. The battered casemates and toppled cupolas are their memorial. They also commemorate one of the last episodes in a style of war which can be traced back in a direct line to the great set-piece sieges of the medieval world. But while siege gunners pursued their particular speciality, field gunners were making their weapons more directly useful to armies on campaign. The King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery is here demonstrating this far more significant role of the gun during the last 5 centuries. This is artillery working as one of the essential tools of the general in the field, and showing that it can do so at speed. This may look to us today just colorful ritual, but nothing better demonstrates the nature of the revolution that made artillery a dominant battlefield weapon. Horse artillery provided much color and dash, but it was the heavier field guns which more often brought the action of the day to a decision.
Ready! Fire!
When guns like these fired, the shock of discharge drove them leaping backwards. They had to be manhandled into their old position. They had to be re-aimed at the target by eye between each salvo. Recoil, running up, relaying, reloading, this burdensome sequence demanded much of the gunner's strength and skills.
Fire!
But the ordeal the gunners had to endure was as nothing to the carnage they could inflict when their shot drove home into the enemy's massed ranks. Solid round shot, not much bigger than a modern tennis ball, could kill 8 or a dozen men at a time. Disintegrating projectiles, such as canister and grape, took the same toll on men as birdshot on a flight of partridges. As the 19th century drew on, and its satanic mills gave armies guns and shells in massive quantities, artillery spoke with ever greater power on battlefields. On those of the American Civil War, like Gettysburg, it was the guns that decided the issue. And it was the guns which now began to work with terrible effect on landscapes and on cities, the results by now being faithfully recorded by the camera. These images of Confederate strongholds, savaged by artillery and fire, have a very modern look about them. 50 years before Flanders, they are previews of the artillery landscapes of World War I. The design and shape of these projectiles give the clue to the next firepower revolution. Most of them are cast in steel, filled with high explosive and have mechanical fuses. Most important, they have become conical. The reason for that change of shape is explained by a single word: rifling. Late 19th century guns had steel barrels cut with spiral grooves that could keep a conical projectile traveling straight in a way the old smoothbore cannons did not. And there were other refinements. All these guns mark stages in the search for the perfect gun. The problem was how to select the right elements from the current technical ferment. And then, suddenly, one design team got it all together. In 1897, the French Army's artillery workshops at Puteaux produced the world's first truly modern gun. And this is it, the 75mm, known to its gunners as the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost.
Now, all of its features had existed in previous guns, but never before had they been brought together with the same degree of mechanical reliability and efficiency. This gun is as lean, as fast, and as specialized as a Greyhound. For one thing, it was breech loading, so that no time was wasted ramming the shell down the barrel. And the breech mechanism was designed for rapid and complete opening and closing. Then its shells were propelled by cordite, the new propellant which left much less fouling in the barrel than the old black gunpowder and caused much less smoke on the battlefield. The shells were filled with one of the new generation of high explosives, lyddite, and fitted with a time fuse, accurate to within fractions of a second. Most importantly, the gun was mounted on a hydraulic platform with compressors to absorb the shock of recoil. As a result, the gun no longer needed to be realigned after each discharge. Together, these features gave a quite fantastic rate of fire. French gunners claimed 15 or 20 rounds a minute, which is faster than most soldiers can fire a rifle. It was not long before guns with similar features came into service throughout Europe. The new guns had one other crucial advantage. With their vastly increased range, they could now fire over the hill. It was a major revolution. Previously, gunners could only engage targets they could see. Now, they could fire at targets far out of sight. The French 75mm and similar guns, such as these British 18-pounders, had no sooner been brought into general service than they were called into action in earnest in the First World War. This war's phenomenally destructive character and long duration were largely the result of the recent artillery revolution. It was, above all, a gunner's war. It is part of the mythology of that war that the machine gun was the great killer of infantry. Actually, hospital statistics show that 2/3 of all wounds in all armies were caused by shells. It was gunfire which broke up the mass infantry attacks from the outset, and it was largely gunfire which drove infantry to dig themselves below ground for protection. More, the new powerful artillery produced an entirely different style of gunner's war from the face-to-face battles of the 19th century. With indirect fire, now standard practice, an entirely new role was created, that of the forward observation officer with his signaller far ahead of the guns, identifying targets from often dangerous observation posts.
The most common, of course, was the infantry trench. Then, once in Hebertown, we found a very good observation post from which we could see Goncourt, but it was too dangerous. We should have been killed at once had we been seen. But fortunately, there was a stump of a tree sticking about 6 feet high, left, standing, and a lot of rubble around because it had been very much destroyed. And we decided to call in the camouflage officer, and in one night he had taken away the tree, copied it exactly by camouflage, and arranged a way of entering it through the ground, and then we poked our heads up into this tree and found a little hole and saw all we wanted to see, and the Germans only looked on it as a broken tree. And then, of course, ruined villages, if there's anything left of the houses near the front line, you could invariably climb to the top floor and see through the broken tiles of the roof and that kind of thing. So you took every advantage you could of anything which was higher than ground level.
One particularly dangerous observation post was the air balloon, unconcealable from the enemy and therefore a prime target for his guns or aircraft. Communication with the ground was by direct telephone line, the information being then processed and sent back to the gun batteries. The Royal Flying Corps manned these balloons, and also the aircraft which were used for the same purpose particularly in the later years of the war. The observer spotted a target on the ground, located it on his map, then transmitted the information acquired by Morse code from a trailing aerial. Once the guns had fired, the airborne observer could signal corrections if the shells were not falling exactly on target. The infantryman was the principal victim of the volcanic bombardments of this war, though if the gunners did their work well, he was also at times the beneficiary.
One lived in a world where there were continuous explosions. Every now and again there would be a loud bang in the distance, rather like Guy Fawkes' Night in England. You see somebody over there was having fireworks. And in this, suddenly the fireworks would break out all around you. But when a real barrage started, it made a continuous roar of thunder that completely drowned and destroyed the casual shell fire of ordinary times. By the end of the war, they were very accurate indeed. The artillery put down the shells exactly where they liked, and you actually saw a curtain of shell bursts 200 or 300 yards in front of you, and you went as far as you could. It would certainly silence the enemy and make them keep their heads down, but it might kill them, or it might not. If it hadn't actually killed them, you then had to fight a very frightened German who'd been through a worse experience than you had.
It was artillery that made the landscapes of the First World War, those sloughs of despond and fields of ruin that survivors never forgot. A British Tommy wrote of Ypres,
"Before my eyes spread the martyred city. A concourse of shattered buildings clustered in the middle distance, with here and there a broken chimney stack or a decapitated church spire jutting a little above the rest. The place looked as though it had been left half-finished to the elements. But this was only the superficial appearance of things, for every now and then, here and there, a shell burst among the rubble, demonstrating clearly the cause of the city's dire condition. It seemed a miracle that anyone could survive in that terrible place."
Ypres gave its name to the notorious salient, over which the British and Germans fought uninterruptedly for 4 years. Of the salient, an infantry officer wrote in 1917,
"What confronted us was a lunar landscape of shell craters, one touching another, filled with water and sludgy clay."
Scattered through the salient were zones of special danger, subject to constant bombardment, from which all signs of civilization had been swept away, and through which soldiers always hurried in their eagerness to reach the refuge of less open ground. An American officer wrote,
"This is a cowering war, with men huddled in little holes and caves, praying to escape the blows of giants who pound the earth with blind hammers."
There are still landscapes on the old Western Front which have never recovered from this blind hammering. This is a fragment of the battlefield of Verdun. Here in eastern France in 1916, the French and Germans fought the first pure artillery battle of history. It lasted 10 months. The Germans, who launched the battle, called it Operation Execution Place, and their executioner's tool was the big gun. Their plan was to destroy the French defenders by sheer weight of firepower. But the French defenders refused to be overwhelmed. They repaid the Germans shell for shell, so that the infantry of both armies succumbed to a mutual martyrdom. Men became mere pygmies under the towering rage of these bombardments. Some were blown apart, and no trace of them ever found. Others were piteously mutilated by chunks of flying iron. Dugouts collapsed and buried their garrisons alive. Men were picked up bodily, thrown into trees, slammed against walls, or killed even by the flying fragments of their own comrades' bodies. This was death, but this was death without a shred of human dignity. It was death in mud, and squalor and excrement and entrails. Death of men at the mercy of the machine.
Quand vous avez des bombardements effrayants comme vous en aviez, quand les obus vous tombaient dans tous les coins, tout autour, eh bien, vous attendiez le vôtre. Vous attendiez la fin. Ça, c'était une question de... on était terrés complètement. On était dans la terre. On ne savait plus où se fourrer. Et puis, moi, on était là, attends, la dernière minute, c'était l'attente, quoi. Avec la frayeur et tout. Mais ça y est, il y en a quelques-uns qui ont attrapé la dysenterie. Hein. Il y a des morts autour de vous, vous étiez obligés de vivre avec. Il n'y a pas moyen de faire autrement. Parce que les morts, on les enterrait quand on pouvait les enterrer. On en mettait 2, 3 dans le trou, et puis on remettait la terre par-dessus. Mais ils revenaient à nos buts, ils redéterraient les morts. Et puis vous preniez des beefsteaks, comme on dit, de pourriture, de chair pourri qui vous arrivait, qui vous en étiez couvert, des fois c'était une infection. C'était une infection. L'odeur, c'était quelque chose de terrible.
Also under intense bombardment throughout the battle were Verdun's ring of forts, bastions of defense, which both sides looked upon as specially significant trophies. The most famous was Fort Douaumont, turned by the artillery of both nations into a battered hulk, and still preserved in its wartime state as a memorial to the battle and as a shrine to those who lost their lives there, many of them permanently entombed in closed-off galleries within the fort. Its machine gun posts and observation points still glower at the landscape across which the enemy attacked in 1916. It's a strange experience to walk through these grim corridors, once occupied by men whose ordeal was every bit as great as that of the infantrymen who cowered on the open ground outside. The French lost the fort to the Germans in the first month of the battle, after which they did everything in their power to win it back. Indeed, Fort Douaumont has been described as the most shelled spot on the surface of the earth. Imagine what it must have been like in these dark and weeping corridors in 1916. Today they're empty, but then they were filled with thousands of war-exhausted, apprehensive men. When the French launched their first attack in May, they brought to bear 300 guns on this fort alone. The air was thick with cordite, the noise so intense men went deaf. One survivor said it was like being inside an enormous drum. In their second attack in October, the French introduced 2 enormous railway guns, whose shells alone weighed 1 ton each. These slammed into the fort with devastating accuracy and precision. Some burst right through the armor and exploded inside. Finally, the German commander, realizing that not even here the lowest levels of the fort were safe anymore, had no option but to require his men to withdraw. It has been estimated that Fort Douaumont claimed the lives of 100,000 men. Many of the French who died there are buried in the vast cemetery that has been constructed nearby. A French officer wrote of those who took part in the Battle of Verdun,
"They will not be able to make us do it again another day. That would be to misconstrue the price of our effort. They will have to resort to men who have not lived out these days."
The iron face of the First World War could not altogether stare down the gunner's jaunty pride in his horsemanship and spectacular panache in bringing his guns into action. No gunner could forget that Napoleon, greatest of generals, had been a gunner.
and there were many would-be Napoleons in all armies of the Great War. In the official order of precedence that determines the British Army's hierarchy of regiments and corps, the Royal Horse Artillery, when on parade with guns, takes first place over all others. The King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery forms in such circumstances the British Army's right of the line. Here it is rehearsing on a murky London morning in khaki uniforms scarcely different from those in which it fought at the epics of Neri and Le Cateau in 1914. No great occasion, whether the opening of Parliament, the Queen's birthday, or the visit of some foreign dignitary, is conceivable without the Horse Artillery's distinctive contribution.
Number one!
There are other symbols of the Royal Artillery's corporate pride, glittering trophies of past victories or tokens of gunner piety, brought out from the richest collection owned by any British regiment to decorate the dining table of the Woolwich Mess, the gunner's ancient London home. At the end of the room, the Royal Artillery Band plays throughout the evening. Dinner over and the table cleared, the port circulates in preparation for the drinking of the loyal toast, in a manner unique to the Royal Regiment of Artillery.
All glasses and Evan Chancellor. Thank you very much, Mr. Pink.
Gentlemen, the Queen, our Captain General.
Another tradition is unique to British gunners. The colours they venerate are the guns they serve in battle. Gunners therefore guard their guns with their lives, and in doing so they come to love them as totems of their own identity. Perhaps no gun has attracted as much affection as the 25-pounder, the British Army's standard field gun in the Second World War. The Australians felt the same affection for it, or perhaps a little less when manhandling it over the ridges of the Owen Stanley Range in New Guinea in 1942. The 25-pounder's first great success was in Eritrea, where in 1941 at the Battle of Keren, it helped to rout a well-dug-in Italian army. Keren created an immediate bond between gunners and gun.
It was a weapon that we picked up suddenly, and within 7 days we were using it on the enemy. Now, the 25-pounder was a great gun. It was a wonderful weapon. The story of the gunner is the story of the gun. We towed it around the world, we dragged it, we lived in its service, we supported it, we cleaned it, and when nothing else was left, we reluctantly blew it up. No, there was nothing better than a 25-pounder. Not in my book, anyway. She was a beautiful weapon.
By contrast, there is no worse blow to artillery pride than being overrun by a far more powerful enemy, with the grim choice of either fighting your guns into the ground or destroying them. And this happened in the Western Desert in June 1942 to the same 25-pounder regiment which had fought so superbly in Eritrea. The action has gone into history as the Battle of the Knightsbridge Cauldron.
It's a long time since the Cauldron, but I can still remember quite vividly the shells hitting the gun position, the soft vehicles in the rear, going up in flames, the screams of the men on the guns, the smoke and noise, which was pretty terrifying.
The thing that sticks in my mind is this tremendous flash of a gun not very far away, and then this horrific noise of armor-piercing shells flying past, guns, shields being burst to bits, layers collapsing with limbs all over the place, and livers falling out of the side, and another man immediately pulling him aside and jumping into the laying seat.
From the time that we were joined the gunners, we were taught that it was a tragedy and a disgrace to spike your gun, but as a last resort, this is the thing you must do. And so on the fourth gun, which is the one that I was firing, I eventually I put a shell in the breech and fired, but the charge was faulty. The tanks were coming in very close. They were something like 50 yards away, and German infantry were advancing on the flanks. And so I could do no more than take out the breech mechanism, which I hid in the slit trench which we had dug during the morning. So I don't think that particular 25-pounder would have been any use to anybody.
Normandy, invaded by the Allies in June 1944, challenged the Allied artillery to find and destroy the German garrison in a landscape ideally suited to defense. And new mobility was part of the answer. While most of the German artillery remained horse-drawn, even the Allies' heavy guns were now mounted on pneumatic-tired carriages pulled by four-wheel drive tractors or big lorries. Moved at speed, they could also be rapidly deployed and brought into action. Some guns had now become armored vehicles, self-propelled pieces, which provided the mechanized units with their artillery support. One of them, the Sexton, mounted the famous 25-pounder on the equally famous Sherman tank chassis. But radio was the greatest step forward in artillery communications. Its universal adoption freed gunners from depending on vulnerable telephone cables. The nerve center of the system was here, in the artillery command post, where fire orders were worked out from target information received. It came from a variety of sources. From air observation post officers circling the battlefield in Oster spotter aircraft. From sound-ranging microphones buried in the earth that could plot an enemy's gun position to within 15 yards. And from artillerymen out forward with the infantry. As the infantry advanced, so too did the forward observers, keeping in constant touch with the gunner command posts through their man-pack radios. Target information collected by the radio network allowed the command post officer to orchestrate the mass of guns at his disposal into a whirlwind of fire. Russian soldiers have long been devotees of artillery. In World War II, they fielded more guns than any other army. Here, Stalin's god of war celebrates a Soviet triumph. The Red Army pushed to extremes the technique of massing artillery on a chosen front of attack for an overwhelming preliminary bombardment. The aim was to eliminate all resistance and then rush a torrent of tanks and infantry through the gap in the enemy line. These tempests of gunnery underlay the Russian victories at Stalingrad, Kursk, and Berlin. But different campaigns, as always in history, produce different techniques. In Vietnam, set-piece bombardments were quite inappropriate to the fluid, will-o'-the-wisp fighting.
What the artillery did provide to the infantry and the other maneuver forces was the same thing that it has provided since time immemorial, and that is simply that we provided a big morale boost to the infantry types. Whenever the infantry would be held up by perhaps only one or two enemy soldiers shooting at them with small arms, rather than continue to be held up and taking any unnecessary casualties, the first thing that the infantry would think of is, where's the artillery? And in several instances, this was artillery used in a direct fire role against a house or some other structure. And we would fire the weapon, and the building and its inhabitants would be destroyed, allowing the infantry to move on and continue with their operation. In one of the units to which I was assigned, our mission was to provide fire support to a reconnaissance insert. This would be a group of infantry types who would be inserted a fair distance from an operational base, primarily to collect information on enemy movements. They were out there in small numbers, very limited self-defense capability on their own. So what they had to rely upon, and what gave them that morale boost, was the artillery. We were there come rain or shine, unlike Air Force assets that in some cases could not fly. We were always there, and we were their security blanket, if you will.
In all the mechanized armies that garrison NATO's Central Front in Germany in the 1980s, artillery has been completely integrated into the pattern of high-speed armored operations for which NATO forces train. This, here in service with the British Army, is the American-built M110, conceived on the same principle as the Sexton of World War II, but far more mobile, and mounting the nuclear-capable 210mm howitzer. This is the M109, an American-built 155mm howitzer, also used by the British Army. The men manning this vehicle might be the crew of a naval gun turret. Certainly the techniques of laying and loading are the same as those of gunnery at Jutland and Leyte Gulf. But the power the gun packs, it too is nuclear capable, makes it a weapon of the future rather than the past. It belongs to a trend that makes artillery a more formidable battlefield weapon than ever before.
I think that probably the 1980s are the most exciting time that the field artillery has ever had since the turn of the century. And this gets back to when we first had indirect fires with the French 75 that all of us used in World War I. Today, we're in an era where technology has given us the microchip. And the electronic industry has added precision to our communications, to our guidance, to the entire way that we operate.
Squat's good. Send it down.
Long gone is the time where we are depending upon the human eyesight to acquire targets with a forward observer that would be with the infantryman or the tanker. We still use him, but he has enhanced optics, night vision devices, and etc. But more importantly, we have counter-battery radars that can look 30 to 40 kilometers deep into the enemy's rear to detect artillery firing at us. In addition, the remotely piloted vehicle that the Israelis used in Lebanon is an example of the technology we're working with. And again, satellites. Satellites are of course, used in a strategic sense, but all of the technology that we have certainly will allow us to use satellites in the tactical battle and not just the strategic battle. So I think those things will provide us overabundance of artillery targets. And all we have to do is have the munitions and the wherewithal to attack them.
This is the kind of wherewithal now available, the MLRS, or Multiple Launch Rocket System. Derived from a Russian design of the Second World War, it concentrates the firepower of 18 orthodox artillery systems into a single unit. Its crew of 3 can bring it to its firing point, launch all its rockets, and be off again in less than a minute. The MLRS perpetuates and extends the timeless roles of artillery in war.
In battle, the artillery has always had 2 roles. In defense, its purpose is to destroy the impetus of the enemy's attacks. And in attack, its task is to destroy the enemy's will to resist. Just that. And whether you consider the medieval wars, or the Napoleonic wars, or the great wars that followed them,
those two tasks have remained. And whether you think about missiles with homing heads, or shells that can find their own way to the target, or any of the other emerging technologies, those two tasks still remain, and there is no other arm on the battlefield that can perform them. But today, in fact, we are thinking less about battles than about deterring war as a whole. And in that context, too, the formidable power of the artillery, its destructive effect, and what I can only call the authority of the guns, represent one of the most effective deterrents of them all.
For the future, for years now, artillery has had this kind of ultimate power. This is an atomic cannon of 30 years ago. The power of its equivalent 30 years hence is unimaginable. Meanwhile, conventional artillery continues to grow in mobility, rate of fire, range, precision, destructive power, making battlefields more and more dangerous for the human being to inhabit. But artillery now threatens to carry its power beyond the battlefield, and perhaps to put the future of the world into the barrel of a gun. It is with artillery, said Napoleon, that war is made. Would he today, contemplating how the weapon he valued so highly has grown to overawe its creators, feel that war should not be made at all? This pomp and circumstance is the most splendid face of the infantryman's life. The weapon drills, the gorgeous uniforms, the disciplined formations are now just part of a glittering ceremony. But it wasn't always so.
Once they were essential for victory on the battlefield, and the thin red lines on parade here are a reminder of the harsh reality of the infantryman's job. It is he who must go forward to close with and to kill the enemy. It is he who must seize the ground and hold it. And he must do this on foot, armed only with what he can carry, at the mercy of the elements and over every sort of terrain. There's nothing remote about war for the infantryman. For him, war has, and has always had, a very personal dimension. The infantryman is the pawn in the game of war. His work is unromantic and unremitting. He lives on his feet and by his wits, hung about with equipment, carrying his personal weapon, trying to stay vigilant despite the monotony. For the British riflemen on patrol in Northern Ireland, there's no prospect of a set-piece battle, just the constant threat of the sniper's bullet. And the infantryman's universal experience of having to do his soldiering far from home.
Hello. At school today? Skiving, are you?
Not much.
Why's that? You go to school on Tuesday around here?
Yeah, but we had to get it done first.
It's still dinner time, is it?
The Roman legionary also knew all about hours of sentry duty in distant outposts. He had the same concerns as other generations of infantrymen, getting a hot meal, keeping his kit clean, and going out on patrol. When the legionary marched out of camp, he carried his world with him. Helmet, weapons, equipment, rations, about 60 pounds in all, much the same as the British foot soldier carried on the Somme in 1916. In ancient Rome, the infantryman was nicknamed Marius's mule. In Vietnam, they called him the Grunt.
A grunt is an infantryman who has a couple of 100 pounds of gear on his back. He hasn't slept regularly, he hasn't eaten regularly, he hasn't washed or shaved regularly, and he's probably wearing the same clothes for 3 or 4 days. And I think the term grunt evolves from the sounds that you make once you sit down. If you have a pack on your back that weighs 60 or 80 pounds, bandoliers of ammunition, and a cartridge belt that's another 80 pounds, when you get up, you grunt. When you walk, you grunt. Everything becomes an effort. Anytime there's a firefight, anytime there's any kind of an incident, most of this gear is dropped. But for the most part, you're trudging through the bush, wearing packs, helmets, in some cases a flak jacket, but in the vast cases, armaments, ammunition, carrying a rifle. You're a bearer. We didn't have pack horses. You were your own pack horse.
The Napoleonic infantryman shouldered a crushing load. Musket, powder, ball, bayonet, short sword, water bottle and pack. In the pack went shirts, socks, washing, cleaning kit and greatcoat. One soldier wrote that many of our infantry sank and died under the weight of their knapsacks alone. It's a burden that hasn't changed much down the years. The sheer weight of weapons and equipment still makes the infantryman's life hard.
McGuinness, you keep stopping, you're going to make me annoyed. And you'll be going down the hill and up it and down it for the rest of the day. Now get yourself moving. Get moving. You aren't trying. You're not even sweating. You're resting every 5 minutes. Move yourself. Go.
Then do the rest by yourself.
Come on,
Stevie.
Oh, I can't walk.
Go by yourself. You're top by yourself.
Get off your rifle! Get off your rifle! It's not a walking stick!
Well
and
done.
get yourself moving!
Well done,
you
son.
bloody
Go by
disaster!
yourself.
This looks like old-fashioned training, but it's what modern war was like in the Falklands. If Waterloo was won on the playing fields of Eton, then Goose Green was won on the Brecon Beacons.
The terrain itself is the major part of the infantryman's job, because 99.9% of the job is covering the ground. It doesn't matter whether it's the snows of Norway or the Falklands or the desert. It's fighting your way through those obstacles, wading the river, getting up that next hill and the next one, and down the other side, fixing the rope so you can climb up the cliff and getting down the other side, and fighting your way through the elements. And then and only then do you actually get to grips with the enemy.
Before he can get to grips with the enemy, the infantryman has first to cross that dangerous space in between. It may be a no-man's land of shell craters, or the Channel on the way to the Normandy shore.
I don't know how long we were actually in the Channel. Quite some time, it seemed. We were all issued with brown paper bags to be sick in and so on. And the feeling, I think, it seems to me, was curiously resigned. I can't remember actually feeling much apprehension.
I know in my case, I kept wondering really what was going to happen to me. Would I ever get back home? You know, I kept thinking of my mother and my girlfriend, and I just wondered if I would make it, you know.
I think the first time when one really sort of got a sinking feeling, rather like a boxer before he goes into a ring, was as one moved towards the shore, when there was an enormous amount of fire, mostly our own, a great deal of noise. By the time we got a few hundred yards off the shore, of course, fire was coming in our direction.
Finally put the ramp down, I said to myself, how come he's putting it down now? Why can't we go in further? Because when he dropped us off, we were in water, I'd say knee-high, but in areas it was up to our neck. And I had come to like the security of being in that boat.
Such feelings are as old as man. In 55 BC, the Romans were equally reluctant to disembark and confront British tribesmen on the shore of Kent. Julius Caesar tells how an eagle-bearer gave the lead. He shouted, "Jump down, soldiers, unless you wish to betray your eagle to the enemy. It shall be told that I did my duty to my country and my general." He jumped overboard and began to wade ashore. Crossing the last few hundred yards is the hardest of all. The enemy is no longer a distant, impersonal figure. He's close, threatening, and his weapons are deadly. The Greek Xenophon watched the Persians deploy for the Battle of Cunaxa in 401 BC. When they got nearer, then suddenly there were flashes of bronze and the spear points, and the enemy formations became visible. The two lines were hardly 600 or 700 yards apart when the Hellenes began to chant the battle hymn and moved against the enemy. When firearms came to dominate the battlefield, the advancing infantry had to run the gauntlet of musketry and artillery fire. Captain Charles François was at Borodino in 1812. Our regiment was ordered to advance. When we reached the crest of the ravine, we were riddled with grape shot. Then came the searing volleys of close-range musketry. As the years went by, firepower grew in range and accuracy. In the American Civil War, the experience faced by the foot soldiers as they advanced became grim indeed. On the 3rd of July, 1863, at the height of the Battle of Gettysburg, 15,000 Confederate infantry marched up this gentle slope towards the Union lines at the top. Some shells burst among them long before they neared the crest. But when they were about
200 yards from it, the defending infantry and artillery opened fire simultaneously. Canister from the guns ploughed through the Confederates, and their ranks were raked with massed rifle fire. The advancing soldiers were actually hidden under a cloud of dust, with, in the air above it, all sorts of debris, muskets, knapsacks, portions of bodies.
A Union officer recalled that when the shot and shells struck the advancing infantry, a moan went up from the field, distinctly to be heard amid the roar of battle. About half the attacking troops were hit, and one Confederate later lamented, "We gained nothing but glory and lost our bravest men." 60 years later, infantry had a similar problem on the Western Front as they went forward across no man's land to attack the trenches opposite. It was often a costly business, as Charles Carrington learned.
I knew it would be a very expensive battle. I went into action with 3 officers, myself and 2 others under me, 13 NCOs, and 109 men. And I came back with 1 officer, myself, 2 NCOs, and with 44 men.
Then comes the moment when the infantryman meets his enemy. For centuries, although battle involved thousands of men, combat was a series of individual fights, and most of the damage was done within the short radius of a man's sword arm. Even firearms did not end close combat. In 1689 at Killiecrankie in Scotland, government troops found their muskets and plug bayonets no answer to charging Highlanders, plying dirk and broadsword. Even in the 20th century, there are times when the infantryman finds himself fighting hand to hand, man against man.
When I went into hand-to-hand combat with the enemy, I really didn't like that person, whoever he may be. Consequently, I didn't even think of him as another human being. I just saw him as an enemy that had to be defeated. And at the time that I sunk my bayonet into his body, I didn't really give it too much thought then, but when it come time to pull out my bayonet, I found that it was quite difficult. And so I couldn't do it by just pulling it out, so I had to fire my rifle into his chest so that at the same time I could pull my round out, and I think I wasn't satisfied. I used the butt of my rifle and struck him somewhere on the head, I don't know exactly, to make sure that it was all over, you know. He wasn't coming back at me.
Come on,
The infantryman has got a peculiar ability which really not vested in anybody else. In the middle of a battle, he can take a decision to take cover in a convenient fold in the ground and take no further part in the battle, or he can lie in the bottom of his slit trench when the enemy artillery is pouring down round about him. Or alternatively, he can take the opposite decision, which is to throw his all into a single act of great courage and gallantry. That ability isn't vested with others. If you're in a tank, you go where your tank goes. If you're with an artillery piece, you go where that goes. But this particular ability of the infantryman to make his own decision is something which is peculiar to him.
If in some essentials the experience of the infantryman has changed remarkably little, in one fundamental respect it has undergone a revolution. The personal weapon he uses has altered beyond all recognition. It's the capabilities of that weapon that dictate the sort of battle he faces and fights. Nowadays, he will use and meet something like this. It's a rifle, of course. It's the Soviet-designed Kalashnikov AK-47, perhaps the most common of all 20th century infantry weapons. But it's a comparatively recent phenomenon. For most of war's long history, it was edged weapons that shaped the infantryman's experience.
The Roman legionary relied upon his short sword, the gladius, and spent hours learning how to use it effectively. The historian Josephus wrote that It would not be wrong to describe their drills as bloodless battles and their battles as bloody drills. Men sparred with overweight weapons and wicker shields. It was a rough and bruising business, but it worked. And training like this went on from one end of the empire to the other. Before closing in with the sword, the legionary threw his pilum, a wooden spear with a long iron tip. When it hit a shield, for instance, the pilum penetrated and bent. It was then impossible for the enemy to pull out the spear. It often weighed them down, and they couldn't throw it back. In the centuries that followed the breakup of the Roman Empire, the infantryman lost his mastery of the battlefield. Pride of place went instead to the knight, whose armored shock was to warfare in the Middle Ages what tank attack was to 20th century blitzkrieg. He crashed through the pitiful infantry of the age and feared only his own kind. For sheer weight and hitting power, there was nothing to match him. The English archer changed all that. His weapon was the longbow, made of yew, often with a draw weight of over 100 pounds. It took a strong man to use it. His arrows, tipped with an armor-piercing bodkin point, were lethal at 250 yards. A skilled man could fire between 10 and 20 in a minute. At Crecy in 1346, as at Agincourt 70 years later, the English drew up their army in 3 bodies of dismounted men-at-arms and spearmen, each flanked by archers, who strengthened their position with sharpened stakes. French knights, eager to ride down the outnumbered English, surged forward in a charge which seemed irresistible. But they met an immovable object in the English archers. The chronicler, John Froissart, describes what happened then. The English archers advanced one step forward and shot their arrows with such force and quickness that it seemed it snowed. Bowmen let fly then at large, and did not lose a single shaft, for every arrow told on horse or man. So the knights in the first French battle fell, slain or sore-stricken, almost without seeing the men who slew them. It was not only the bow that brought the foot soldier decisively back into the battlefield. These 2 weapons were the other successful challenge to feudal cavalry, the long spear and the halberd, and it was the Swiss who mastered them. In the 14th and 15th centuries, they formed up in dense masses of spearmen who spitted the cavalry on their pikes. In the center of this thicket of spears stood soldiers armed with halberds, 2-handed swords, or vicious spiked weapons called lucerne hammers. These men stopped the enemy from penetrating the formation and then rushed out to attack him when he wavered. The wounds inflicted by their weapons were horrifying, even by the standards of the day. You can see the effect on this skull, recently dug up from one of the old battlefields. The Swiss gained a sinister reputation for never giving quarter. With the long spear and the bow, the infantry was able to regain its vital role in warfare during these centuries. In many essentials, warfare was now little different from in Greek or Roman times. But a new phenomenon was being introduced that would soon fundamentally change its nature.
the 17th century onwards, the infantryman's life has been dominated by the firearm. Ever since, his tactics have been governed by its changing characteristics, and his training has revolved around the drills required to master it. On the smoky battlefields of the 1600s, the infantryman's firearm was the cumbersome matchlock musket, with an effective range of perhaps 100 yards and a rate of fire of 1 or 2 rounds a minute. The business of priming, loading and firing was slow and painstaking. The musket was heavy, weighing at least 12 pounds, and had to be supported by a forked rest. The musketeer had to keep his match, a length of cord soaked in saltpeter, alight and trimmed. No easy task in wet or windy weather. 17th century infantry formations consisted of a mixture of pikemen and musketeers, and they combined the fire effect of the musket with the physical shock of the pike. The invention of the socket bayonet made the pike obsolete. It fitted over the musket's muzzle, leaving the soldier free to load and fire. Bayonet fights were rare because one side or the other usually ran first. But they certainly happened, as Captain Charles Francois discovered at Borodino. We dashed towards the redoubt and clambered in through the embrasures. I went in just after a piece had been discharged. The Russian gunners received us with handspikes and rammers, and we fought them hand to hand. During the First World War, few soldiers were killed or wounded by bayonets. But for the Australians, with their formidable reputation for toughness, they were a favorite weapon for close combat.
When you're in a trench, you're looking all ways, not knowing which way they're coming. When you're with a bayonet and you're quick enough, you do it quicker than firing.
Right, fire in semicircle, round me!
Modern armies still use the bayonet.
We're running about that set, get in there so you can all see the bayonet! The bayonet is designed to kill. When a bayonet is produced in battle, fixed to a rifle, the enemy, my goodness, it's got a considerable effect on their morale. Now today I'm going to show you how to kill with a bayonet. What's a bayonet used for?
Kill!
To kill what?
Yeah.
With what?
A bayonet!
Well done, forward! Pivot! One thrust at a number of enemy. At the walk, advance! And down! 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 Any questions? Listening everywhere. Pivot! What's the aim?
To kill!
What's the aim? What's the aim?
To kill!
What's the aim? On down! High forward! Front rank, one thrust, a number of enemy. At the double this time. Advance!
Today there are still moments when soldiers meet hand to hand. A few Argentinians died on the bayonet in the Falklands.
Well done! Bring your rifle with you, son. Don't let it go.
Useful though the bayonet may have been, it was the firearm that really mattered. And technology has transformed it.
It was the Industrial Revolution that changed the face of warfare out of all recognition, as indeed it changed so much else. The inventions, the improved technology, and the mass production of the 19th century introduced new, more reliable, more effective weapons. We can get an idea of the scope and variety of the developments in firearms from this pattern room.
This is the Royal Small Arms Factory at Enfield in England, and there are similar establishments in many other countries. Here can be found a prototype or an example of some 4,000 rifles and machine guns from all over the world.
For nearly 200 years, there had been scarcely any significant developments in weaponry, and now suddenly they came with a rush.
From the flintlock musket to the rifle musket of the American Civil War, the French chassepot.
the 303 Lee Enfield, the Vickers medium machine gun, the Bren light machine gun, the German Schmeisser submachine gun, and the new British SA-80. The flintlock Brown Bess was the British musket of the Napoleonic period. The involved process of loading and firing meant the infantrymen fought in line to deliver the maximum firepower.
Fire!
The thin red line was not just poetic fantasy. The rifled musket of the American Civil War had a more reliable percussion lock and fired a conical bullet down a rifled barrel. Yet the process of loading and firing had changed relatively little, and the infantrymen still fought standing up in line. This is Saint-Privat in northeastern France. The date, August the 18th, 1870. France and Prussia are at war. Lined in defensive position along this track is the 70th French Regiment. Coming up the slope, the elite Prussian Guard. They are met by withering fire from the French and blown away like chaff. Within 20 minutes, 8,000 men lie dead and wounded on that slope. A revolution has occurred in infantry weaponry. And the revolution is this, used by the French that day, the chassepot, named after its inventor. The radical innovation lies here. It's a breech loader. It means that the soldier using it can fire, reload, fire again, without ever having to stop or stand up and break cover, as he used to have to do with his old muzzle loader. And the effect also is that it has more than doubled his rate of fire. Moreover, this is a rifled barrel, and it's effective at up to 600 meters. It gave an enormous advantage to the defense. The effect upon soldiers attacking in line abreast was utterly devastating, as the Prussians discovered here to their cost. But tragically, for hundreds of thousands of men in the years to come, and particularly in the First Great War, many commanders failed to learn the lessons of this obscure French meadow. It was with rifles like this British Lee Enfield that the armies of 1914 went to war. Once he had loaded his magazine, the soldier could fire as fast as he could work the bolt. Some regulars could get off 30 rounds a minute at a massed target.
It was a great relief when they did start attacking, or they started advancing towards us in absolute crowds, massed together in crowds, and we opened fire, we were blazing away at them. Well, it was quite a relief to be able to get some of our own back. Up to now, we'd always been at the receiving end, and now for we had an opportunity of getting our own back on them.
I used 4 rifles that morning. They jammed one after the other with the continuous firing. No aiming, just loading and pulling the trigger, you know.
The Vickers, a medium machine gun solidly mounted on a tripod and fed by a belt of ammunition, has been called the concentrated essence of infantry. The German equivalent of the Vickers was the Spandau, and dreaded by the British.
If you imagine a well-placed machine gun, a line of soldiers advancing, well, if the machine gun is to one side and they can shoot straight up the line, well, one burst of fire might hit a dozen or 20 men.
And when you hear the German machine guns, you'd wonder how they missed anybody. Not if they hit anybody, you know, squirming along.
We all hated the damn things because they were so desperately efficient.
Another threat was the grenade, an old weapon revived for trench fighting.
Well, the early ones you had what they call a fusee. They had a little wick on them, and you lit the end of the fuse like a cracker. Then the next bomb come out, it had on the end of that wick, it had a little Vestas top, a match top. And they gave us a matchbox side pinned on there or tied on. And you just struck the bomb head or the Vestas there on it, and it would start to fuse, and off she went. But no one held it much more than it didn't go 4.5 seconds before he got rid of it.
Both sides used an ever-increasing quantity of hand grenades. The German grenade had a stick attached and earned its nickname from its similarity to an old-fashioned potato masher. Some grenades could be fired from rifles. Yet more deadly than grenade or machine gun was the towering rage of the artillery. The sheer weight of fire which bore down upon the infantryman finally drove him underground. Now, this trench in Sanctuary Wood at Ypres has been patched up rather than preserved, but we can still see some of the features that gave trench warfare its own distinctive and ghastly character. The trench was a zigzag, and this was partly so that one single shell burst could not devastate a whole line of trench, and partly so that each bay could be defended if the enemy infiltrated himself into any part of the system. But struggling round these bays, carrying a wounded man on a stretcher, was a painful and exhausting business. Men lived in dugouts, entered by steps leading from the trench. Sometimes these were relatively comfortable, but their occupants had to live with the risk of being buried alive, either if the entrance was blown in or if the whole structure collapsed under a heavy shell. Wooden duckboards covered the bottom of the trench, while pumps tried to keep them from flooding. All too often, though, the trench was deep in mud, water and filth, and infested with ravening rats.
Everybody was lousy, and every time you went to the loo, you'd run your thumb up the seams of your trousers and crack them there. They were going off like a machine gun firing. And everybody was the same. We had the clothes for over 12 months before we had a change. We had a change at Popperinge. Easy 12 months after we'd left England.
This trench would have been deep enough for men to have walked along the middle, like this, without being seen. And on the enemy side ran the fire step, a narrow ridge on which men could stand to fire over the parapet.
There's a ledge behind your back. That's to guard your back, you see, in case a shell falls behind. But actually, it was your table. It was your dining table. And a little cavity there, you see, you used to make a fire in. They put a slight grid in front and cook on top of it. And you were actually supplied with coal and wood to make a fire to cook your food.
These rusty fragments are remnants of the mass of trench stores, rolls of barbed wire, wire pickets, corrugated iron, sandbags and so on, which were an essential part of trench warfare. They helped to make life barely tolerable, but they all had to be carried up from far in the rear by infantrymen, often exhausted, through hundreds of yards of communication trench. Big battles apart, the infantryman lived in his strangely old-fashioned troglodyte world. It had much in common with siege operations in previous wars. That hardy annual body armor reappeared. Steel helmets, some of them with a curiously medieval appearance, were here to stay.
The bright spots in the trenches used to be when it happened to be a lovely fine day and you'd suddenly see a lark spin up into the sky and sing its heart out, and you'd think, my God, don't I wish I was you, you know? And then, of course, too, there were long periods of boredom.
World War I was the epitome of the infantryman's war, forcing him to seek safety in trenches. Since then, the foot soldier has acquired protection of a different sort in the armoured personnel carrier, developed during the Second World War.
Guard, guard, guard!
The APC enables him to keep pace with armour and protects him against bullets and shell splinters. It also helps keep out gas and even nuclear fallout. But there comes a moment when the door opens and the infantryman is on his feet with his rifle in the same unforgiving world that his fathers knew. He has some new weapons to help him meet new threats, just as the longbow harassed the medieval knight. So infantry anti-tank weapons threaten enemy armored vehicles on the battlefield of the 80s. Tanks are a formidable enemy to the foot soldier, but infantry are dangerous vermin too, hard to brush out of the seams of the soil. Indeed, if tanks are to survive in close country or towns, they need their own infantry to protect them. Flamethrowers first appeared in World War I, but they have been a conspicuous feature in all the succeeding wars. The Americans in particular used fire to burn out the stubborn Japanese defenders of the Pacific Islands. And the infantryman has his own artillery, the mortar. It's light enough to be dismantled and carried by its crew, and fires high angle, over obstacles and from behind cover. Its projectile, arriving with a sinister, feathery shuffle, was loathed by soldiers in all armies. And the infantry rifle itself can lay down a weight of fire that the musketeer would never have dreamed of. But whatever weapon the infantryman carries, his war retains its own hard edge. Nothing can free him from his obligation to close and kill. In war, possession is 9 points of the law, and the infantrymen are the bailiff's men. In 1941, on the Eastern Front, the victorious Germans reached Stalingrad. After a devastating aerial bombardment, it was the task of the infantrymen to take the town. But the Germans had underestimated the resistance of the Russian soldier, defending his city block by block, street by street, house by house.
Thousands of sorties of our dive bombers, Stuka bombers, bombed the city, so there was so much rubble you couldn't, even with the tank, you could hardly move. Therefore, we formed small sections, especially fitted with submachine gun. Fighting in a street is a very dangerous affair, because behind any door, behind any window, even from the roof, you get some fire, there are snipers, and the enemy is in a shelter throwing hand grenades. You have to run very fast, or you have to creep. You have to depend on your neighbor. We went creeping and running and supporting one the other, and we threw hand grenades. We fired our submachine guns. So this action took weeks and weeks, and therefore our strength, the division faded out.
The courage and street fighting tactics of the Soviet soldiers finally wore down the endurance and skill of the world's most professional troops. The ruins of Stalingrad became the graveyard of the German Sixth Army. In most World War II campaigns, infantry bore the brunt of the fighting. They formed a quarter of the British Army, but suffered 3/4 of the casualties. The pressure of life in the line was relentless. In Omar Bradley's famous phrase, behind every river was another hill, and behind that hill another river. Each encounter reduced the rifleman's chance of survival. Sooner or later, the chase had to end on a stretcher or in the grave. For the infantryman, the moment came all too often when he had to go forward into the firing line.
May the 23rd was the breakout from Anzio. And a few days before, we were called by the brigadier, and we sat down, and he was telling us, a wonderful moment has happened, we're going to break out of here, and your regiment has been chosen. And then suddenly I found it was my platoon, It was to be the first to have to break out of Anzio. We had to go up to a river bank and hide there. And one of the men whom I most trusted, and who was actually our signals man, he just couldn't bear it any longer. I was very fond of him, but he shot himself through the foot. And so I lost him, and I lost our signals man. And it was a really terrible experience that somebody whom one was very fond of and who one trusted should do that and was betraying us. But luckily, our doctor gave me a Benzedrine, and I think I popped that in. It certainly made an awful lot of difference at the time. And I felt once one actually got going in this final attack, which was a diversionary attack, actually, and the main attack was made by the Americans further south. But you had a great sense of elation. I'm not sure whether it was the Benzedrine that gave me that feeling, but certainly I went across. Then I did this terrible thing. I led the platoon across some open ground and did something that was entirely against all the rules that I had been taught. And we went round, instead of going behind a German machine gun post, we went round in front. And of course, they were all mown down, and somehow I escaped. But it was a thing that weighed on my mind tremendously for years later.
Combat for the infantryman has always been dangerous and confusing. Ammunition Hill is on the outskirts of Jerusalem. In 1967, during the Six-Day War, it was honeycombed with trenches and bunkers and resolutely defended by the Jordanians. The close-range battle to take the hill was a microcosm of infantry combat.
The real problem is to identify where are you, who is shooting at you, from where. The moment you start to move, you get bullets or you get a hand grenade. This is a difficult job. If you hear shouts of your friends that are trying to identify themselves, so by shouting to each other, you create communication. Watch it, I'm here, don't throw a grenade here, let me move forward, cover me, or things of this type. The whole night of fighting here was in the shade of confusion. We were moving forward inside the trenches. Suddenly you discover that what you thought were friends of you who were going behind you were not, but your enemy that was going behind you, not knowing that actually you are ahead of him. And the question was, who would use his senses better to find out actually in every second and every minute of the fight what is actually happening around you. While fighting, you concentrate in what you're doing, you try to survive. You're so busy doing it that you don't have anything else in your mind. There were few moments that were terrifying. First moment that actually you see with your own eyes that your close friends got killed. You see his face, you see his eyes, he's not moving. It's a terrible experience, terrible.
For all its intensity, battle is a comparatively rare event in the infantryman's life. Mostly he must trudge on, weighed down by rifle and pack.
A typical day in the field was usually a hot walk in the sun. You would go out on what they called an operation, combat operation, search and destroy mission, search and destroy, search for and destroy the enemy, or search for and destroy the enemy's supplies or his food. For the most part, you didn't wash, you slept very little on those operations. You ate sea rations out of a can, unheated, dried food. And it was always hot. It was blazing hot. There was a great deal of fear involved. You never knew when something was going to happen. The possibility existed that anybody could step on a mine. You had a certain tour to do. We had 13 months in Vietnam, and the days seemed longer than they were. The time seemed never to go away. The time seemed never to pass. And then there would be a firefight, and you could be in a firefight for 3 or 4 hours, and it felt like 10 minutes. tour of duty in Vietnam as an infantryman was hours and hours of boredom followed by seconds of sheer terror.
It is a timeless description of the infantryman's experience, for his essential features remain unchanging. The weapon, the pack, the helmet, and the eyes that have seen too much of that old, hard world that he knows so well. Tanks form the shock force of modern armies, the iron fist with which 20th century generals batter down an enemy. 100 years ago, it was the cavalry, mounted swordsmen or lancers, who rushed across the battlefield to deliver the decisive blow. On today's battlefields, like here in Israel on the Golan Heights, modern cavalrymen ride to the charge on tracks, behind cannon and armor. Here on this Merkava, the Hebrew word for chariot, you can clearly see the three principles that have been fundamental to the concept of the tank from the beginning: protection, firepower, and mobility. For protection, there's the armor plating, a foot or more thick here at the front end. Uniquely, this tank has its engine also in the nose as added protection for its crew. For firepower, there's the 105mm gun, a weapon that can knock out another tank 2 miles away. There are also 3 heavy machine guns up there on top. Mobility is provided by the 900 horsepower engine underneath here.
It means that this 60-ton monster can travel 20 miles an hour across open country, it can climb a 30-degree gradient, and it can cross 9-foot ditches. These then are the three principles of every tank, and throughout its short history, its success has depended on getting the right balance between them. It was on battlefields 2,000 miles distant from the Golan and 80 years away in time that the idea of the tank was introduced to the military imagination. The First World War crisscrossed the landscape with barbed wire, trenches, and crater fields. Cavalry, which had won quick victories for 2,000 years, was blown from the battlefield in the first few weeks. The Industrial Revolution had made the cavalryman and his horse obsolete, but it had invented new forms of horsepower that unconventional minds realized could be made to take their place. The Caterpillar tractor, seen here in a film of 1908 advertising its usefulness to the farmer, was one of them. Machines like these took hold of the imagination of soldiers like Ernest Swinton. Appalled by his first sight of the Western Front, his mind turned to the tractor as a way through it. On Christmas Day, 1914, he wrote a requirement for a bulletproof vehicle which would roll down barbed wire by sheer weight and support the advance by machine gun fire. It would become the specification for the first tank. This is one of the earliest tanks. It's called the Mark IV and came into service in 1917. Already the three principles are beginning to show up, albeit in rudimentary form. Mobility. On these tracks, it could roll at 3.5 miles an hour. For firepower, Hotchkiss machine guns, and further forward, the 6-pounder. But it was in protection that the British Army was mainly interested. And although its armour was only half an inch thick, it was enough to protect the crew from enemy fire. Fear naught was the motto adopted by the British Tank Corps from the earliest days, in tribute to the tank's bullet-stopping skin. The tank was a revolutionary weapon. To man it on the battlefield demanded a special breed of soldier. One of the pioneers, George Brown, recalls the early days.
There was a crew of 8 in the tank. There was the driver on the primary gears. The officer sat on his left on the handbrakes. I was a Lewis gunner. There were 2 Lewis gunners in each sponson, 2 sponsons on each side of the tank. So it took 4 men to drive the tank. And the other 4 men were just gunners.
Mag switch. Mag on. Check gun.
You were trained to do all the jobs. You were trained on the secondary gears, you were trained on the machine guns, you were trained on the 6-pounder guns, and of course you were trained as a driver.
Good. Gun free and lock. Check gear stick. Neutral. Check clutch. Stand by to start. Stand up. Go. Come on, pull it. 2, 4. Get up!
The story of the tank can be told by looking at how it has mastered each of its 3 principles. Protection first, because it was protection the British Army valued highest. Protection for the tank crews, and protection for the infantry following the paths that the tank crushed in the barbed wire. Tank was the cover name adopted while the machines were being built for the Great British Offensive on the Somme in 1916. On the first day, none were ready. The British advanced unprotected against the German machine guns, and 20,000 British soldiers died. 2 months later, with a handful of tanks, the British won the little Battle of Flers at far less cost in lives.
Once we started to open fire on the Germans, all hell was let loose. High explosive bursting overhead, shells hitting the ground and bursting. When you first opened fire, there was already the rattle of their machine gun bullets and rifle bullets hitting the side of the tank. And unless they were armor-piercing bullets, they didn't penetrate the tank. They just made a dent, that's all.
You heard a rattle on the outside. It was like something hitting a tin can. The machine gun bullets didn't penetrate, but they threw off shale on the inside of the tank. And it used to pit the face with tiny bits of steel, you see, and they used to bleed. You came out looking a bit sorry. They're so well protected. If you had a direct hit, then you can't say anything about it. You've got to suffer that for machine gun fire and that sort of thing. It didn't offer any fear at all. No, your object was to get there and back. You didn't see any fear.
Protection came to obsess the minds of some tank designers. Weight defeats mobility in tank design. That's one of the iron rules. Unless, that is, the size of the gun and ammunition load is reduced. The British Matilda, at the start of World War II, had almost impenetrable armor, but its gun, as a consequence, was practically a toy. The American Sherman avoided this defect. It had a good gun and great mobility. It was indeed almost a perfect design, except for poor protection, as some Sherman crewmen recall.
When we first got them, we thought they were a smashing tank. We did take quite a while in readjusting all the inside pieces to suit our individual tastes. No tank is ever made that suits the whole crew. So you take some pieces out and sew them away, and you put in other pieces, and you alter things around just to suit yourself. Perhaps the metal was a bit thin. We had extra plates welded on the side, right across the ammunition ports. Of course, if you were slightly sideways to the enemy, had a beautiful aiming mark.
It was all hedgerows. We had to go climb over the hedgerows. And every time we show our belly, the Germans would fire 30 millimeters into our belly and blow us up, because that was a very vulnerable spot. The tank around us, our power was all steel, but the belly wasn't that thick. So what they did, the engineers designed a prong, and they welded this onto the front of the tank. So instead of going over the hedgerow, we went through the hedgerow.
But it was the Russians who first hit upon the perfect compromise between a tank's mobility, firepower, and protection. The result was called the T-34. Its qualities astounded German tankmen like Henry Mittelmann.
We found the T-34 a very effective weapon. We were frightened of it. When we met it at the first time, they just drove through our lines, and we had little chance to shoot them because they have this shape in front, while ours are more straight. You could hit ours better than theirs. When you hit them, the thing went off or down below.
German crews manning their early tanks thought the design was good.
They seemed to me something like iron horses. I was proud to belong to Panzer troops. We got the Panzer III and we got the Panzer IV. I saw them driving around. It's a powerful thing to watch, and I thought, yes, to be a member of such an army, that's something to be proud of. So I was looking forward to training.
The Panther, and later the Tiger, were the Germans' answer to their experience of meeting the T-34. They had called for bigger guns and stronger armor, and got them in these powerful machines. But however thick the armor, tank men know they are vulnerable to the right shot.
I drove several tanks and also worked with the infantry and the supporting units, tank supporting units. I personally was always happier when I was in a trench, or that wasn't a nice experience either. But in
In a trench, you could put your head down and you could keep out of the way. In a tank, you were just sitting there and you were relying totally on your luck that you should not be hit.
I think when you looked at the poor bloody infantry outside, you felt at times sort of very affectionate towards your tank, this wonderful steel womb within which you travelled. On the other hand, although that protected you against shell and mortar fire so long as you were inside it, you were, when you moved across open ground, a very large target for the very accurate and effective German guns, and if you had any sort of imagination, you were aware of what would happen when they got you in their sights.
Tanks, of course, have never been able to offer their crews complete protection. Indeed, part of the story of the tank has been the deadly competition of technological development. As soon as one designer comes up with improved armor, others set about trying to find ways to penetrate it. And this is what happens when protection fails. This Israeli tank dump gives us a glimpse of what happens when a shot strikes home, but not the unforgettable sight of a tank catching fire.
For the moment, you see a cloud of smoke goes around it, and then there's nothing, and then all of a sudden, from where the hole is, smoke starts to come, and then the smoke gradually increases. It's just like lighting a bonfire in the garden. Up it goes, the ammunition catches, the petrol catches, and then it's a ball of fire. And when that goes, that's quite a frightening sight.
We got hit with an 88, right in the middle. The two in the front got killed. The tank commander got out. I got out, and I was burnt. I lost a part of my ear, and I was burnt on my arm. Anyway, I rolled off the back of the tank. But the radio operator had to come out after I got out, had to go underneath the gun and come out. He never made it. He was afire already, because the whole tank blew up. We had just reloaded with a full tank of ammunition, 75mm shells plus machine gun bullets. And as he came out, he was aflame. They did him a favor. They sprayed him and they killed him. They finished him.
If a tank had brewed up and any member of the crew was in the tank and they were burnt, that smell of burning is once again a smell that stays with you. Even nowadays, I hate the smell of burning flesh. If the oven gets a bit hot at home and the meat gets cooked a bit too much, I don't like it. It's a horrible smell.
Anti-tank guns grew deadlier as the war went on. The German 88 was the most effective, made all the more lethal because Germans perfected the trick of drawing enemy tanks into its killing zone. The greatest of the tank killing zones of the Second World War was to be laid by the Russians for the Battle of Kursk in July 1943. The Germans codenamed it Operation Citadel and intended it to be the most decisive tank attack so far. They started the assault with 2,700 tanks. The Russians, who had long been expecting the attack, had prepared one of the strongest defensive positions in the history of warfare. 6,000 anti-tank guns and millions of mines. The German fighting machine was ground down by the weight of fire. Then, on the 6th day of the battle, the Russians went over to the offensive themselves, with nearly 4,000 of their own tanks. 1,000 German tanks were destroyed. The carnage at Kursk revealed all too clearly how vulnerable tanks were when they were launched at strong anti-tank defenses. The tactical strike aircraft now became the tank's deadliest enemy. Against the newly developed air-to-ground missile, the tank's armor cracked like snail shells under a bird's beak. Soon, the tank had to fear infantrymen, too, who had acquired a miniaturized anti-tank weapon. A brave soldier could now kill a tank single-handed. The threat of the missile has had its effect on post-war tanks. Now their armor is sloped at steeper angles to deflect attack, gapped to absorb chemical energy, layered to shatter solid shot. But missiles can still do terrible damage, as Israeli Tank Commander General Yossi testifies.
My tank was hit by a Sagar missile, wire-guided missile, on 12 October on Tel Shams in the Golan.
This British swing fire is the equivalent of the Sagar.
We fight with open hatch, and I was with half of my body outside, operating the machine gun. When the missile arrived, I was entangled in the wires. It was a wire-guided missile. And then the second one came. It comes very slowly, like a ball of fire, rolling into your face, explosion in the turret, and then the next thing, the very high heat wave that takes you, and then I felt that I was flying, and the next thing I found myself on the ground, fairly smashed. This explosion, unlike a shell, is not an impact. A shell, and I've been in situations when shells hit my tank, is an impact, fragmentation. The fragmentation that happens, you don't feel. What you feel is this enormous wave of heat around you and this pressure that just blow you out. And if you're lucky, you stay alive to tell the story.
These ruined tanks from 3 Arab-Israeli wars show all too clearly what happens when protection fails. And they are the grim proof of the second principle in every tank's design, firepower. Experience has proved that there is no such thing as total protection. To survive, a tank crew must control the means to destroy its attackers. It must have mighty firepower. Commander, gunner, loader, driver. The first 3 are involved in firing the gun.
When you fire this 105mm gun, the whole turret is filled with explosion, and then a blast of this gunpowder that remain in the gun, and it all comes back to the turret. And after the 3rd shot or the 4th shot, the crew inside hardly breathes, and the gunner has to manage to make corrections of half of a meal within this kind of noise. And it's very, very tough on the individual.
British heavy tanks of World War I were of 2 types. One was armed only with machine guns in its role of supporting infantry. The other, designed to destroy strong points, had machine guns and a 6-pounder naval gun. A7V, Germany's first tank, had 6 machine guns manned by infantrymen and a cannon served by artillerymen. The engines were supervised by sappers. So there was a total crew of 18. With so many men to accommodate, the A7V was a large and clumsy vehicle. Small wonder it did so badly in the first tank-to-tank engagement in history on April the 24th, 1918. Maneuvering to avoid British fire, it overturned and was abandoned by its crew. Appropriately, its opponent was No. 1 tank of No. 1 section, A Company, 1st Battalion, British Tank Corps. Tank versus tank fights, rare in the First World War, became commonplace in the Second. The caliber of the tank's main armament climbed steadily throughout the war, with the Allies lagging behind the Germans.
The British tanks were, throughout the war, undergunned in comparison with the German tanks. To deal with an enemy target, it was necessary to come within something like 200 to 300 yards and place armor-piercing shot either through the turretry of the German tank or through the periscopes.
Against infantry, the tank's firepower was always devastating, especially if it was equipped with a flamethrower, like the Churchill Crocodile.
There was one particular place where we were actually more or less pinned down by even snipers. Every time a tank commander put his head up, he was fired on. I know there was quite a number got head injuries there, and we sent for help. And help came in the form of a flamethrower. One spurt straight up and down the tree, and there was 8 bodies strapped up in the tree, now hanging down loose. We then continued on our journey.
Andrew Wilson commanded such a tank.
We started firing inevitably earlier than we should have done. But we continued flaming right up to the target, and there was a horrible sound, I remember, which I thought could have been the squeaking of the tracks, but in fact were, I believe, the screaming of men. We did, in fact, burn people on that occasion. The sight of the body that the flamethrower had incinerated was particularly horrible.
Since the Second World War, the tank's main gun has become even more powerful. Range finding is far more accurate, and stabilization systems make it possible to fire on the move.
The gun, which is a major weapon system, the 2 machine guns, in our case the 3 machine guns, the mortar that we put, the immediate smoke, the hand grenades, the personal weapon systems that you hold, all this give you, with your 3 other crew members, firepower equivalent to a full infantry company. You can really aim this fire, and that's the main role of the tank, to move around the battlefield and to bring this firepower under the possession of 4 people, directed to one target, and win the battle.
Movement was the aim with which the tank visionaries began. They saw a battlefield on which movement was all but impossible. An armored machine seemed to promise the means of restoring mobility to the soldier. But could those pioneers have even glimpsed the astonishing speed and agility that their brainchild would attain?
Well, the third principle that underlies the concept of the tank, and is the principle that's done more than anything else to change the face of battle in the 20th century, is its mobility. I'm standing in the turret of Challenger, Britain's latest main battle tank, and we just came down a section of that track behind us at over 45 miles an hour. Despite its 62 tons of all-up weight, the Challenger will also go over the roughest terrain very fast indeed, either forwards or, if necessary, backwards. It's tanks like these and their predecessors that have given back to commanders that element of shock that they lost when cavalry disappeared from the battlefield.
The tank reintroduced movement into modern warfare after the stalemate of the First World War, even if the speeds of the early tanks pale into insignificance compared to the modern tank. On no battlefield of the First World War did the tank really make good its potential as an instrument of mobility. At first, it was used in numbers too small to count. Then it was misused, launched in the spring of 1917 into a battlefield that had been shelled into a bomb. At Cambrai in the autumn of 1917, when tanks were used en masse for the first time, cooperation with the infantry broke down. The attack, brilliantly successful at the outset, finally failed. At Amiens in 1918, the greatest of the tank battles of the war, it was the tanks themselves which failed to live up to their promise. They proved too slow and too unreliable. They undoubtedly terrified the Germans, but they did not demonstrate that they were a decisive instrument of breakthrough. With the victory of the Allies, the traditional High Command thought that trench warfare would not happen again, so the importance of the tank was downgraded. The Americans even abolished the tank corps after 1918. In France, the infantry and artillery fought for control of the tanks, and the infantry won. This meant tanks became the infantry's handmaiden. In the British Army, the tank corps, though well established by 1926, was resented, especially by the cavalry. The conservative military leaders of the day saw the tank's job as supporting the other arms in the various roles once carried out, as the battle developed, by the cavalry.
You had a sort of period of skirmishing as you approached the enemy, in which you had light forces, which in the very old days had been cavalry, who told you where the enemy were while you made up your mind whether or not you were actually going to accept battle and how you were going to accept it. And then you had a major battle in which the infantry took a classic part. And they saw tanks as being required for two things: to act as sort of light cavalry, in which case you wanted light tanks, and to act in support of the infantry in the main battle itself, and also to act, as cavalry was used in the Middle Ages and beyond, as a sort of shock action at a crucial part in the battle which had been created by the infantry fighting.
Yet it was two British military thinkers, Basil Liddell Hart and General Fuller, who proposed the idea of the tank revolution. They argued that the tank was the key to the military future, and that far from being anyone's handmaiden, the tank was destined to be the queen of battle, around which all other arms would be organized. Their views aroused as much official enthusiasm as the arrival of a horse butcher at a cavalry barracks. In Germany, where defeat had shattered the power of vested interests, Liddell, Hart and Fuller found a hearing. Germany had been forbidden tanks by the Versailles Treaty, but the army had experimented with them in secret. By 1933, they had a few prototypes. When they were demonstrated to Adolf Hitler, he exclaimed with delight, "That's what I need. That's what I want." He lavished money on the German Panzer arm, so that by 1939, it could field 10 tank divisions. They were organized to attack, as Fuller and Little Hart had taught, in a compact mass, supported overhead by clouds of tactical aircraft. Their aim was to create irresistible shock on a very narrow front and break in. Once break-in had been achieved, breakthrough was to be completed by finding and exploiting the weak spots inside the enemy positions. It would spread panic and cause psychological as much as material damage. Blitzkrieg, the Germans called the new concept, lightning war. Blitzkrieg struck down Poland first, and then Holland, Belgium, and France. But it was in Russia that Blitzkrieg achieved its most spectacular effects. The world will hold its breath, boasted Hitler at the outset of Operation Barbarossa in June 1941. 3 army groups, each tipped by the cutting edge of a Panzer Corps, broke through the Red Army. 300, 600, 900,000 Russian soldiers and their equipment were swallowed up at a single gulp. Blitzkrieg had changed the face of warfare.
I remember when we took Rostov, for instance, with the tanks, and I was one of the first tanks who drove into Rostov when we took the city away from the Russians. To have conquered a town, to go into the town square, and then there were all the burned out trams were lying around, and you got out of your tank, you were black from all the oil and dust and things flowing around. You had taken a town, you have beaten the enemy, you are the master of it. Okay, a few of them got killed, of your own mates or so. You went over to the other crews and you were laughing again, and then one quickly forgot all the horror things.
In the western desert of North Africa, the Germans also waged a war of movement against the British, though not one they had all their own way. The British were acquiring better tanks and becoming expert in using them. In Europe, the Americans too quickly grasped the secrets of tank warfare. When the Allies descended on Normandy in 1944 to begin the liberation of France, they proved to the Germans that they too had mastered the tactics of breakthrough. Overwhelming air power was part of the secret, widespread use of radio the other.
The magic ingredient for even the tanks themselves to be controlled was the development of being able to use radio sets down to every individual tank on the move.
Pulled back, and they looked as if they...
Here on the plains of Germany, British tank crews in their chieftains developed the difficult art of communicating by radio.
Charlie, this is a warning order. Alpha, 3 tanks, grid, 612 783. Mission to destroy. Wait, Charlie, right flanking. The Delta. Call sign of 10, 30, and 40. To move around Firebase. Call sign of 10, current location. Call sign 20 with this call sign will mask and prevent enemy movement.
The other 10 tanks in your company, them you have to control through radio. It's very difficult. You have to convey to them through some metallic voice all the emotions, all the energy that you want them to carry in the situation where they face the enemy, and you want them to be placed in the right position, because sometimes 2 meters makes a difference.
1112, good 612, 783. Next fire position is just to the left of the barn on the barn.
0, this is Oscar 10. I've now moved out into position. We'll be able to see this contact.
The problem, of course, as with any military command, is to know what's going on and to be able to see as far as possible. Very seldom possible to see where everybody was. You are the whole time concentrating on what is going on the radio. as well as using your own eyes and your own feel about all the noises going on. And of course, you are on the radio forwards as well as backwards.
Oscar 20, this is Sarah, reference your contact. At 1112, 612-783, confirm one tank, that's the Cape 7. Oscar 20, at the moment. Oscar 21 is moving round, over. Sarah, roger, aye.
As the Second World War drew to its climax, the tank began to fall victim to attrition, the very sort of warfare it had been conceived to overcome. Vast production was matched by vast losses. The British and Americans, who produced 30,000 tanks in 1943, found they needed all that came off the factory line. The Russians manufactured 15,000, but suffered losses at a comparable rate. But this industrial war was one the Germans could not win. Though astoundingly they produced 6,000 tanks in 1943, they could barely make good their losses. Kursk had been a terrible blow for them, the first and greatest of the attrition battles. The British equivalent was Operation Goodwood, where they lost 300 tanks in 2 days. It was their great tank offensive designed to break out of Normandy in 1944, and it failed. In the Battle of Berlin, the Red Army lost 2,000 tanks and assault guns in 3 weeks fighting. The Israelis have sometimes been able to recapture the exhilarating pace of blitzkrieg in their wars against the Arabs. But increasingly they too have found that mass tank battles on narrow fronts kill crews and fill tank graveyards in the same way that the Western Front killed infantry. The tank has also proved to have its limitations. In built-up areas, in close country, in the jungle, as the Americans found in Vietnam, it is all too vulnerable to close-range weapons handled by a hidden enemy. Yet the whole experience of tank warfare, good and bad, has made the men who live in and fight from these armored monsters a breed apart from other soldiers.
The noise is terrific. It's not only the noise of the engine and of the tracks or of the gunfire outside or of your own gun. It's also the noise that's coming through your headphones, the mush, which can be absolutely piercing. It was also, of course, very closed in. It didn't do to be claustrophobic. There was total confusion. It's what Clausewitz called the fog of war. I mean, it was really very literally there in my experience.
Every battle is chaotic. When you are in a tank, especially as a driver, and you don't see very much, it is chaotic. You get new orders every few minutes, a little bit to here, a little bit to there. As an infantry soldier, there's a certain purpose in it. You see what you are doing. You can defend yourself. Having no vision of what is going on around you, that creates a chaotic condition in your mind.
When you were in action, the tank commander was either sitting on a very, very small seat or mainly standing up. If you were standing up, you could, average chap could just about look over the edge of the cupola. And you'd be standing there for about 12, 14 hours during the day in the summer. In that time, you got very little exercise in yourself. And we found to start with, we were getting something that was called tank commander's legs. The legs just became very swollen between the knees and the ankles. It was very, very painful. You daren't take your boots off. If you took your boots off, you'd never get them back on again.
It's horrible. I disliked it all the time. One never admits it, really. One always tries to tell, as a young soldier, heroic stories, but the smell and the noise. In summer, it's very hot. In winter, it's very cold.
When the winter came on, if you were feeling a little hungry, you could shove potatoes down the exhaust pipes of the tank and let them rumble away in the silencers for a minute or two, and then you revved up the thing, you held a bucket there, you had a bucket full of beautiful roast potatoes, or things like that, and against orders we were always brewing up tea on our petrol cookers inside the tank. But the big problem when we were in action for a long time, perhaps 3 or 4 hours, and you were completely closed down, you couldn't get out, of course, how did you pee? And the only way to cope with this problem was that you shoved a 75mm round into the gun, you fired off the round in the direction of Germany, you got out the shell case, and you used that. But you had to be very careful because these shell cases were very hot when they came out of the breech.
The only toilet you had was your steel helmet. You use it for anything and everything, besides shaving. But you also use it for your toilet, you open up your little cubby hole, and out they went and went back on your head again.
On operations, which of course was most of the time in Normandy and Northwest Europe, we would sleep at night under a canvas bivouac beside the tank if we bothered to put that up. I mean, often we would just sort of sleep on the ground on our ground sheets, sometimes under the tank, because that offered a degree of safety, though there were people who told horrid tales of tanks having sunk into the ground and killed people.
Hey, go on.
Okay.
Go, Matt. Come on, Matt.
When you're in the tank, it's like a snow. You're carrying your own house around with you. Everything you want is with you. You've got to carry on the tank all your belongings that you need stacked somewhere on the tank. Your blankets, your ground sheet.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
We had our tank adapted. On the front was these brackets. We had little ammunition boxes with all our personal bits and pieces in there. The odd bottle of whiskey or two when we got the chance. That was in there as well.
The other brew, Mother. Cheers. Yeah. Cheers, Dave.
All our pockets were full of coffee. We didn't bother putting in ammunition because the coffee was important in the morning. You're cold, you want a cup of coffee. The infantrymen used to love us for that. They'd bang their rifle on a tank and shove in their cup through the porthole, and we'd heat up the water for them, and they'd have hot coffee. So they used to love that, you see.
All right, tell mate. You going up with that too? Yeah, we'll be going anyway for it.
We ate together. It was immediately possible to spot the best cook in the crew or in the troop. And we shared the same mess tins. We often passed the same mug around. We ate with the same knives and forks. All these inhibitions of peacetime went. I mean, we were as close as men could be to each other, and without any sort of sexual connotation. This was a matter really of loving people with whom you worked, and I don't think it too much of a hyperbole to say that that is what did exist in the tank crew. It was love in the best sense of the word.
The tank is, and seems likely to remain, the principal instrument of ground warfare. Its enemies may increase, but despite the risks and threats that menace the tank today, most experienced veterans of armored warfare believe in the tank's future.
My view is that the tank is going to be with us for many, many years to come, but it might change its shape. It might be a little bit different than it looks now, but the concept of a mobile platform that brings into the battlefield 3 dimensions. The protection. First, the firepower on board of this protection with the mobility is going to last with us for as long as the wars will continue in the land.
The real problem on the battlefield of today, as it has been all down the centuries, is how to go forward in the face of the enemy. It is not an easy thing to do. The development of weapons systems in all armies tends to favor the defense, tends to make it very difficult to go forward from where you are towards where the enemy is. That is what the tank was originally produced for, and that is what the tank is primarily required for now, is a means of getting firepower forward from one place to another in the face of very considerable fire from the enemy. Now, you're not going to be able to do that without any arm around you. You're not going to be able to do it just in a bulletproof vest. You're not going to be able to do it in a helicopter, which is very vulnerable on the battlefield. You will therefore require a form of mobility which will get you over the ground, which must be mechanical, because if you're going to take any protection with you, that's got to be moved by mechanical means. The problem for the tank in the future will be just what sort of firepower it's got to carry with it.
An air force is a symbol of standing in the modern world, and air power is an essential element in a state's ability to make war. These high-performance fighters are Kaffirs, the home-produced aircraft of the Israeli Air Force. Over the last 30 years, that Air Force has won a formidable reputation in air-to-air combat. Its units are equally skilled in the direct support of Israeli soldiers on the ground, skills which were amply demonstrated against the Egyptians in 1967.
This is Beersheba in the Negev Desert in southern Israel. And these are some of the fighters and bombers that took part in those 3 devastating hours that annihilated the Arab air forces and paved the way to an Israeli victory in 1967. Air power effectively won the Six-Day War. But in the long history of warfare, the pilot is a comparative newcomer. It's 75 years since soldiers took to the air, and less than 50 since they made their presence felt on the battlefield. Now, aircraft are a crucial element in any modern army.
The pilot is the most highly trained of all modern fighting men, and his role is that of single combat, to pit his skills against another man-at-arms in the battlefield of the sky.
Only thing that you hear is a lot of noise that comes from your earphones, the commanding of the whole controlling net that are in the air. You don't hear the shooting. Maybe you can hear your shooting, your strafing of your cannon, but you don't hear the hits, you don't hear the shouts, you don't see the face, and you don't see the blood of the enemy in front of you. And you are up above, very far away, and you can keep yourself very far away from the battle.
But some airmen, like the crews of these German Stuka dive bombers of the Second World War, are deeply involved in the battle on the ground, and the effect they achieve can be devastating.
We were lying out waiting for this craft to come in to pick us up when a German Stuka came over and dive bombing and machine gunning the beaches where we were all laid out on stretchers. That was absolutely terrifying. I was convinced I was going to get it, having got so far with the idea of being in nice clean sheets back in Blighty. I thought, my God, they're going to get me after all.
Napalm is the latest horror in the armory of ground attack. And in 1968, when the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong surrounded the American base at Khe Sanh, aerial bombardment helped to end the siege.
The siege didn't end with some sort of a dramatic battle, but rather with the NVA simply melting away. I'm convinced that he melted away because we used an awesome amount of firepower, particularly air power on him. He was bombed into submission, in essence. There were more bombs dropped in the immediate area of Khe Sanh during the siege than there had been on Germany in 1943.
Vietnam was an air war for the American Army in another way. It was the first war in which ground troops in large numbers were moved by aircraft directly into the heat of action.
We had to go out and find out where the Viet Cong and NVA were. And the only way to do that was to go out into areas which were heavily foliated and difficult to really see anything without getting right down on top of it. And the idea was once you got right down on top of it, the VC or the VC NVA, they would see you and they would open up on you. As soon as you knew where you were taking fire, you informed the gunship, and then you broke in that direction, and then they rolled in and put down suppressive fire. Then we would send the infantry in to check out to see what we found.
Aircraft have had another vitally important effect upon the nature of modern warfare. They've brought greater mobility to armies, and they've enabled commanders to send specially trained troops far behind enemy lines quickly and with complete surprise. Today, helicopters like this Puma are fairly commonplace in armies, but they're only the latest means of sending troops by air. The idea of the airborne soldier goes back a long way. They jumped into battle in their thousands by parachute. And that's perhaps why, because of their special skills, in most armies, the paras are regarded as a special and elite unit.
Soldiers dropping from the skies were a feature of World War II and Korea. Their chief weapon was surprise. Their fighting tradition was formidable, as it had to be, given the odds they faced. And it was the Germans who were the first to commit paratroopers to action en masse.
The parachute soldiers in any army in the world are always a certain elite.
They stick together, they kept good discipline, and they had everywhere a wonderful spirit. Our soldiers, our non-commissioned officers, we commanders all together, we are one family. We meet, we were helping each other, are good comrades, are good soldiers, are trained to obey orders. Everybody wants to serve his country. There was a lot of patriotism.
All parachutists begin their training on the ground. They are hardened in careful steps to the shock of the jump, the slipstream, and the landing. They must also prepare for their type of operations with great care. By 1941, the German parachutists had taken part in 2 great campaigns, in the West and in the Balkans. And then in May of that year, they planned for their riskiest venture, the assault on Crete. Codenamed Mercury, the operation was to be the first attempt of the airborne age to seize a large objective with parachute troops.
As we saw Crete from the air, I was from time to time with these pilots in the cockpit and had a good view. We had quite clear weather. Naturally, everybody wants to show up that he is a proud soldier, but in fact, I wouldn't be honest if I was not admitting that everybody in fact was afraid. This was a situation where we started singing even. We admitted that all of us, we were afraid. And the singing in the plane was more or less show business. You give each other courage.
We dropped down like, how shall I say, like a bag of potatoes. Huh? We always had to stand, hold on the door, and jump head first. Spread your arms, keep yourselves in the balance, and jump out towards the wing. There you're frightened. Everybody is frightened, you know. But you hope for that bang. Once you're out, you hear that bang on top of you. And that's a relief, now your chute is over.
But a safe landing is not enough to make a parachute jump a success. The individual paratrooper has to begin fighting hard as soon as he hits the ground.
The individual is more important than the unit after landing in the first, say, 20 minutes. You must have good soldiers, weak boys and so, and they don't have an aim and they are no patriots, you can forget them. And there was the most heavy fighting. The biggest fighting was around the airport in Mallemes.
The airport was the key. The Germans finally took it and opened the way for their transport aircraft to bring in reinforcements. Had the British held the airport, they could have isolated the German parachutists and destroyed them at leisure. As it was, supported by stronger forces, the Germans went on to the offensive and victory.
We occupied at least this hill of Mallemes, and then more or less the whole island was in our hand. But we had heavy, heavy losses. And I think the whole German general staff was astonished about these losses. I think the whole airborne philosophy was changed after this experience of Crete.
So heavy were the German losses that Hitler never again risked using his elite airborne divisions in mass drops. The British, who had suffered a humiliation, were driven to the opposite decision, to create airborne forces of their own. The Americans made the same decision. Soon, both armies were training thousands of men to take to the air, leap into space, and wage war on the enemy's own ground.
My first combat jump, of course, was Normandy. In getting ready, we did have a lot of equipment, and the equipment that we carried was divided up among the men because we, say the bazooka men, We could not expect the bazooka man to carry his bazooka and all the rockets that were necessary. Basically, each rifleman carried like 2 bandoliers of ammunition, a full cartridge belt full of ammunition, fragmentation grenades, at least 3 days supply of K-ration food, and about 2 or 3 days supply of D-ration food. We were self-sufficient. We carried our own medical supplies. Plus we had like Hawkins mines, detonating caps, TNT. I carried also a machete and a trench knife. So at the time we were putting our chutes on, we had help from the Air Force. They sent men around. We had so much equipment on that we had to lie on the ground in order to fasten the belly band on our reserve chute and have one man stand on our back while another one would fasten the belly band. And then we couldn't get up. We had to have help to get up. I weighed 143 pounds and I was carrying 150 pounds of equipment.
Normandy was the first of 4 great Allied airborne ventures in the reconquest of Western Europe. The second took place in the south of France in August 1944. The third, a heroic failure, was codenamed Market Garden. Its objectives were the bridges over the Meuse and the Rhine at Nijmegen and Arnhem, the notorious Bridge Too Far. The last operation was the successful attempt on the Rhine in March 1945, Operation Varsity.
It was a big operation. It involved the 6th Airborne Division, the British Division, and the 17th United States Airborne Division. It was a part of a very, very big operation. This was the last sort of ditch across the Rhine, and so everybody knew that it was going to be a very big thing.
It was an operation in which gliders were used in the largest numbers ever seen. But gliders were tricky. But they afforded airborne troops the means to bring equipment too heavy to parachute directly to the landing zone. The operation began with a heavy aerial bombardment the night before the crossing. A smoke screen was laid to cover the assault. Then the assault boats set off across the open waterway to make contact with the parachutists and glider infantry who were about to land behind the enemy lines.
Well, I shall never forget the 24th of March, 1945. First, it was the most brilliant early spring day I could remember. Sun shining, blue sky, not a cloud. Second, I was terribly apprehensive because I'd knocked my knee playing rugger a week or so before the operation. And the doctor decided I wasn't fit to jump, therefore I had to go by a glider. First glider trip in my life. Took off from Woodbridge in Suffolk in the early morning in this huge Hamilcar glider towed by a Halifax bomber. We were carrying a Bren gun carrier in the front with 2 chaps aboard. 12 or 14 wicker panniers full of ammunition of all sorts, heavy natures, 3-inch mortar, HE, and then in the back of the glider was my Jeep.
On the journey there, we saw all these other aircraft in the sky. There was a fighter protection, and then we flew in these huge big Vic formations across into Germany. As we crossed over the Rhine, there was a tremendous amount of flak coming up.
Airborne formations always try to avoid landing in defended zones. At the Rhine, there was no alternative, and losses from anti-aircraft fire were cripplingly heavy.
I was jumping number 3 that time, but when I looked over the shoulder of the number 1, you could see the tracer bullets passing up by the door. I certainly felt vulnerable in the aircraft, and I was very anxious to get out of it. I was more afraid that I would be in the aircraft, trapped, would be hit and catch fire, than I was to get out through the door and jump into the flak. The sky was full of aircraft, full of parachutists, tremendous amount of flak. One had never witnessed such a sight before. I should think to the German on the ground, it was a pretty terrifying experience for him.
2 parachute divisions dropped to seize landing zones for the gliders which would bring their reinforcements.
Eventually, we saw the ribbon of the Rhine below us. We cast off from the tug 2,500 feet, and the glider went down, and then suddenly everything opened up. I was hit several times in the face and head, but I was so keyed up that I didn't know I'd been hit until I felt something wet running down my face. And then this awful ammunition packed in straw, suddenly saw smoke coming from it, and it was on fire. And of course we didn't carry parachutes and gliders. I kept going down and thinking, what shall I do? And I remember reciting the 23rd Psalm. And I had a tremendous experience then. As I got halfway through the psalm, I suddenly had this tremendous feeling of peace come over me. Peace, didn't matter. I might have been going to Brighton for a day out. And all the fear which I'd experienced earlier on left me. All I can remember was sitting in my Jeep with my driver, instead of flattening out, crashing. And the plane seemed to be going one side, which led me to believe that one wing had come off, and we went straight through the glider in our Jeep.
The Germans fought hard to hold their last defensive obstacle in the west, but the British and Americans overcame the opposition to make a joyous reunion with their ground troops. They, however, had suffered disastrous losses from anti-aircraft fire and bad landings on smoke-obscured landing zones. These losses were so heavy that gliders henceforth were to lose all favor with armies. By 1945, even parachuting was falling under a shadow of doubt. Its risks were so high that operational success had too often turned on luck rather than judgment for a general's peace of mind. The appearance of the helicopter eliminated many of the risks that had bedeviled parachute operations. It did not need an airfield to pick up its load of troops, and it delivered them precisely where the commander wanted. So was born, during the Vietnam War, the tactics of search and destroy. Ground and air patrols looked for the enemy. When he was found, the helicopter fleets brought up the infantry who would attack him in his hiding places. Heliborne troops, unlike parachutists, landed soft, and landed light too, because the helicopter carried their kit and would be back. But once on the ground and advancing to contact, the heliborne soldier had to fight as skillfully and bravely as his parachuting predecessor. The Viet Cong enemy hid himself cunningly, was a master of ambush, and defended his position with tenacity. His unseen presence lent an almost unbearable menace to the silence of the jungle. When contact was made and the firefight broke out, the contrast was shattered.
All right, who's wounded? All right, give me some cover.
In Vietnam, heli-borne soldiers were part of a unit called the Air Cavalry, and their bond with their supporting aircraft was particularly close and constant. Radio signals and smoke canisters conjured up air power to deluge the identified enemy positions with rocket and gunfire. An indispensable part of the team was the spotter pilot. His light observation plane circled overhead to check and record the results of the action and call in help if needed. In fact, spotting was the first job military aircraft ever did. Aircraft first proved their value to soldiers as a means of observation. In September 1914, Lieutenant Watteau of the French Army was flying on a reconnaissance mission near Paris in a Blériot monoplane exactly like this one. The fate of all Europe was hanging in the balance as German armies advanced across France, and even Paris itself was threatened. Lieutenant Watteau saw long columns of men marching across the countryside and quickly returned to report what he'd seen. To the French High Command, his news was vital confirmation of the change in the German plan. It enabled General Joffre to reach an historic decision. Gentlemen, he told his staff, we'll fight them on the Marne. Well, the Battle of the Marne stopped the Germans and saved France. The first military aviators observed the enemy with the naked eye, but aircraft were soon equipped with cameras, which brought back evidence that could be scrutinized at leisure. Evidence in camera was particularly valuable once trench warfare set in. Aerial photographs revealed every twist and turn in the enemy's front, every gun position, every dugout entrance, every shell hole. Millions of photographs were taken and turned into maps, which provided the soldiers on the ground with daily information. Commanders had finally achieved the ability to see what was happening on the other side of the hill.
They told the whole story, really. A photograph of the German front lines and their artillery positions were vital to our army intelligence people before they made an attack, because they wanted to know the whole trench system before they went over, and they wanted to know where the machine gun posts were, and they wanted to know where the artillery was and how close it was behind the front lines. In fact, they wanted the whole picture. It was a very dangerous game, and everybody knew the photographic boys themselves and their escorts were people who got the biggest losses, I think, in those periods.
Photographic reconnaissance continued into the Second World War. Better cameras brought back vital information about the latest enemy movements and defensive positions. And now the aircraft, like these mosquitoes, flew higher and faster. The manned plane has given way in today's wars to pilotless reconnaissance drones, of which the Israelis are pioneers. The operator sits safely at base, observing the battlefield and its moving targets by remote-controlled television. In this way, commanders can now get their information as it happens, and not after the inevitable delays caused by bringing back and developing photographs. This intelligence is crucial in pinpointing targets for aircraft in their other supporting role, ground attack. Ground attack was the role that Hitler chose especially to assign to his Luftwaffe, when, in defiance of the Versailles Treaty, he revived German air power in 1935. Instead of training for home defense or long-range bombing attacks, like the British and the French, the Luftwaffe practiced to support the army's infantry and tanks in great campaigns of territorial conquest.
In May 1940, a new age dawned here in the valley of the Meuse outside Sedan. The Germans had invaded France 2 days earlier and rolled with little trouble to the far bank. But the French were confident the Meuse would stop them. No engineers, they believed, would ever throw a pontoon bridge over the river here, not in the teeth of the French defenses. For on this bank, the French had concrete redoubts, artillery, interlocking fields of fire. Well, they were wrong. When the German attack came, it was out of the sky. On the morning of May 12, 1,500 Luftwaffe strike aircraft, many of them the terrible Stuka dive bombers, hurled themselves at the defenses strung along the ridge. They had done it in 1939 to the Polish cavalry. No one had learned anything. Now they were doing it to French concrete. By nightfall, the bridge was across the Meuse and the German tanks rolled onwards. The French Ninth Army was crumbling. Hitler's blitzkrieg would crush the mighty France in less than a month. Tactical air power was here to stay. Effective ground-air cooperation was at the heart of Germany's success in the 1940 blitzkrieg. Dive bombers opened the way for the army's tanks and their supporting artillery. And when the enemy broke and fled, the Luftwaffe strafed their columns to destruction. When the tide turned, the Allied pilots proved as pitiless as the Germans in harrying the enemy from the air. They had far more aircraft at their disposal, and better aircraft, particularly the heavy, long-range P-47 Thunderbolt. It was particularly suited to interdiction, that is, cutting the enemy's lines of communication. This is the American 65th Fighter Squadron, flying from Corsica, taking part in the operation codenamed Strangle. The 65th is on its way to attack the supply columns keeping alive the German army on the Italian mainland. Frank Mander was a pilot flying one of these Thunderbolts.
The opinion at the time was that we were not going to be able to dive bomb and strafe in that thing because it was just too unwieldy. Actually, it turned out to be a very beautiful machine. It could take a lot of punishment, had a lot of firepower, and did an excellent job. The target is a bridge, and our mission is to interdict the bridge by dive bombing. So we would take then a squadron of perhaps 12 to 16, maybe 20 aircraft, and divide the squadron into flights of 4, with the leader being on the bottom and the flights stacked up then on the top. As you approach the target, of course, everybody gets lined up depending on whether you're going to attack it from the left or from the right. When the leader gets over his target, then he rolls over, calls a tally-ho, and dives down. After then, of course, his wingmen all follow, then the flights follow in sequence. As you roll over, then you maneuver around to where you're almost going straight down on your target. And as you're almost in the vertical position, then you release your bombs and pull out of your dive. You're primarily concerned as you're going down with following your path down to the target. Otherwise, you're going to be off. After the dive bombing run, then the flights pull back up again to altitude and reform. From there, then you will either return home or strike out then on targets of opportunity. Your main mission is to really just hit anything that moves. So we would simply shoot them off the road.
Safe return from combat brought exhilarating release from stress. And pilots often celebrated their return to Mother Earth with exultation.
To the muddy soldier in the trench, they seemed like another race, aloof, privileged, almost immortal. Yet death came often for aircrew, and came in its most painful and loathsome forms, by falling from great heights, or, worst of all, by fire. Despite the threat of a terrible death, the young and the brave were never deterred from volunteering to fly. These Typhoon and Tempest pilots of the RAF saw themselves as setting off on a great adventure, the assault on Hitler's Europe, which they were to help make a victory. Years later, the Israeli Air Force learned the lessons of the reconquest of Western Europe, that the tactical use of air power is a key ingredient of a successful ground campaign. On the first day of the Six-Day War in 1967, its pilots set out to destroy the Arab air forces on the ground. By noon, they had achieved their total devastation. The Israeli pilots were then free to support the advance of the army on the ground. In Sinai, they caught the retreating Egyptians at the Mitla and Gidi passes and piled their vehicles into burning heaps.
Looking down from the air, the Mitla looked somewhat like an old cowboy movie where you would see the caravan, this enormous, long, train-like looking thing winding itself through the desert. I flew over it. It was very sad. Looking down and seeing remains of burnt-out vehicles, thousands, literally thousands of vehicles that were not going to go anywhere anymore. It looked like an enormous scrapyard.
The Israeli army also learned to use tactical aircraft as flying artillery, to be called upon whenever the infantry were held up by some point of resistance they could not overcome with their own weapons. The Israeli Air Force became, in the words of one officer, a subcontractor for any platoon commander in difficulties. In Vietnam, the American Army used air power in the same way, talking aircraft directly onto the target.
had this incredible amount of armament. I could pick up a radio and literally have 4 jets with 500-pound bombs, with napalm, with 20-millimeter cannon at our beck and call. So that was a good feeling that if we got into a lot of trouble, if there was a big firefight, and we could just pull back and call in air support, call in an airstrike, call in artillery. But the planes would come in and bomb, they would drop napalm, and you didn't have to. I mean, the theory behind it, in my opinion, was never send a man where you can send a bomb or a bullet.
When you roll in and drop your bombs, about all you're thinking about is the fact you're destroying a thing, a military target, something that needs to be destroyed in order to help the fight, say, in South Vietnam. When we return from a mission, you never think about actually the fact you might have killed someone down there.
Psychologists have coined a term for this phenomenon, the morality of altitude. Ethics apart, the effects were disorientating.
We had surrendered to us an NVA soldier. We hadn't been standing there watching him in the trench more than a couple of minutes before one of our own jet aircraft flew over at some distance from the hill. Whereupon this man literally dissolved into shaking and uncontrolled reaction to just the sound of that jet going overhead. We found that, for instance, if we simply clapped our hands, the man would defecate standing there. He was psychologically destroyed by the constant heavy bombing.
Individuals can be broken by the terror of a bombing attack. But it is more difficult to unhinge the spirit of a nation. The Germans failed in 1940 to blitz the British into submission. The Allies failed in their turn to beat the Germans into surrender by strategic bombing. In Vietnam, the US Air Force, confining its attack to economic targets, found that it could crater rice paddy and lay waste forest by the acre, but not subdue the will of the population to carry on the fight. The whole of North Vietnam became an anti-aircraft position, from which many American aircraft failed to return. And when their bombs did strike home on targets of importance, the ant-like energy of the Vietnamese peasant was engaged to repair the damage. High explosives scattered earth and stone to the winds. Human muscle returned it to its place. In the contest between high technology and stubborn resistance, stubbornness won the race. In a country where transport was relatively unsophisticated, good interdiction targets were hard to come by. Nowhere was the US Air Force more frustrated than in its efforts to cut the Tan Hoa Bridge, 70 miles south of Hanoi. It was an important transport link. Between March 1964 and October 1968, no less than 700 sorties were flown against it, but the bridge always remained open. Finally, 4 years later, and then only by the use of laser-guided 2,000-pound bombs, was it damaged and subsequently closed. Along the Ho Chi Minh Trail, North Vietnam's main supply route to the south, the Americans bombed a wasteland 20 miles wide and hundreds of miles long. But the supplies always found a way through the crater zone. It was a telling illustration of the indecisive effect of air power alone. The Vietnam War had seemed, nevertheless, to indicate that at least one type of aircraft, the helicopter, would have a central role in future warfare. The United States Army has built a whole new formation around the helicopter and on the concept of air mobility. This is the 101st Airborne, which is part of the Air Assault Division. It began as a parachute unit in World War II and fought from helicopters in Vietnam. Today, the new division is bigger, stronger, and even more flexible in use. Unlike parachutists, they're not tied to runways and ripcords. They can start almost anywhere and go almost anywhere. Their mobility derives from the advanced design of the modern military helicopter in all its many forms: observation, transport, heavy lift, gunship. But it is the skill of the pilot that maximizes the helicopter's qualities. Skill in contour flying, formation keeping, accurate touchdown and rapid departure. The Air Assault Division can also bring its own artillery with it to support the infantry in contact with the enemy. Its guns are not the pipsqueak 75s of Arnhem days, but full-scale howitzers and cannon, with a range and weight of shell equivalent to those in an armored division, and an unequaled ability to change position at speed. Guns and infantry fly together. And most important of all, the infantry land concentrate. Gone is the fatal dispersion of parachuting days. Air assault units hit the ground in compact, formed bodies, ready to take the fight to the enemy from the moment of touchdown. The artillery arrives on their heels, ready to lend support, and overhead hover the observation helicopters, alert to spot enemy reaction. Against tanks, they can call in A-10s, the Air Force's ferocious tank busters.
Enemy tank! 1,500 meters to your front! Quiet, down 5!
The air assault troopers have anti-tank weapons of their own.
Fire when ready!
Weapons good enough to make a kill. And so the final assault goes in, supported by firepower undreamt of by the airborne soldiers of World War II. When and if the position has been taken, the attendant troop carriers return to re-embark their soldiers. Air assault is the latest, though not perhaps the ultimate, application of air power to land warfare. Strategic visionaries already foresee what they call the air-land battle, in which command will be exercised and the decisive strokes inflicted from airborne platforms or ballistic vehicles. The trend of technology brings such a vision close to realization. In the comparatively few years since the aircraft made its first faltering contribution to the soldier's business, perhaps it has wrought the greatest military revolution since the dawn of conflict.
The Sinai Desert. In the 1967 war, the Israelis captured Sinai from the Egyptians and advanced here to the Suez Canal. Along the eastern bank, they built a fortification, a series of giant sand ramparts. They called it the Bar-Lev Line. They believed it was impregnable. For the Egyptian army to retake Sinai, they had to breach the sand wall. Otherwise, tanks could not follow to support the assaulting infantry. Explosive was not the answer. This is the effect of blowing a 2-ton charge. The gap is obviously not tankable. Yet in a single day in October 1973, the Egyptians did breach the sand rampart and get their tanks through it. The solution had been found by an Egyptian army engineer. It had a sublime simplicity. Water. Water from the canal was passed through high-pressure hoses and away washed through to Sinai. The series of gaps thus made marked the start line for one of the most dramatic armored battles of the last 40 years. The breaching of these ramparts, which are considerably lower than they used to be, and the bridging of the Suez Canal with pontoons was the work of military engineers who opened the way for their victorious army. Military engineers are the men who make warfare possible. They are the builders of obstacles. Here, the Israeli engineers who constructed these ramparts. And they're the destroyers of obstacles. In this case, the Egyptian engineers who cut clean through these defenses. The engineer will be in the vanguard of any army.
For a general may have as many troops as he wants, as much equipment, as many guns or tanks. But if he cannot keep them moving forward, over broken ground, shattered roads, through obstacles, and above all, across those waterways that cut through almost any battlefield, then he cannot win. It's the engineer who opens the way. Sand ramparts are but the latest in a long succession of military obstacles which the sapper has learnt to overcome. He is also, of course, their inventor. Today there is the explosive mine, and also a different problem, the blown bridge. "200 years ago, the sappers' devices were simpler, but they had their own deadly effectiveness. The hand-scattered caltrop, which left one spike sticking upwards however it fell, was a cruel menace to cavalry. The chevaux de frise, spikes revolving on a rigid frame, could disembowel attacking infantry. Later armies would adapt barbed wire as a barrier to infantry assault. Sappers were behind all these things. They were also behind their antidotes. The Bengal sappers and miners of the British Indian Army invented the first antidote to barbed wire, called the Bangalore torpedo. It was a pipe filled with explosive, which could blow a gap through an entanglement. Many brave sappers died at the start of the First World War, attacking barbed wire with explosive, until the ever-growing depth of entanglements and the weight of fire covering them made Bangalore torpedoing pointless. In the end, the appearance of the tank solved the problem of gapping barbed wire. The obstacle that replaced it was the mine. The mines developed in the Second World War, whether anti-tank or anti-personnel, worked on the same principle. A thin casing contained an explosive charge, large enough to blow off a tank track or small enough to destroy a man's foot, as desired. A fuse detonated the charge when it itself was activated by a chosen degree of pressure. So, for example, the anti-tank mine would not go off merely when walked on. The fused mine was usually buried just beneath the surface of the soil and the digging disguised. At the beginning of World War II, the sappers acquired a tool that would pinpoint the target, an electronic device that would detect the metal in a mine even when it was buried. Mine clearing nevertheless remained one of the most dangerous jobs in warfare.
You go to the site where the marker or someone had been blown up and commence to sweep for mines with your mine detectors until something buzzed in your ear, and then you would stop and your number two would deal with it, and you'd carry on like that until you cleared a way through.
I was afraid, very afraid. Everybody was. The feeling of fear was the stomach churning over, wanting to yawn, and you could tell your friends were just as afraid as you because they were yawning and giggling at silly things. But it was a thing that had to be controlled, because if you're lifting mines and they're looking for booby traps, and you had to control your fear. You were still afraid, but the worst part of fear was waiting to go and do the job.
When I was wounded, it was up in Tilburg. We were clearing for shoe mines, which you can't detect because there is only one metal part in, which is a firing pin. And we used to prod for these with a steel instrument of some description. I used to use a German bayonet. And, as I was prodding, there was just this huge explosion. Blew me back and couldn't see, couldn't hear, knew nothing.
In the Falklands, many of the minefields have had to be left uncleared, the ground too soft for armoured vehicles, and the plastic mines themselves too difficult and dangerous to detect by hand.
C3B, okay? Okay. The most common of the anti-personnel mines are these, solid TNT inside, simply fused by screwing the pressure fuse on top of the mine. And sadly, over the last 3 days, 2 of my soldiers have lost feet on these very mines.
And the latest antidote to the minefield, the giant Viper, a rocket-propelled explosive hose, the modern sapper's adaptation of the Bangalore torpedo. The demands of mine clearing are one of the factors which have turned the sapper, like all modern combat soldiers, into an armoured warrior. One of his armoured tools is the mine plough. Others are even more ingenious. Of the sapper's armoured vehicles is the bridging tank. Armies come to a halt when they reach an unfordable river or a blown bridge. The latest tank, with a scissors bridge, can throw a trackway over a water obstacle in a few minutes. When an army hits a larger river, the sapper's traditional response is to improvise a bridge of boats or pontoons, like these French sappers replacing a bridge blown by the retreating Germans in 1914. But the technique is hardly new. When the Persian Emperor Xerxes invaded Greece in the 5th century BC, he bridged the Hellespont, separating Asia from Europe with 2 spans of pontoons. Each comprised, the historian Herodotus tells us, 300 ships, lashed together with cables of flax and papyrus. The bridge of boats remained the sapper's chief means of improvising a water crossing for over 2,000 years. Caesar took pontoons to Gaul. Napoleon escaped from Russia across a pontoon bridge. These are believed to be German cadets learning pontoon bridging on the Rhine just before the First World War. Technology has transformed the pontoon, like much other sapper equipment, but not made it obsolete. This bridge, being built by Royal Engineers across the River Weser in Germany, has M2 pontoons as its components. The M2 is a road vehicle that floats and keeps station when driven into the water, unfolds a trackway and locks into its neighbor. Sappers are not always in the vanguard of an army, but a moment must come when the cry from the ranks is, "Follow the sapper," when the need to get forward is most urgent. It is the cry of an army in attack, when the way forward must be opened, and only the sapper can do it. Clearing the way usually means leading the way, so the sapper must often work under direct enemy fire, unable to take cover until his job is done.
The most frightening work of a sapper, I would say, is building bridges under fire. The reasons being that mostly you haven't got enough time. You're usually harassed by mortar fire or machine gun fire. Sometimes not when there's heavy smoke around you, but usually you are harassed. And the speed and the danger at night of strapping your fingers is very, very bad. I've known fellas lose fingers through when you're putting the Bailey panels together, and not their fault. You shout the pin man, drive the pin. He brings up the panel which you engage into the other panel too, and it snaps the ends of your fingers off.
Once it became dark, it was a little easier, but then the Germans had moved a machine gun up along the riverbank, and they couldn't see us at night, but they could hear us. And so as we put this military meccano together, and it's a noisy business. You can't put the panels together. It says you must treat the bridge carefully and hit it with hide-face hammers. We used to hit it with 14-pound sledges because under pressure you get that bloody pin in, you see. And it was inevitably noisy, and they could hear us. So the thing sort of inched forward through the night by men. Each piece of the bridge, I mean, a Bailey Bridge panel takes 6 men to lift it, so 6 men would pick it up and try and get it on quickly. And if they were fired at, they would lie down because there was a parapet that gave some sort of protection. And they would hit the bridge with hammers lying down so that the Kraut could hear the noise, and he would fire away merrily. And then hopefully he'd reach a point where he'd have to change the belt on his gun, and then we could get the panel on. And it was like that, edging forward through the night.
For secrecy and the hope of a little protection, bridging in the face of the enemy is usually done at night, with the heavy, sharp and complicated equipment often assembled by touch alone. Has been built under cover of darkness in 2 hours. Once the armoured brigade that is to use it has crossed, it will be disassembled and the parts returned to the bridging column until next needed. Bridges imply roads. The Roman legionaries, who were all trained as engineers as well as infantrymen, built the first comprehensive road network in the world. Its purpose was military, but its effect was to make a continent into a single political entity. This Roman road in Britain leads north to Hadrian's Wall, and south to a line with another in France, which connected Gaul with the Balkans, and so across the Hellespont to end on the Roman frontier in modern Iraq, 2,500 miles away. The pace of a campaign often demands that roads, like bridges, have to be built in a hurry. But bridge laying is child's play compared to road engineering. For this, enlisting local labor, the sappers must hack and cut and dig. They must work like navvies themselves. They must teach people to make a road who perhaps have never even seen one. This is the building of the Burma Road, driven over trackless mountains to save China from Japanese conquest in 1942. The military engineer, unlike the civil engineer, may be expected to create his road instantaneously. War will not wait on legal niceties.
The principle of driving on, don't let yourself be stopped. Get on, get round, get through, get over. And I walked into this German farmhouse, Lieutenant Jones, Royal Engineers, and I said, "You've got 15 minutes to get out. I'm going to blow your house up. I need it to fill that hole." Well, if anybody came into my house now and said, "You've got 15 minutes to get out," I don't know what I'd do. I'd go and shoot myself, probably. But these Germans, I admire them as a race. They had every stick of furniture out of the house, all their possessions, and they even had the doors off the hinges. In fact, it took my sappers about 25 minutes to put the charges in. Then we blew up the house, then we bulldozed into the hole, and then the advance continued.
Runways are roads for aircraft. the spearhead of modern armies. Scattered across the islands and coral atolls of the Pacific are the relics of the American advance towards Japan in the Second World War. The engineers who built these runways, often the famous CBs of the US Navy, were truly the architects of the counteroffensive. For these islands were MacArthur's stepping stones towards Japan, ports and bases, but also bomb-proof aircraft carriers.
Well, we was bombed every day, I think. In the time we was there, we was bombed 133 times, and we shelled practically every day out of the hills. One morning when we went to work, there was enough bodies on that. We had to stop and dig silos to bury the bodies before we could go to work the next morning.
One day when we were working on Yontan airstrip on Okinawa, which was the largest strip on the island, we heard a plane coming in. It sounded like a medium-sized bomber, and we assumed naturally it was one of ours coming in to land on the strip, which was usable at that time. And all of a sudden we looked up, and it was a Japanese plane, a medium-sized bomber which had been converted for troops. And much to our amazement, with our mouths open unbelievingly, we saw the plane land, stop, and Japanese commandos, approximately 50 in number, began pouring out of this plane with their machine guns and their hand grenades and their plastic bombs, and shooting and throwing hand grenades, and instantly creating pandemonium all over the place. So, having recognized the insignia on the plane and all of a sudden knowing that we were being shot at by these commandos, we hurriedly raced to our weapons as close as they were, and took about 2 hours to clear the runway again.
During the Second World War, Gibraltar served the Allies as an unsinkable aircraft carrier at the mouth of the Mediterranean. But the airstrip here was only the latest in a long history of sappering achievements at Gibraltar. The Rock is the birthplace of the Royal Engineers. After their capture of the Rock in 1704, the British set about fortifying it against future Spanish attack. To assist them, they formed a company of soldier artificers and began to tunnel. In time, the soldier artificers became the Royal Sappers and Miners, until they, in turn, became the Royal Engineers. 200 years later, they're still burrowing. Today, the Rock of Gibraltar, just 2 square miles in area, contains 34 miles of tunnels. Yet it began almost by accident. 500 feet up the rock face is a protrusion known as the Notch. In 1782, during the Great Siege, attempts were made to get a cannon onto the Notch so as to be able to direct flanking fire onto the Spanish lines, and a £1,000 prize was offered for a solution to the problem. A sergeant major in the Artificer Company came up with the answer: to tunnel inside the rock face until he broke through onto the Notch. But tunneling was to generate its own problems. As soon as they'd gone a few yards, the smoke and dust made further progress impossible. To allow the fumes out and the fresh air in, it was necessary to blast a hole out to the face of the rock. But in doing so, they found they had unwittingly created the perfect gun emplacement. And so the tunnel continued, with cannon after cannon placed in the holes. In fact, they never bothered to break through on top of the Notch, as planned, but instead excavated the space beneath to create a magnificent windowed cavern, St. George's Hall. So spectacular is it that it was to become the setting for receptions, including a dinner party given in honor of American President Grant by the governor of the Rock. So began the tunneling, which was to continue for another 2 centuries. In these galleries, the sappers of the 18th century marked their work with the date of its completion. But there are other signs, too, of a much later occupation. The gun embrasures in this chamber, built in 1790, have been reinforced in 1941 to take machine guns. Above the gun ports, now bricked up, are the range cards painted by the gunners. The view is across the isthmus to the frontier. The purpose of fortification in 1941 was no different from that in 1791. In the early years of the war, Churchill had received intelligence that Hitler was negotiating with Franco to allow German troops through Spain to attack Gibraltar from the mainland. Accordingly, he instructed that the entire garrison, no fewer than 17,000 people, should be accommodated inside the rock. And so the tunneling began again in earnest. Everything which existed outside the rock was duplicated inside. Barracks, stores, hospitals, workshops. The tunnel system became a self-contained fortress. This was once the Rock's power station. And at the very center, more than 1,000 feet below the summit, the headquarters of General Eisenhower. From here, in 1943, he planned the conquest of North Africa, Operation Torch. But the work continues to this day. Down this tunnel are the magazines from which the ships of the Falklands Task Force were stocked, the ammunition being taken direct to the dockside. Mole's End Way, it's called, the last tunnel to be built here by the sappers of the Royal Engineers. Gibraltar is a natural fortress, but in the absence of such suitable geographical features, the engineer must build his own fortification. Jericho, the oldest city known to man, is a fortified stronghold. Its defenses exhibit the twin features common to all fortified places. The wall, designed to keep attackers out, and the tower raised to dominate their attack should they try to break in. To match the power of the defense, the attacking sappers would often build their own towers, hoping to overtop the defenders. Their ultimate aim was one of two things, either to climb the wall or to break it down. Many of their wall-breaching devices, like the battering ram and the giant pick, which dislodged stones from the wall's face, were particularly favored by the Romans, the greatest siege engineers of antiquity. A favorite siege engine of theirs was the ballista, which threw stones at or into the enemy's defenses. It worked on the torsion principle, like the suspension of a modern car. The arm was cranked down against the tension of twisted sinews. When released, it threw a missile with great force and fair accuracy, 300 or 400 yards. This is Masada by the Dead Sea in Israel. It's a spectacular example of the two sides of the engineer's art. On top of this 600-foot rock, the engineers of King Herod built a fortress. It was here, during the Jewish rebellion against the Romans in 70 AD, that 900 zealots made their last stand. It seemed from a military point of view an impregnable position. They had strong fortifications and a double wall made from stone quarried on the site. They had food in storerooms and water in cisterns carved out of the rock. The Roman engineers faced a formidable challenge at the foot of the rock down here. They started their siege conventionally enough. You can still see the remains of the encircling wall and the 8 fortified camps they built, as well as the stones their catapults hurled at the defenders. But to storm the fortress, they had to get their siege towers and battering rams close enough to breach the walls. Their solution was simple, if monumental in execution. It was this: a colossal earthen ramp to bring their siege engines to the level of the fortress. It took many months and who knows how many lives to complete. But it worked. The breach was made and Masada fell. Nearly 2,000 years later, the ramp still stands, an inspiring monument to the engineer's art. Where soil formation and the water table permitted, a favorite sapper siege technique was mining. It was employed here at Rochester, in the civil war between King John and his barons. Indeed, until the invention of gunpowder, it remained the best method known of collapsing a wall. Moats and ditches, which appear to be defenses against surface attack only, were actually also intended to make mining difficult or impossible. Miners, nevertheless, often succeeded in finding a way under. The technique was to sink a shaft out of range of the enemy's missiles and then drive a gallery to the foot of the wall. Once they had tunneled under it, the miners enlarged a chamber, shoring up its roof with timber to support the wall's foundations while they worked. Kindling was then packed in and ignited. When the timber burned through, the chamber collapsed, bringing down the wall above. Explosives, when they appeared, obviated the need to use fire. Otherwise, mining techniques remained identical. It was practiced extensively on the Western Front during the First World War, when coal miners enlisted as soldiers dug mines against each other. The mine that produced this gigantic hole in the ground took months to build. The men who dug it, starting from an entrance almost a quarter of a mile behind the British front line, were members of the 179th Tunnelling Company, Royal Engineers, miners in civilian life who hacked their way through the chalk of the Somme countryside as through a coal seam. At one time, the British had brought in mechanical diggers of the kind used to carve out the tunnels of the London Underground. But in the end, it was found that human labour was quicker and more effective, and so the men forced their way through by shovel and pick. Disposal of the subsoil was another problem. The sudden appearance of dumps of chalk behind the lines would have been spotted by enemy observers, so every last piece of chalk was taken away in sandbags. The perpetual danger was of being overheard as they dug, and the perpetual anxiety was of being countermined by the enemy. Well, this mine was in the end a complete success, packed with 60,000 pounds of explosive. It was blown at 2 minutes before 0 hour on the 1st of July, 1916, the first day of the Battle of the Somme, and took perhaps as many as 100 Germans with it. But with the appearance of gunpowder, the walls of the fortress were now as vulnerable to collapse above ground as below. Artillery revolutionized siege warfare. Walls once built high to keep infantry out were now built low, and depth rather than height became the principle to keep the attacking gunners as far away as possible from the heart of the fortress. During the 17th century, fortress design in Europe was refined into an exact geometric science, displayed here in the fortress models from the French Royal Collection, a secret archive for which an enemy would have paid a king's ransom. The uniqueness of their design lay in the elaborate construction of bastions and outerworks, hornworks and ravelins, which both gave the defenders the maximum possible fields of fire and at the same time formed a maze of death traps for the attacking infantry. So to protect their infantry and to advance the firing platform of their own artillery, the siege engineers had to dig their way forward almost inch by inch. The trenches they dug were called saps. which is why military engineers to this day are called sappers. The first step in one of the classic sieges of the 17th or 18th century was to dig a parallel just out of range of the enemy's guns. It ran parallel to the length of the defences chosen for attack. From it, the sappers dug forward in a zigzag, protecting themselves with gabions, earth-filled wicker baskets, while they did so. When they were close enough, they started the second parallel, along which were constructed artillery positions, so that the duel between attacking and defending artillery could be intensified at closer range. Then the sappers sapped forward again, in zigzag, to construct a third parallel for the final stage of the siege. Digging this third parallel was intensely dangerous work, so dangerous that the sappers who did it were volunteers paid danger money. The scale went up from 40 sous for every 2 yards dug in the first parallel to 5 times as much for digging forward of the third parallel. Once the gunners got their guns into the third parallel, the decisive artillery duel could begin, which was supposed to end in the chosen bastion being battered shapeless and its guns silenced. The sappers could then begin sapping across the ditch and constructing positions for the final infantry assault. No wonder they got danger money, and no wonder, too, that the cry in siege warfare was, "Follow the sapper." So siege warfare became an exact science, a matter of detailed planning and precise calculation. The most famous of siege engineers, the Frenchman Vauban, could estimate to the day how long a siege would last. Here at Montmédy, it took him 57 days in 1657 to sap and batter his way into this fortress. And then once inside, he so improved its defenses that its former owners, the Habsburgs, were never able to recapture it.
Die Luftwaffe zerstört eine Reihe wichtiger Befestigungsanlagen.
20th century engineering in steel and concrete created the strongest fortresses yet seen. Some, like this vast Belgian blockhouse at Eben-Emael, were believed impregnable. But sappering ingenuity proved the belief wrong. In 1940, German engineers found a chink in Eben-Emael's armor.
You will notice that this assault engineer knows exactly where to put his high explosive charge in order to destroy the blockhouse.
In an assault of great daring, they landed by glider on the fortress roof and cracked it open with hand-placed hollow charges.
Wir flogen über das Fort Eben-Emael, zogen eine Schleife von Osten her und gelandet sind wir von Westen her. Die Beobachtungskuppel war massiver Stahl in 30 cm Stahlstärke. Unser ganzes Sinnen und Trachten von diesem Zeitpunkt ab, als wir auf dem Boden standen, war in kürzester Zeit diese Panzerkuppel zu sprengen. Dazu hatten wir die Hohlladung. Als wir dort waren, wollte ich das Periskop aus der Panzerkuppel herausziehen. Das gelang nicht. Ich schob also die Ladung, das Periskop heran und legte die zweite Hälfte, das Oberteil, dann oben auf. Danach zündete ich sofort und schrie, so wie wir das auf dem Übungsplatz immer geübt hatten, brennt. Die Detonation folgte und das Geschütz wurde wie eine Streichholzschachtel in das Innere des Bunkers geschleudert. Als wir hinkamen und uns das ansahen, sahen wir, dass da also jetzt ein Loch von ungefähr 35, 40 Zentimeter im Quadrat offen war, sodass man bequem einsteigen konnte.
With the coming of modern warfare, the scale of the battlefield was to change out of all recognition, and with it, the scale of the sapper's job. Here on the coast of Normandy in 1944, in what promised to be a titanic struggle, the two opposing arts of the military engineer were to be pitted against each other. For the German engineers, whose job was defense, it was no longer a question of castles or fortified towns. It was nothing less than a fortified continent.
Alle wichtigen Abschnitte und beherrschenden Punkte der Küste sind festungsartig ausgebaut und schwer bestückt.
This is a section of Hitler's Atlantic Wall on the north coast of France. The wall ran from the Spanish frontier to Norway, and opposite the British invasion ports was studded with strongpoints and heavy artillery. If the Allies were to get ashore here, the artillery would have to be neutralized and the strongpoints broken open. That, in part, was a problem of firepower, in part a challenge to the Liberation Army's engineers, British and American. New weapons, machines, techniques would be required for the laying of smoke screens and trackways, the scaling of obstacles, and the moving of men and vehicles on and off beaches. To make matters worse, in early 1944, Hitler sent Rommel to the invasion coast to galvanize the engineering effort. Rommel had the obstacle belt carried down to the low water mark and began to lay more mines. 2 million had been laid since 1941. In 6 months, he had laid another 2 million and planned a further 200 million. The Germans had already experienced one attempt by the Allies to land on the northern coast of France and had taken much comfort from its failure. In August 1942, a large force of Canadian infantry and British commandos had gone ashore at Dieppe in an operation intended to test the possibility of capturing a port intact from the enemy. It had been a catastrophe. Few troops got off the Dieppe seafront. They lacked the weapons to destroy the German strongpoints, and their assault vehicles could not negotiate the beaches. Only 2,000 of the 5,000 Canadians who took part returned. The Germans exulted in their triumph and concluded, wrongly, that they would be able to repeat it. The disaster at Dieppe had taught the Allies two expensive lessons. The first, that with such effective defenses it would not be possible to capture a port intact. The second, that before they decided on a landing site, they would have to know everything it was possible to know about the beaches, from the depth of the water at low tide, to the suitability of the sand, to tank tracks, to the number and type of mines and booby traps strung out along the shore. With intelligence almost impossible to come by, any scrap of information was put to good use. Even a medieval manuscript, which confirmed that in the 11th century, William the Conqueror had been able to cross this bay at low tide on a submerged shoal. The BBC broadcast an appeal for postcards or snapshots of pre-war holidays in France. Anything which could help build up a picture of the far shore. But some intelligence was gathered at first hand. Under the noses of the Germans, divers were landed at night from midget submarines. Here, on the beaches, they gathered samples of sand and sawed off sections of the anti-armor defenses. These they took back to England, where the engineers set to work. As so often before in warfare, the ingenious efforts of one army's sappers to make its defenses impregnable were to be negated by their opposite number's success in inventing the appropriate antidotes. In this case, a whole stable of entirely original assault vehicles. Some, like the flail tank, which exploded mines without damage to itself, were brilliantly successful. Some earlier models proved gallant failures. When the invasion finally came, the success of the infantry owed much to the skill and bravery of the engineers.
You actually have white tapes laid down as the starting line when you're going to put in an attack, and white tape through the minefields. The engineers in the Scorpions, they were the sort of tanks with flails on the front, used to throw out the mines, and they would go through and lay down a path through the mines, which again were marked by white tapes.
There was so much confusion that there was people hiding, there was people crying, there was people screaming, fellas, that you just had to concern yourself with yourself. That was all there was to it. We were faced with a bunch of cliffs. We couldn't go climb above them because they were mines. Every minute was like an hour to spend. You can imagine spending a full night on those cliffs until the engineers could get above and clear the mine so we can continue on.
But breaching the defences, though a formidable task, was only half the battle. An army once ashore would need supplying almost immediately. And if it was not going to be possible to capture an existing port intact, then the only solution was to build your own, which was exactly what the engineers did. Except that it wasn't quite that simple. It wasn't here that they built it. They built it in England and brought it with them. Mulberry was the code name for the project, a prefabricated harbour built in kit form to be towed across the channel in the wake of the invasion and assembled on site. Early on in the planning, a memorandum from Winston Churchill had made it clear that whatever the technical problems, they would have to be solved.
My senior officer, Colonel Everall, was asked in the War Office whether he could contribute some proposals towards a minute by Winston Churchill, saying that he wanted piers for flat beaches that must rise and fall with the tide, and the anchor problem had to be mastered to enable the follow-up of an invasion with all the equipment that an army needs in a beach rather than in a harbour which would be too heavily defended to take without heavy loss. And my colonel came back to Derby, where I had been posted to him, asked whether I got any ideas, and I suggested that a pontoon bridge was the best answer, and one which was sufficiently flexible and specially designed to accept the movement of the sea without damage to itself.
The building of the Mulberry Harbours was a monumental achievement, involving the labour of some 45,000 men for 9 months. Only when they reached the coast of France did all the pieces, codenamed Whale, Bombardon, Gooseberry, finally come together in one place.
It took about 24 hours to get there, 2 nights and 1 day, and arrived early morning. And that sight was one I shall never forget, because there were ships close together in hundreds, whichever way you care to look, all for the most part British. Regrettably, some of them were not in floating condition. Some of them had been sunk to make the breakwater, and some of them had been sunk in the wrong place as a result of enemy attack. But there were ships floating and ships on the bottom, and everybody seemed to be knowing what to do. There was enemy attack going on, aircraft, but not as much as I expected. And soon I realized why, because a fog started to develop, and I soon learned that this was being put down by the Navy to give us cover against enemy air attack, which made it very difficult to see what we were doing. But we were grateful as well as annoyed with this particular tactic of the Navy. Of course, the Navy is very well known for making smoke, and in this case, they made it in plenty. So one minute we were wishing to goodness we could have a clear view of how to couple these bridge spans together, each 500 foot long, and to be lined up and anchored, because we couldn't see more than about 50 feet. And the next minute, when the fog had cleared away and we had started work and everybody got high morale, then started the bombing and the shooting, and they wished for a little more fog. The greatest thing about it all was the satisfaction when we got it working of the people who came over, the enormous number of troops who thought to themselves, how on earth did this come? Asked questions, and we said, well, you know, the sappers usually do things for you and make it comfortable. You didn't want to be sure wet, did you? And this was probably the most satisfying part of the whole experience, to see it being used and see it being appreciated by our own troops who didn't even know it existed.
The great siege engineers of the 17th and 18th centuries calculated the breaching of a fortress in weeks or even months. Modern sappering permits no such luxurious use of time. On D-Day, the Allied sappers cleared this beach of the elaborate German defences in just a few hours. And the great harbour, the size of Dover, towed piecemeal across the channel, was in operation within a week and complete within a fortnight. And all this under fire, without the opportunity to defend oneself. Not for nothing did one of those 18th century siege engineers say of the sappers, they need a quite extraordinary valor. Unlike other warriors, they do not have the satisfaction of exchanging blow for blow, while they have to remain cool in the midst of the most alarming dangers. The engineer, he said, must be outstandingly bold and outstandingly prudent.
Battle is a harrowing experience. Most soldiers are anxious before it and terrified during it. Its sounds and sights assault the senses, and its stresses can break even the strongest will. Sheer self-interest suggests that it's an experience best avoided, and that a soldier would be well advised to take cover or even to run away. And yet most soldiers do somehow keep going, mastering their fear, coping with the stress, and doing their job. What keeps them in action when so many pressures combine to suggest an urgent appointment elsewhere is that crucial military quality. Hard to define, but easy to identify. We'll call it fighting spirit. Fighting spirit and esprit de corps are part of the tradition of the U.S. Marine Corps, and these young recruits are showing just how these qualities are stimulated. It was this same quality of fighting spirit which enabled another generation of Marines to assault scores of island fortresses in the Pacific, to face a resolute and implacable enemy, to suffer crippling casualties, and to keep going.
Good morning, 1st Battalion. Are we ready for some more motivating United States Marine Corps history? Now, we're going to talk about the Marine Corps going against a very, very powerful army, and that is the German army. And we're going to talk about World War I.
Fighting spirit helped the men on both sides during the First World War to sustain the misery of trench warfare and face the perils of going over the top.
In Belleau Woods, there was 1,200 German soldiers that were dug in. They were ready for anybody to come at them. They had artillery, they had machine guns, and they were prepared for anything. The Marines knew they had to get into Belleau Woods. The German machine gun fire was so intense coming out of this wood line that it was cutting the wheat down just like if someone had a sickle out there. The Marines were dropping left and right. So Dan Daly stands up in this wheat field with his bayoneted rifle over his hand, over his head, and he says, "Come on, you sons of bitches! You don't want to live forever, do you? Do you understand?"
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
If it is not always that easy to identify fighting spirit, it is all too easy to spot when it disappears.
I could see them coming down the hill, and they were walking in a way that I'd never seen people walk before, like puppets on a stage, as though somebody was jerking them from behind, pulling a string. They did not walk naturally. It was the first time I had ever seen men who had nothing left in them. The colonel came out of his dugout and he said, "Come on, chaps, I'll take you back up there. Follow me. I'll come with you. Don't let the regiment down." But they just took no notice of him at all. They simply went past him.
His reaction often would be to come to me and ask to go to a back corner of the command bunker and just be by himself for a while. And I would hear him sitting back in a corner just sobbing. The pressures were not from so much what the enemy was doing, but its effect on their fellows, the men they'd become close to. I think after you've put the 20th or 25th of your closest friends on a helicopter or in a body bag in a stretcher, it's going to have an effect, particularly when you don't know when it's going to end. Every man, in my opinion, has got some sort of a psychological breaking point under that kind of traumatic pressure.
What is it then that makes one man run away and another stay and fight?
I, Robert Graham Cruiser.
I, Darren King.
I, Anthony Walter Bell.
Swear by Almighty God
that I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Coiffé, au képi, blanc.
This is the first stage of the process. These young men are beginning their military service, whether as soldiers in the French Foreign Legion, the British Army,
To Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
the Red Army of the Russian Revolution, or as officers in the United States Army, by taking an oath.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend.
This sort of ceremony, which dates back at least as far as the Sacramentum, the military oath of ancient Rome, is a ritual designed to impress upon participants that they are joining an organization in which their individual instincts and values must be subordinated to the common good, that they are accepting a contract of unlimited liability which may require them to kill or be killed.
I have the privilege to now pronounce you second lieutenants in the United States Army.
But from the outset, the soldier is the product of the society which nurtured him. Deep-seated cultural factors lay behind the appeal of Nazism to the German soldier. German society had long respected the profession of arms and the military virtues of discipline and obedience. A sense of soldierly honor was one of the qualities which helped to make the Germans such formidable fighters.
Unser Führer, Adolf Hitler, sich!
To me, the greatest thing on earth was Germany. Germany could not be wrong. Deutschland, my Deutschland. And to me, the Führer was something like a second God. How anyone could doubt the Führer. I totally believed that we as a German people were superior and that it more or less was our duty to go into other countries and force our way onto them.
The Japanese soldier, too, owed much of his fearsome reputation to a martial culture which emphasized obedience, the unimportance of the individual, and indifference to pain and discomfort. Unwounded Japanese were rarely taken prisoner. Of the 23,000-strong garrison of Iwo Jima, only 1,000 were captured. On the Japanese-held island of Saipan, even civilians committed suicide rather than face capture. If their position was hopeless, Japanese soldiers would often make a final suicidal charge into enemy fire with a cry of Banzai.
The eeriest thing of the lot was the cries of these young Japanese soldiers before they died, and it was almost a cry of defiance, and the word was Banzai. I'd never heard it before in my life, but it was imprinted on me so much that they were saying thank you to the Emperor for the privilege of allowing them to die for Japan.
Not all cultures place the same emphasis on military values. Even when men enlist to fight for their country, patriotism alone is rarely sufficient to sustain them on their journey into and beyond the firing line.
On behalf of the Commanding General, Major General McMonagle, welcome to Parris Island. Look to your left over there. You see yellow footprints, right?
These young Americans do not necessarily regard dying for their country as the ultimate honor. They may want to be soldiers, but they come from an unmilitary society. To make fighting men of them, therefore, requires a process of comprehensive indoctrination.
Now that you are part of the United States Marine Corps, you are subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Article 86 of this code is unauthorized absence. Anytime you fail to be exactly where you're told to be by either a drill instructor or supervisory personnel, you are subject to this article. Article 92 is disobeying a lawful order. Anytime you fail to do exactly what you are told to do by either a drill instructor or supervisory personnel, you are subject to this article. Now that you are at Parris Island, you will no longer be smoking any cigarettes. You will do exactly what you are told to do to the best of your ability. I want everything out of your pockets empty. Take all your trash and go now. I don't care how you pack it, just get it away. Get rid of that. I want them both emptied out now.
Parris Island, South Carolina, the recruit training depot, boot camp for the United States Marine Corps. Reception of new recruits takes place between midnight and 4 a.m. The timing is deliberate. It is intended specifically to disorient the new arrivals. From now on, for the next 11 weeks, they will be subjected to a constant barrage of verbal abuse, harassment, and humiliation. Each personality will be quickly destroyed and then rebuilt in the model of the U.S. Marine. The psychological transformation is accompanied by a physical change. Nowadays, recruits to many armies must undergo the rigors of a military haircut. Military fashion has changed in this as in so much else. In the 18th century, for example, the recruit was likely to have to add false hair if his own was not long enough to make it into the military pigtail. But whether the assault on the recruit's hair involves lengthening or shortening, its aim is the same, to impose uniformity of appearance in accordance with the standards of the age.
I offer you the challenge of recruits training, the opportunity to be a United States Marine. So instructors, take charge. Now you jump on me! There's going to be one more thing you learn, is that you are going to look at me when I speak. Understand me? Yes, sir! You understand me? Yes, sir! You don't understand.
What it's like the first day is it's pretty hectic. It's for the first 10 minutes, it's usually totally, it's crazy. Privates, they don't know where they're at, and we're not trying to help them to find out where they're at either. We're trying to snap them into this environment as fast as we can do it.
The floor is no longer a floor. Understand me?
Yes, sir! They'll be shaking. Some of them will will urinate all over themselves. It's some of them will even pass out. They'll start to hyperventilate, and you'll see them. They'll turn all sorts of different shades of white and green, and then one he'll raise his hand and he'll say, "Sir, the probably doesn't feel good." Then he'll fall over.
Hurry up! You're not going to pass! Come on! Get it in there! Hurry up! It's like you're lying! You're good! Get online! Get it in there! Keep your eyes off of them! They're not here for your amusement!
You know, you can scare them into wanting to be, a fighting machine, or you can motivate them into want to kill somebody, saying, yes, it's for the good of America. It's for, you're the best fighting force in the United States, or in fact the world. And you can get a private's his mind going, within a couple of minutes. And I've seen privates just, they'll be spitting all over themselves. They're almost crazy with motivation and esprit de corps.
When you arrived, the drill instructor never called you a Marine. You weren't a Marine yet. You were a shithead. And that was the word that was always used. A man is put up in a tree and told, it's an apple tree, and told to throw the apples down. But it's not an apple tree, so he doesn't have it throw down. So the drill instructor says, shithead Smith up there is having problems. Can't throw the apples down. Let's help him by knocking him down with a few stones. So here's this poor bastard up on the train. He's being stoned by everybody in his platoon. And then there were more shocking cases of corporal punishment and clubbing with the butts of rifles. But the psychological plan behind all this is to destroy a man's personality and rebuild it.
By learning to cope with his fear of the instructor and the stress of the training program, the recruit is learning how to face up to the impact of battle. To the Marines, it's a tried and tested method. From these camps, thousands of young men once left for the battlefields of the Pacific, ready to die rather than dishonor the Marine Corps.
We proclaim herewith that our Japanese army has occupied this island of Guam by order of the great Emperor of Japan. You, O good citizens, need not worry anything under the regulations of our Japanese authorities. It is for the purpose of restoring liberty and rescuing the whole Asiatic people and creating the permanent peace in Asia.
The island of Guam in the Pacific, 40 years on. Here and on many other islands, the U.S. Marine Corps fought some of the fiercest battles of the Second World War and secured its reputation for indomitable fighting spirit. Almost 500,000 Marines fought in the Pacific War. They suffered nearly 90,000 casualties.
There is always fog and smoke and chaos and a great deal of killing. Your uniform is soaked in blood, great gobs of blood underfoot. It's very slippery. Blood is very slippery. And you are in a state of shock. The Japanese, as I remember them, looked like badly wrapped brown paper parcels. And their eyes were glazed, and I suppose our eyes were glazed too. I cannot really recreate that. It is so beyond the range of normal experience that you really have to take it on faith that I'm coming as close as I can.
Marine units fought on,
despite losses which should, in theory, have rendered them ineffective. The 8 square miles of Iwo Jima cost the Marines almost 29,000 men, including 19 battalion commanders. An American admiral paid tribute to their achievement. Uncommon valor, he wrote, was a common virtue.
If you tell a man that he is an extraordinary fighter in an extraordinary organization, he is likely to behave in an extraordinary fashion because this is expected of him. And he's not going to let the side down. He's not going to be the first Marine to run, which he believes he would be. It's not true. At Bull Run in 1862, the Marines broke and fled, but he has never been told that. After the Battle of Sugarloaf Hill, my regiment had taken over 80% casualties. We were marching toward the landing behind Naha, and someone started whistling the Marine hymn. And suddenly the whole regiment was whistling the Marine hymn. We had every reason to be disillusioned and to be disgusted by all the costume, jewelry, and phraseology of war. But we still whistled the Marine hymn.
Une poitrine. Une poitrine. Une poitrine.
A common culture, a similar background, helps an army turn its recruits into fighting soldiers. But the training process can work on men who have nothing in common.
Plus fort. Plus fort. Répète. Plus fort. Plus fort. C'est une tête. C'est une tête. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Oh. C'est une oreille.
All these men have in common is that they have run away from something. Yet in 16 weeks, the French Foreign Legion will turn them into soldiers whose fighting spirit is second to none. They start by giving them a common language.
Sur position 1, coup par coup.
These legionnaires must learn to master the tools of their trade. In this instance, the Saint-Étienne automatic rifle. But this training has a broader purpose than simply imparting a technical skill. There's far more to the forging of fighting spirit than simply teaching a man how to fire a rifle or drive a tank. So alongside this sort of training goes the process of fusing together individuals into a team. Drill is a classic example of an activity which helps bond soldiers and instills instinctive obedience. It once had vital practical functions. Constant repetition of basic drill movements ensured that the soldier could load and fire his weapon and stay in formation in the din and confusion of battle. It took weeks to become proficient in the handling of the flintlock musket. These French soldiers of the Napoleonic period, in common with their allies and opponents, spent hours on the drill square learning their trade. Proficiency in drill gave soldiers a real advantage on the battlefields of the horse and musket era. They could fire faster and move more efficiently than their opponents, and they were less likely to crumble under the impact of a close-range firefight. The drill which we see being executed here today is itself a survival of the drill carried out as training for combat on the battlefields of the 18th and 19th centuries. But in the warfare of the 20th century, such skills are an irrelevant anachronism, seemingly pointless. So why do it? Well, there are two reasons. First, it's a simple but proven way of instilling absolute obedience, of guaranteeing that the soldier will do what he's told instinctively, however difficult or dangerous the circumstances, without considering the consequences for his personal safety. But second, and more important, it is the time-honored way of welding men together, of submerging the identity of the individual in that of the group.
Molding a recruit who is a well-disciplined, responsible individual requires an effective and rigorous training program. We feel that our program at Parris Island meets that test. It is a very demanding and difficult experience, for you see, we have designed it to be that way. We believe that the man who has proven himself through strenuous training is also the man who is most likely to cope with the extremes of combat.
The training program gets out of the soldier exactly what it puts in, an abiding respect for discipline.
It's taught me a lot of discipline. It's taught me a lot of self-respect, a lot of respect for my superiors and my elders. It's changed my whole way of life.
You come from civilian life, and you come from undisciplined society, and you come in here, and they train you to become disciplined, become a more disciplined person.
A crucial element in the creation of fighting spirit is discipline. And in every army, that discipline is backed up by the sanction of punishment. For much of history, those punishments tended to be brutal. Flogging was a frequent occurrence in the British Army of the 18th and 19th centuries. This cat of nine tails, preserved here at Sandhurst, was last used on the 28th of June, 1850, on Private Charles Lacey of the Coldstream Guards. You can still see the bloodstains. Private Lacey was charged with being absent without leave, with using abusive and threatening language to his superior officer, and with refusing in a very improper manner to do a punishment awarded by his commanding officer. For these offences, he received 6 months with hard labour and 50 lashes. The procedure was ruthless. The offender was spread-eagled against a triangle of pikes, the hands lashed together at the top, the feet one at each corner. The flogging was then carried out in front of the assembled troops and in the presence of a doctor. The doctor's responsibility was to ensure that the man didn't die during punishment. Private Lacey was comparatively lucky. He received only 50 lashes. For those whose sentences did not include hard labour, the average was 150, and the maximum, almost unbelievably, was 600. The purpose of military discipline is simple enough: to force men to endure the rigours of campaigning and the stress of battle. Frederick the Great believed that his soldiers would only fight if they were more frightened of their own officers than they were of the enemy. So his army enforced its discipline with a wide range of cruel punishments. A common penalty was running the gauntlet, when the offender had to walk, stripped to the waist, between two ranks of soldiers who lashed him as he passed. Punishment has naturally tended to be harsher at the front than in barracks. During World War I, the British Army still resorted to the degrading procedure known as Field Punishment No. 1.
I've had a court-martial for letting a round off on parade. And I had 10 days No. 1 field punishment, and that was tied up against a wagon wheel, where they tied your ankles at the bottom and your wrists up above. They had your wrists crossed, and that was for 10 days, an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon. All the while you're tied there, you can feel yourself getting colder and colder. You feel as if you're sort of sinking all the time. You know, funny sensation. Shellfire was coming over all the time because they knew where you was billeted, sort of thing. And you often get the shells fall there.
Cowardice and desertion are fatal to an army's fighting spirit. They have consequently attracted the ultimate punishment.
death. During the First World War, the British Army executed 346 soldiers, 266 of them for desertion.
Firing party, unload!
The firing party, men from the prisoners' unit, sometimes quailed at what one veteran called their intolerable obligation and failed to kill the victim outright, forcing the officer to administer the coup de grace with his revolver. The Germans made widespread use of the death penalty at the end of the Second World War. Allied soldiers often found the results of flying court-martial teams whose victims were hanged, usually bearing a placard with the words, "So die all traitors to the fatherland." The severity of punishment, official or unofficial, varies very much from army to army.
I was arrested for being drunk and asleep, I think a combination of both, on guard duty, and given 15 days in the stockade. The first thing that happened was I got a beating up from the RSM. The tradition is you stand to attention and you get beaten up, and then when you fall on the ground you stand again and you look the guy in the eye and you know he won't hit you standing attention, and sure enough he does. So by the time you've had a bit of that, you're quite well squared off around here. And then you go to the barber's shop, you're shaved, head shaved, bald, and then I was given a sack of rocks with metal shoulder straps instead of the ordinary shoulder straps, and began what is called the plot, where you run in a circle, and a sergeant stands over you with a whistle, and he blows one blast of the whistle, you do a forward roll, 2 blasts, you march at knees bend, and 3 blasts, you crawl. And you've got on your bald head, you have a metal helmet without the inside of the hat, so it's metal on skull. And you do that for a couple of hours, and that's the introduction to the stockade.
Répétez après moi. Les oies sauvages leur cri dans la nuit monte.
Discipline in the Foreign Legion may have acquired a certain notoriety, but a harsh discipline is not enough to create fighting spirit. Fear of punishment may stop a man running away, but it will not make him brave. A soldier fights better when he has a group to identify with. So armies take pains to foster pride in that group.
Légionnaire Padillo, Première Compagnie, 2 mois de service.
Mon colonel, la première fois que tu as fait le 8 km, tu as mis quel temps?
Je n'ai pas compris la question, mon colonel.
Legionnaire Murray, 2 mois de service. Première Compagnie, section de Sergeant Chef Minichi. I was ordered mon colonel.
C'est la première fois que tu prends la garde?
Oui, mon colonel.
They've read about the Legion, they've heard about the Legion, and the reputation of the Legion is as a fighting force. When you arrive there in basic training, you are, apart from learning the disciplines of being a soldier, how to handle a gun and so on, you are soaked up in the traditions of the Legion. They give you all the history, they tell you about their famous battles. You are brainwashed, is a bit strong, but it's that sort of process. There's a lot of singing, military songs. By the time you've been in the Legion, 6 months' time, you think you're the best thing that ever happened, and the greatest fighting force that ever happened, and off you go.
On Camarón Day, Legion tradition is celebrated with the greatest pomp. Camarón, in Mexico, was the setting for one of the Legion's many heroic last stands, a fight to the finish by a tiny band of Legionnaires against overwhelming odds. In the casket, carried by a veteran in a wheelchair, is a sacred relic, the wooden hand of the detachment's commander, Captain d'Anjou. An officer reads the account, known to all present, of how the last few faced death.
Les 60 hommes du capitaine d'Anjou ont tenu jusqu'au bout leur serment. Pendant 11 heures, ils ont résisté à 2000 ennemis, en ont tué 300 et blessé autant. Ils ont, par leur sacrifice, en sauvant le convoi, rempli la mission qui leur avait été confiée.
The wooden hand of Captain d'Anjou is still preserved at the headquarters of the French Foreign Legion in the south of France. It's a reminder to the Legionnaires of today of the traditions and the standards of their unit. For there can have been few more shining examples of that fighting spirit than Captain d'Anjou's last stand with his men at Camarón. Most of his men weren't even French. They could have had little enough understanding of the complexities of French foreign policy. But they were tough professionals. They had a strong group identity, great cohesion, and robust morale. They were hopelessly outnumbered, and they must have known that to fight on would mean only death. But for most of them was a risk even greater, and that was the risk of not living up to the standards of that unit. So, fight on they did, to death. The British soldier finds his spiritual home within the regiment. In the regimental system, the esprit de corps of the modern unit draws strength from the fighting spirit shown by its ancestors. The regiment's colours, decorated with battle honours, symbolise its ancient and honourable traditions.
Okay, sir.
In the days of close-range battle, colours served as rallying points. Indeed, the custom of trooping the colour along a regiment's ranks dates from those days when it was essential that men recognised their own regiment's colours in action. These officers of the Queen's Regiment are dining with their colours proudly displayed. To allow them to be captured was deemed a great disgrace, and men risked their lives to defend them. In May 1811, the British 3rd Foot, the Buffs, now part of this regiment, was caught in line by French cavalry at the Battle of Albuera. The massive silver centrepiece commemorates the incident. Both the ensigns carrying the colours were cut down, and one of the colours was taken. The other was seized as it fell by Lieutenant Latham. A sword cut from a cavalryman took off part of his face, and another severed his arm. But he held on to the colour with his remaining hand, and despite his injuries, saved it for the regiment. other ornaments and relics help add to the regiment's self-esteem, and its individuality is reinforced by a strong fabric of tradition.
The Queen. The Queen.
There are the formal occasions, the ceremonies, the special rituals unique to its membership. These officers, by regimental tradition, drink the loyal toast individually while remaining seated. But above all, there is that special sense of belonging, which comes from the wearing of uniform. Uniform plays an important part in the creation of fighting spirit. Modern combat kit is chiefly practical, and it's intended to make its wearer as inconspicuous as possible on the battlefield. But even this somber and shapeless garb has symbolic functions. For these Sandhurst cadets, its issue typifies the process of turning a man into a soldier, and its very uniformity sums up the way in which individual values are subordinated to group loyalties. For formal and ceremonial occasions, there are more elaborate uniforms. These have greater symbolism. Their insignia of rank define the steps of the military hierarchy, and their buttons and badges denote specific regiment and corps. These cadets are being fitted with the mess kit that they'll wear when they join their regiments. All these things stimulate a soldier's pride in his unit and in himself, and they help to create that indefinable ingredient that holds an army together: fighting spirit. In the days when battles were fought at close range, uniform provided a means of recognizing not only one's own side and the units within it, but also of stimulating the wearer's soldierly pride and confidence. The 18th century theorist, the Comte de Guibert, wrote, "Personal bravery of a single individual does not decide on the day of battle, but the bravery of the unit. The exterior splendor, the regularity of movements, the adroitness and at the same time firmness of the mass. All this gives the individual soldier the safe and calming conviction that nothing can withstand his particular regiment or battalion." The glories of the past are summoned up to encourage the soldiers of the present. These men of the Gloucestershire Regiment carry their own unique regimental distinction. Not only do they wear a badge at the front of their caps, but they also have another tiny badge at the back.
Hey, badge! Turn!
This tiny back badge commemorates the Battle of Alexandria in 1801, when the regiment faced both ways to repel an attack from front and rear. 14 years later at Waterloo, when the regiment's square was wavering, it was rallied by a shout of 28th, remember Egypt. Now, few of the soldiers present had actually been at Alexandria, but they held fast. They had remembered their regiment. The same regiment fought doggedly nearly a century and a half later on the Imjin River in Korea. Their cap badge still reminded its soldiers of their distinguished forefathers. There was a strong family feeling within the regiment. It had a reputation and a tradition to keep up.
The regimental spirit had an effect. There was a consciousness that that regiment had been in service, in spite of disasters in its history, such as at Salamanca, for example, with enormous casualties, without a single day's break since the latter part of the 18th century. And that it had had its ups and downs, but it had always attempted to do its duty and had done it on the whole well. There was the dependence on one another. We all knew one another. And by and large, people did not want to let comrades down.
it's the traditions of the regiment that forge these bonds of comradeship. This is an inter-company boxing match for the men of the 2nd Battalion, the Queen's Regiment, on active service in Northern Ireland. Most of the men here will remain with their regiment for the whole of their service. In ways like this, fighting spirit is reinforced by a unique kind of rivalry. Each soldier believes himself to be in the best platoon of the best company, of the best battalion, of the best regiment in the army.
And I believe that we have seen examples of the very best type of fighting spirit. We've seen the will to carry on when the legs are beginning to turn to rubber, and indeed a significant amount of grit. Last night, Private Rooney, as you've heard, was shot by the IRA. Before he got carted off to hospital, I was talking to him, and his principal concern was whether or not C Company were actually going to be able to find a reserve to take his place.
Regimental identity makes its own unique contribution to soldiers' morale, but it is the intimate relationship between the members of the small unit which lies at the very heart of fighting spirit. Throughout history, armies have tended to make the smallest brick of their organization a group of no more than 10 men who could get to know each other well. This 4-man team patrolling Derry keeps going because each soldier in it knows his comrades, trusts them, and knows that they rely on him. The infantry section, or the crew of the armored vehicle, are the men at the cutting edge of war, and it is their efforts that decide the outcome of battles. Fighting spirit may start with patriotic enthusiasm and rigorous training and be shored up by discipline, but it is comradeship that really matters. Mates, buddies, kameraden, copain. Most languages have a special word for a soldier's comrades, for whom his affection, forged in the heat of training and tried in the crucible of battle, will be, quite literally, passing the love of women. The ties of comradeship, far more than the threat of punishment or the lure of reward, enable soldiers to withstand the stresses and strains that are an inevitable part of their profession.
Come on, you're almost there.
Today's Marine recruits are taught, above all, never to let their comrades down. Yesterday's recruits remember why.
And that's how we lived, and that's why we loved and respected each other. We prayed for each other. I was as close to some of these people as I am to my own brothers. We bore the same pain and the same suffering.
It's your friends that keep you from turning tail and running. It's your friends that force you out the door when you don't think you should go.
I had been wounded, a gunshot wound above the right knee, a flesh wound, $1 million. I was honorably out of it in a warm, safe, dry field hospital. And then I heard that my regiment was going to jump off and land behind enemy lines. And so I jumped hospital illegally, hitchhiked to the front, and rejoined my regiment. And the second day after the landing, I was critically wounded. But why did I go back? I went back to be with the men. You need the others. You need your friends. And that is essentially what men fight for. Not the flag, not for glory, not for the Marine Corps, but for one another. And the men beside you have saved your life at times, and you saved theirs. And you're not going to let each other down. So this binds you together and together you go into battle.
This is what keeps a soldier going. His fighting spirit is displayed to his friends and on behalf of his friends in a private world where the respect of one soldier for another means everything. Soldiers do not fight for political slogans, nor just for their unit's reputation. They fight for one another.
In Bella Woods, there was 1,200 German soldiers that were dug in. They were ready for anybody to come at them. They had artillery, they had machine guns, and they were prepared for anything. The Marines knew they had to get into Bella Woods. The German machine gun fire was so intense coming out of this wood line that it was cutting the wheat down just like if someone had a sickle out there. The Marines were dropping left and right. So Dan Daly stands up in this wheat field with his bayoneted rifle over his head, and he says, "Come on, you sons of bitches! You don't want to live forever, do you? Do you understand?" "Yes, sir!" "Are you sure?"
Yes, sir! If it is not always that easy to identify fighting spirit, it is all too easy to spot when it disappears.
I could see them coming down the hill, and they were walking in a way that I'd never seen people walk before, like puppets on a stage, as though somebody was jerking them from behind.
Go, 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 go!
Battle is a harrowing experience. Most soldiers are anxious before it and terrified during it. Its sounds and sights assault the senses, and its stresses can break even the strongest will. Sheer self-interest suggests that it's an experience best avoided, and that a soldier would be well advised to take cover or even to run away. And yet most soldiers do somehow keep going, mastering their fear, coping with the stress, and doing their job. What keeps them in action when so many pressures combine to suggest an urgent appointment elsewhere is that crucial military quality. Hard to define, but easy to identify. We'll call it fighting spirit. Fighting spirit and esprit de corps are part of the tradition of the U.S. Marine Corps, and these young recruits are showing just how these qualities are stimulated. It was this same quality of fighting spirit which enabled another generation of Marines to assault scores of island fortresses in the Pacific, to face a resolute and implacable enemy, to suffer crippling casualties and to keep going.
Good morning, 1st Battalion. Good morning, sir. Are we ready for some more motivating United States Marine Corps history? Yes, sir. Now, we're going to talk about the Marine Corps going against a very, very powerful army, and that is the German Army. And we're going to talk about World War I.
Fighting spirit helped the men on both sides during the First World War to sustain the misery of trench warfare and face the perils of going over the top.
Pulling a string, they did not walk naturally. It was the first time I had ever seen men who had nothing left in them. The colonel came out of his dugout and he said, "Come on, chaps, I'll take you back up there. Follow me. I'll come with you. Don't let the regiment down." But they just took no notice of him at all. They simply went past him.
His reaction often would be to come to me and ask to go to a back corner of the command bunker and just be by himself for a while. And I would hear him sitting back in a corner just sobbing. The pressures were not from so much what the enemy was doing, but its effect on their fellows, the men they'd become close to. I think after you've put the 20th or 25th of your closest friends on a helicopter or in a body bag in a stretcher, it's going to have an effect, particularly.
Battle is the most crucial time in war, and the outcome of the battle will be decided by the courage of the soldiers and the skill of their leaders. But victory will also depend on how effectively the fighting soldiers are supplied. Nowadays, it's in giant helicopters like these that essential supplies are carried forward to the front line. Everything from bullets to biscuits, from blood to blankets. These helicopters are just the last stage in a long chain and a complex organization, without which the deadliest of weapons would fall silent and the bravest soldier would die. At a US Army logistics headquarters in Germany, officers are planning the reception of an armored brigade. 17,000 men and 50,000 tons of equipment, all the way from Fort Hood, Texas.
Okay, sir. What we got here, the first thing is the indications of the night draws. They're in a red dot.
The object of war, according to an American Civil War general, was to get there firstest with the mostest. Nowadays, we have a more prosaic word for achieving this: logistics. The practical art of moving armies and keeping them supplied.
I'm trying to check on the rail schedules for the movements of the M1s, M2s, and M3s. We've had a problem with rail schedules, and I'm concerned especially in the northern area.
For a modern army, it's a massive job, like shifting a small city with all its backup services. Everything from warehouses and workshops to surgeries, cinemas and shops.
By air, ship and road, the vast and deadly inventory of a 20th century army is assembled.
This is the originally scheduled data.
Attention to detail is vital to make all the pieces of the complex fighting jigsaw fit together at the right time and place. Men, trucks, tanks. America flexes her sinews of war.
Issue, since this unit came with only half the strength of what they were originally programmed.
Listen up. You only put it on after I tell you to. All you're doing right now is offloading my truck.
In the 19th century, almost every man in uniform was deployed within the sound of the enemy guns. Nowadays, the job of supply has become so large that most soldiers never see the front line. In Vietnam, only 1 out of every 7 soldiers was actually involved in combat. However sophisticated its use of technology, in one respect, an army of today is like every other army in history. In Napoleon's famous phrase, it marches on its stomach. Soldiers, to remain an effective fighting force, need their 3,000 calories a day, even if it's served up in a stew few mothers would recognize.
You're dropping more on the floor than you're actually on the vortex. You look, stop what you're doing, look. Slice, cross, mind the fingers, you'll need them. Down, make sure you stir it well, bring all the goodies to the top. I don't complain, give them the full portion, there you go.
Lack of food obviously has a physical effect on a soldier's body, but it has an equally damaging impact on his morale. Hunger has hastened to defeat all too often in history, so a wise commander takes immense pains to see that his troops are regularly fed.
I've just been onto the CP, and they tell me for the next 8-hour shift that they're expecting what was left of my lot, plus his own, so he should get about 6,000 really. Within the next, that's right, it'll take us up to about 25,000 mark. But there's no problems anyway.
For much of history, it has been the feeding of soldiers that has been a general's greatest problem. And it's the problem that grew as the size of armies increased. Edward III, on his way to Crécy, had found it difficult enough to feed his 11,000 men. At the height of the 30 Years' War in the 1600s, the Swedish king Gustavus Adolphus and his opponent Wallenstein each had armies of 100,000 men. These armies were like huge maggots, gnawing their way across the land, leaving a trail of famine and destruction behind them. When their food supply broke down, the soldiers took matters into their own hands, plundering the inhabitants of the areas they marched through. By the First World War, armies were numbered in millions, but the invention of tinned and dried food in the 19th century meant the feeding of armies was no longer a problem. One bakery boasted a record 172,000 pounds of flour in a single day. Graham Williams recalls other delicacies.
In those days, you'd perhaps have half a side of bacon, a big sack full of loaves of bread, or a wooden crate full of tins of jam and things. Proper ration was fresh meat, or in place of fresh meat, a tin of bully beef, corned beef. Then there was tinned butter. In place of bread, or supplement the bread, there would be army biscuits, so dog biscuits. Another thing's called McConaughey. And McConaughey's beef and vegetable ration. It was stuffed in a tin. It was supposed to be heated and made a stew. It was fairly reasonable then. But one chap in our section would like to stuff cold. It was a most revolting sort of taste. In our battalion, we never had any milk at all for our tea. There was a tremendous waste of food. Heaps of cheese, particularly, much more than we needed. There was always a lot of that wasted, and particularly tins of bully beef. In many cases, the bottom of the trenches were so muddy, the tins of bully beef were put down there as a sort of pavement.
An outstanding feature of World War II was the Allied ability to feed and supply troops anywhere in the world. But what the British Tommy wanted was tea. One medical orderly thought the 5 principal preventatives to shell shock were 1 mug of tea and 4 sugars. But when soldiers failed to get their regular food, as happened to the Germans on the Eastern Front, they reverted to the methods of a bygone age.
We ran out of food, and we came to a village, a small village, and we made sure that there were no troops in there. We watched that village beforehand. Normally we tried to skirt around the villages. We went in there, and there were about 5, 10 families living in those few houses. And we just went in there with we had the weapons, they had no weapons, and they were starving too. They had very little to eat. There were children, women, you could see it, the people were starving because it was bitter, cold weather. And we took the lot. When we were in units and couldn't get any food, we just smashed into the villages and got everything we could get. When we found an animal, sometimes the Russians had hidden a pig somewhere or some chickens or what, we slaughtered everything. One gets ruthless. I think if one really starves, one looks after number 1 first.
Soldiers have always needed other comforts to ease the tension of battle or relieve the tedium of life in the field. Away from the front line, most of these, like beer or brothels, have had to be bought. Regular pay, then, has usually been essential to keep an army contented. Indeed, the word soldier comes from the Latin word solidus, the coin used to pay the legionary his daily wage. At the front, cigarettes have been the great comforter. In both world wars, chain smoking was widespread. Under the stress of battle, smokers were willing to risk their lives to get a cigarette. And captured tobacco was one of the great spoils of war. Good morale often depends on good supplies. The United States Army has long prided itself on its ability to look after its soldiers wherever they are. In Vietnam, forward positions were supplied by helicopter. Presents from home, mail, even newspapers kept flooding in. Indeed, there were times when the abundance and variety of supply were almost an embarrassment.
The rain was so extensive that most of the fields were flooded. The helicopters would land and sink into the mud, so they weren't going to land. They would get about 30 feet off the ground and start kicking out the supplies. And what they were kicking out were cardboard boxes filled with new uniforms. I can remember being without a square meal for about 8 days, and a helicopter flew out with a supply, and what they dropped to us was what we called a PX ration, containing candy bars, toilet paper, cigarettes, and things, but not a piece of bread or not coffee that you could brew.
Ammunition, of course, has always been a vital requirement for a fighting army. But for early armies, the supply of ammunition was in fact much less of a problem than the provision of food. See, a gun like this, of say 1640, rarely fired more than 4 or 5 times a day, using at most 100 cannonballs in a campaign. So an army of this period would take along with it its entire supply for the whole campaign. This Napoleonic cannon used more ammunition, but still didn't fire more than 300 times in a campaign. It's only when we come to the guns of the 20th century that the picture changes, and then dramatically. This is an 18-pounder, the standard British field gun of the First World War. During the preliminary bombardment of the Battle of the Somme in 1916, the British artillery fired over 1.75 million shells. And every one of these guns started that bombardment with 1,000 rounds stacked on its position. During the First World War, ammunition had overtaken food as the largest item supplied to units in the field. By 1916, a British division in the line required 20 wagons of food each day, but 30 of ammunition. Moving grenades, small arms and field gun ammunition was hard enough, but in the heavy artillery, the work was backbreaking, as Montague Cleave knows well.
The men had a colossal job to do, absolutely colossal, far greater in our case than in the case of the field artillery, because our shells were very heavy, and they had to manhandle hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. I have a record of 400 shells being fired in 40 minutes from 4 guns, and they were at it tooth and nail. And not only then, but when the ammunition had to be replenished from the lorries behind.
So much ammunition was used that only the wholesale transformation of industry could meet the demand. Then only the recruitment of women could keep the factories running. It took modern war's insatiable need for supplies to start the emancipation of women. With mechanization, the needs of armies have become more complex. Specialist units are required to keep all this equipment running and ready for battle. An increasing proportion of soldiers are not fighting men in the old sense of the term. Instead, they are servants of machinery in the age of industrialized war. Now, the essential ingredient in keeping a modern army moving is fuel. So vital is it to 20th century warfare that military campaigns have been launched to ensure a reliable supply of oil. In the day-to-day operations of an army, logisticians have the crucial job of getting fuel to its tanks, its planes and its trucks, by tanker, by pipeline, and if all else fails, in cans. Tank crews think not in miles per gallon, but in gallons per mile. A modern battle tank might average 2 gallons a mile on the road, but moving at speed cross-country will push its consumption up above 3 gallons a mile. In August 1944, the US Third Army found the tyranny of logistics more damaging than enemy resistance as it attempted to pursue the Germans across the River Meuse. General George Patton believed that lack of gasoline prevented him from shortening the war. He made the classic remark, "My men can eat their belts, but my tanks gotta have gas." In the Western Desert, fuel regulated the tempo of war. In 1941, the plight of the British was worsened by one particular piece of equipment, the 4-gallon petrol tin. Described as flimsy and ill-constructed, General Auchinleck thought it was the cause of losing a third of his petrol supplies. To calculate the tanks destroyed, wrote Brigadier Desmond Young, the number of men who were killed or went into captivity because of shortage of petrol at some crucial moment, and then the ships and merchant seamen lost in carrying it, would be quite impossible. How many millions of gallons had gone into the sand? The Germans had a far more robust can. The Allies copied it, and its nickname has now become part of the English language. Jerry can. The Second World War emphasized the strong link between military power and industrial muscle. America's tremendous strength flowed from her factories, and the scale of her war production was awesome. At the peak of production in 1944, they produced 2 million trucks, 100,000 planes, 84,000 tanks, and 7,500 locomotives. Even the Russians, who had to move hundreds of factories to safety in the Urals, managed in 1942 to build nearly 25,000 tanks. Some factories turned out T-34s in only 30 hours apiece. For Germany, the cause was lost. At best, they could only produce 19,000 tanks a year.
Right, we've got 26 ships, 4,300 passengers,
1,800 plus vehicles and 800 trailers coming through in the next 24 hours.
Pull up close, convoy credit number off that side. Go and pick up your route card from St Johnson. Okay.
Supplying an army, and especially a modern one, with all its requirements, is a massive task. Indeed, most armies in the 20th century have created specialist units, like this one, the British Army's 27th Logistics Support Group Regiment, whose job is not to fight, but to transport supplies to wherever they're needed. How well the fighting men in the front line perform may well depend on how effectively the soldiers here do their job. For centuries, armies had to rely on the cart for carrying their supplies. It was slow and cumbersome, and on the atrocious roads at the time, it meant that armies could rarely travel more than 10 miles a day. The size of the baggage train grew steadily. In the 16th century, an army of 24,000 men had 3,000 carts to accompany it. But even a column of this number could not carry enough food to feed the whole army. All too soon, soldiers were forced to live off the land, and often the army degenerated into little more than a rabble. Matters were made much worse if the march was going through countryside already exhausted by war. Then, soldier and civilian alike would starve. So the conduct of a campaign was governed by the problems of transporting supplies, and the successful commander was the one who mastered it. In the Austerlitz campaign of 1805, Napoleon swung more than 200,000 men and nearly 400 guns right across Europe, from the Channel coast to what is now Czechoslovakia. His regiments moved dispersed so as not to exhaust the countryside, and his transport units shuttled along food and ammunition in the army's rear. This mastery of logistics was a factor in his victory. In 1813, Wellington led his army against the French in Spain, where it was said a small army can be defeated, a large army starves to death. Poor farming and the barren Spanish countryside meant that Wellington's army could not live off the land. But by securing access to nearby ports, Wellington was able to import all the supplies he needed to drive the French from the peninsula. Even in this century, horses and mules have remained essential. In World War I, armies could not have survived without them. And just as the war swept thousands of young men into the army, so too it emptied the stables of Europe. A single German army needed 84,000 horses. The Germans made widespread use of horses even in the Second World War. Their infantry divisions relied, as they had for centuries, upon the horse-drawn wagon, because their panzer divisions monopolized their motor transport. What shook many Allied soldiers in Normandy in 1944 was not the sight of dead Germans, but this. It was not just a shortage of trucks that led to the survival of the transport animal. When terrain and climate proved impossible, horses and mules came into their own. For example, in Burma, conventional road transport was useless. The only track was one a man hacked through the jungle. But mules could follow soldiers anywhere. They were invaluable in the Chindit operations behind the Japanese lines, and as Cyril Baldock remembers, they came in several shapes and sizes.
The small ones, I suppose, carried about 100, 150 pounds, perhaps even a little more, and the very big ones probably had 200 pounds. And they carried everything from picks and shovels to medical supplies, ammunition, and most important of all, of course, the wireless set, without which we wouldn't have been able to conduct the campaign nor get resupplied. The terrain that we covered during the operation varied from flat through to mountainous country where the slopes were almost vertical, and the vertical slopes weren't always dry. Sometimes it was very muddy and slippery. On some occasions on this sort of going, the mules were unable to manage in the normal way. from time to time, they actually toppled over and crashed down with their loads right down to the bottom of crevices and ravines, and we had to go down and rescue them, and, of course, most important as well, the load that they had been carrying. From the time we started marching in till when we went out, we must have done 800 miles or perhaps even more. In any sort of battle, but particularly in jungle area, you could be very near to the enemy without you knowing it. And of course, one of the essentials was the maximum of silence that was possible. And one thing that couldn't be allowed to happen was a mule braying when the Japanese were near. So before we went in, they all had this fairly simple and quick operation to sever their vocal cords. It's not a reversible operation. So towards the end of the campaign, some of their vocal cords were beginning to be workable again. We were told that the mules were a reserve larder of food for us, and it came to the crunch, and we were hungry, and we were often quite hungry when the supplies didn't get through. Mules were offered to people. We had wounded mules, mules that couldn't go very well. It was very, very difficult. In fact, in my experience, we never ate any mule meat at all. People preferred to go hungry rather than to eat the mules. The mules were absolutely essential to the success of the campaign and, of course, to our lives, really.
The Bavarian Alps still pose transport problems, even in the age of the helicopter. Here, the West German Army retains a mule unit. These mules, in another strange fusion of ancient and modern, are carrying Milan anti-tank missiles. This is one form of transport which can be relied on in all weathers. Modern armies make extensive use of the railway system to move heavy equipment over long distances, from far behind the lines and right up to the battle area. So familiar are railways on the 20th century landscape that it's hard to realize just how revolutionary the railway once was. A 100 years ago, it really was the age of the train. In the 19th century, the railway changed the face of war. Once, it had taken 2 weeks for an army to travel 200 miles. But by 1846, the Russians had moved 14,500 men the same distance in just 2 days. In Europe, in 1866 and 1870, Prussia's use of railways enabled her to concentrate her armies with such unprecedented speed and efficiency that she overwhelmed Austria and France. Railways had already played a crucial part in the American Civil War. The Confederates had the better generalship and superior tactics, but they were repeatedly frustrated by the ability of the North to move vast numbers of Union troops and supplies quickly by train. In August 1914, mobilization was controlled by the railway timetable. The Germans were experts in the military use of the railway, and at the height of their mobilization, one train left Cologne every minute. In World War II, a European double-tracked rail system could carry a load equal to that carried by 1,600 lorries. The rail system in Russia, however, was designed to make difficulties for any invader, as the Germans found in 1941. Only Russian rolling stock could be used on Russian rails, and most of the Soviet rail cars were destroyed or had vanished. German rail gangs had to convert an entire rail system.
The railway lines in Russia, they have a wider gauge, and as soon we occupied a certain railway line, the railway troops, they followed us, and they knocked one rail back to the German gauge.
But railways are vulnerable, and Russian partisans made German supply trains a prime target.
Towards the end of the war, the partisans were more effective, and less fuel and ammunition supplies came through.
The failure to recognize the importance of railways was to have a disastrous effect on the German invasion plan and was a fundamental factor in their defeat. When supplies did get through, they still had to be moved from railheads to the front line. And it was the lorry which was to provide the last link in the chain of supply. It was during the First World War that the lorry began to take over from the horse. And there were times when its contribution changed history.
This is northeastern France, and this looks like any ordinary piece of French provincial highway. But the kilometre stone indicates it must be something more. In fact, it's the road to the famous French city of Verdun, from the tiny township of Bar-le-Duc, 20 miles back. It's the words that tell the story. This is the Voie Sacrée.
In 1916, when the Germans attacked Verdun, all the roads to the city were either cut or covered by their artillery, except this one. With ferocious energy, the French pumped men and supplies along this road to the defenders of Verdun. Every 14 seconds, a lorry went past this spot, carrying its vital supply of food, ammunition, and soldiers.
It's been said that without the internal combustion engine, Verdun could not have survived.
The Voie Sacrée, or the Sacred Way, remains a monument to those lorries and the men who drove them. The Russian city of Leningrad also owed its salvation to motor transport. In 1941, it was besieged by the Germans, and food ran short as winter set in. Behind Leningrad, the vast Lake Ladoga froze, and the Russians built a road across the ice. Traffic control posts were set up along the route. Trucks drove day and night, a distance of 220 miles, with no room for error on the ice road. A single slice of bread was the daily ration for the people of Leningrad. During the siege, around 800,000 of them perished. As the Russian trucks moved across the ice road, the Luftwaffe tried to choke off the Leningrad lifeline. But the ice road stayed open until it melted in the spring. Leningrad was finally relieved in 1944, but it was the ice road of that first winter that saved it. Today's motor transport may seem to have a less dramatic role than that played out on the Voie Sacrée or the ice road. However, if soldiers are to receive the supplies they need to enable them to live and to fight, then the main supply routes behind them, roads, bridges, ferries, must remain open. Without this umbilical cord of supply, an army's hopes of victory are slender indeed.
Keeping an army supplied is obviously crucial to the survival of its soldiers. But the business of logistics plays a much wider role in the conduct of war. It often dictates not just when and where a battle takes place, but the way it will be fought. 130 years separate two task forces that set out from Britain, one to the Crimea, the other to the Falkland Islands. They had one thing in common, though. Each was very far from home with an immensely long line of communications. So the organization of their supplies would be bound to determine what sort of war they could fight. For almost everything that those soldiers required to live and to fight had first to be transported thousands of miles by ship.
Ships were the only link between Britain and her expeditionary force besieging the Russian fortress of Sebastopol in the 1850s. Life on the bleak uplands of the Crimea was hard at the best of times. In winter, it was terrible. Incompetence mingled with inexperience to produce administrative chaos, and the campaign has become a byword for suffering and privation. Men died of exposure, while bales of warm clothing were flung into the harbor to form landing stages. All ranks looked like bearded scarecrows. Uniforms wore out and could not be replaced. Officers were requested to wear their swords, as there was no other way of distinguishing them from the men. For 2 years, the British Army fought and endured. The British organization improved, the Russian resistance crumbled. Sevastopol fell, and a British victory was assured. When the Argentinians occupied the Falklands, they could easily reach the islands by transport aircraft from the mainland. Things were very different for the British. Simply getting the task force underway at all was a major logistic feat. Apart from the Royal Navy, merchant ships of all types had to be requisitioned. Then came the complex task of loading all the 1,001 things required by a fighting force. Brigadier Ian Baxter recalls those first hectic few days.
By about 5 o'clock in the morning, I was able to contact the various depots, alert them, and get this outloading of some 5,000 tons of stores underway. We literally loaded as the ships came into harbour, and this meant that we loaded not as we would want to do for an amphibious assault or an amphibious landing, but as the ships were there, and indeed to meet the requirements of the Board of Trade for their regulations of loading merchant ships. This created great problems later on, in that we found that 5,000 jerry cans, for instance, which we thought were full of fuel, arrived totally empty because the Board of Trade refused to allow them to be loaded onto the ship containing petrol. Likewise, we had ammunition in the lowest hold when we wanted it, obviously, in the upper hold so we could get it out. Canberra was going to be our major troop carrier. Now, she docked and within 72 hours had been equipped with one helicopter landing spot and sailed with 2,500 troops and another helicopter landing spot being built on the way to Ascension Island.
The work did not stop when the task force sailed. Good use was made of a halt at Ascension Island, midway to the Falklands.
Now, we were at Ascension Island for just under 2 weeks, and during that time we were able to cross-deck and re-stow so that we got the artillery ammunition alongside the artillery pieces and generally prepared ourselves for what we now began to realise was not a very splendid exercise, but really was going to be going to war.
The merchant ships chartered specially for the campaign carried most of the stores. Atlantic Conveyor was a floating ordnance depot.
Atlantic Conveyor was carrying, of course, our Chinook helicopters, and with a limited amount of road transport, these were absolutely essential for logistic movement.
But she was hit by an Exocet missile.
3 of them were lost. Fortunately, one was actually flying at the time, having just bladed up, and he was able to use ships across the ocean as stepping stones to eventually get himself into San Carlos. And that one Chinook helicopter was then the major logistic mover that we had for the whole of the campaign. And this, of course, not only forced us to increase the loads which the men carried, but ultimately was the reason why we sent Sir Galahad with the Welsh Guards and a vast amount of ammunition and stores round to Bluff Cove, and the result was a very sad loss of some 50 lives there. Amazingly, they did not attack those brightly coloured British Rail ferries sitting there in San Carlos water, or Canberra like a great big white whale, the main target, carrying our men and carrying our supplies. They chose instead, very bravely, to attack the Royal Naval escorts, the gunships, and indeed sunk and damaged 2 of those. If the Argentinians turned their attack to our store ships, remembering we were 8,000 miles away, and we lost one of those store ships, then quite clearly we were going to have a major problem.
When logisticians have major problems, soldiers suffer, and if terrain and climate conspire against them, they die. In 1812, perhaps 250,000 of Napoleon's soldiers perished, frozen and starving, in the snows of western Russia during the retreat from Moscow. He had fatally miscalculated the Russian winter. The same terrain was no kinder to the Germans 130 years later. The soldiers of the invading armies found to their cost that they had not been properly equipped for the harshness of the Russian winter.
Even our unit, which had come from France, we had no real winter clothing. I remember in the first winter I had summer uniform, summer coat, and then already the temperature must have dropped to minus 50 centigrade, which was very cold. We had to pay the price by not being prepared for the Russian winter. I had 3 winters in Russia, and I know that it's a terrible experience. We were living in a very dangerous climate, and we were being told when you feel very cold and then you suddenly feel warm and there's no reason for feeling warm, that is a danger point. And I had one friend of mine who went out to do his business, and that was in the evening, and next morning somebody said, "Where is Helmut?" I think was his name. It doesn't really matter the name. And then we went out and looked for him, and Helmut was still in the position, trousers down and rolled up, lying in the snow, and he had a very happy expression on his face. And I saw quite a few who died from cold. They all have a very pleasant expression, because feeling very cold is very, very bad, and suddenly you feel pleasantly warm, but that's death creeping up on you.
What revolutionized logistics and did much to change the way an army fights was the appearance of the transport aircraft.
The one I'm in is probably the most famous military aircraft of them all, the Dakota. Still going strong after more than 40 years, and this one happens to be in service with the Israeli Air Force.
It can carry over 20 fully equipped soldiers or 2.5 tons of supplies. Tough and reliable, it can land on a rough and ready airstrip or drop its load by parachute. Aircraft like this have altered the course of campaigns, like Burma in 1944. The Supreme Commander, Lord Louis Mountbatten, told his men to rely on air supply.
When the Jap tries his old trick of getting behind you and cutting your lines of communication, stay put. We'll supply you by air, and you'll defeat him. From now on, there'll be no more retreat.
In February 1944, part of the 7th Indian Division was encircled by the Japanese in western Burma. Aircraft kept them supplied with food and ammunition. Gliders were used in the Chindit operations behind Japanese lines. Many of the troops were flown to landing zones deep in the jungle. They did not always have a happy landing. When the 14th Army went on to the offensive in 1944, its soldiers were supplied by the same accurate, low-level drops, which had earlier made their defensive battles possible. Group Captain Derek Grucock saw the campaign from the pilot's viewpoint.
Well, the dropping zones are difficult to locate because they are obviously very, very small and in a very, very fantastic area, which to a large extent looks very much the same. It's all jungle and it's all green and it's just growing there. Some of it's up and some of it's down, but it's not easy to find. We had to land on something like 800-yard strips in a fully laden Dakota, and this was particularly difficult on a strip like the one called Aberdeen, so you had to get the approach just right. That particular strip was the worst, so I think there were about 20 wrecked Dakotas on the ground when we finally located it. The job was made wonderful to me because of the aeroplane we were flying. It was absolutely magnificent for the job. You could stand it on a wingtip, you could fly it around almost like a fighter, and you could land it on a very short space. It really was a wonderful aeroplane. I don't think we could have done the job with any other kind of aeroplane.
But air supply has its limitations. In 1954, the French were clinging desperately to a key position at Dien Bien Phu in Vietnam. Viet Minh artillery soon made the landing strip unusable, and supplies and reinforcements alike had to be parachuted in. Helicopters might have helped, but the French had too few. The troops on the ground were ringed tighter and tighter, and when the ground attack support aircraft were called in, the Viet Minh anti-aircraft gunners took a heavy toll.
Surrounded by hills, French pilots called Dien Bien Phu the chamber pot. They inflicted heavy casualties on the Viet Minh. But eventually, the position was overrun by sheer weight of numbers. The French paid a heavy price for their lack of air support. They lost the cream of their fighting force, and with it a colony. The United States in Vietnam enjoyed a logistic superiority unmatched in the history of war. In early 1968, the U.S. Marine Combat Base at Khe Sanh was kept supplied by air power alone. Between the 21st of January and the 8th of April, there were over 1,000 landings or airdrops on the position, delivering over 12,000 tons of supplies to the garrison. Jim Hebron, a member of it.
On a daily basis, they would bring in C-123, these cargo aircraft, and the lifeline that fed us beans, bullets, and bandages that we needed to survive during that period of time. It became quite hectic after a while because we're shelling the airstrip so heavily, they would walk the mortars right down the runway, following the planes, and they hit a number of the planes. And for a short period of time, the airstrip was cut off, and we were quite concerned. We wouldn't have enough material to fight back with.
Khe Sanh was under constant shell and mortar fire. Men could take cover in their trenches and bunkers, but planes on the airstrip were sitting targets. Helicopter gunships swooped low to suppress the Viet Cong fire. Trench warfare had returned. But defenders on the surrounding hills faced a crisis.
There was, for one thing, a marked lack of water. Everything we had to be brought in by helicopter. Water is heavy. It was a great risk to bring in a helicopter load of water. So the conditions were not very sanitary. There was no electric power. There was no way to keep clean because we only owned the top of the hill. The North Vietnamese owned the bottom, and that's where the water was.
And some of the people up there went without showers for, I guess, 4 or 5 months, and without hot food. There was no hot food for close to 3.5, 4 months. One lived on sea rations, and 2 or 3 of them a day. And after about 2 or 3 weeks, they're boring. Right after 2 or 3 months, so they're disgusting.
Boring and disgusting they might have been, but it was these rations, often dropped straight onto the airstrip in low-level runs, that kept the defenders of Khe Sanh going. Helicopters, like the huge 2-rotor Chinook, also played their part in flying in all the garrison's requirements. Ammunition for artillery and small arms was a major preoccupation, and even replacement field guns were brought in by air.
The guns that they used were 105s, which are regular artillery pieces, and all 6 of them were destroyed, twisted metal hunks, and we could watch the helicopters bring in 6 brand new ones the next morning.
Vietnam was above all the war of the helicopter. The Americans used them lavishly, both as gunships and for the transport of men and equipment. North Vietnamese gunners found them elusive targets, as Colonel Dabney recalls.
The problem the enemy had was that it took about 25 to 30 seconds from the time the mortar round was fired until it hit. And since they didn't know until the helicopter landed exactly what its position was to be, we used that 25-second period in order to load casualties and the dead or to offload critical supplies. If we did not get the helicopter off within 30 seconds or so, that we probably were going to lose it and take substantial casualties among the people on it and servicing it.
Air power
helped the defenders of Khe Sanh in other ways. Ground attack aircraft bombed positions around the base, sometimes just outside the perimeter. Giant B-52s struck from high altitude, unheard and unseen.
The B-52 raids raised morale. One never even saw the airplane. One just saw the tremendous result of the concussions. They just rocked you right in your trench. Recorded that close. You know, the North Vietnamese Army lost between 13,000 and 22,000 troops in the field. And because of the concentrated air support we had, we felt very strongly that it saved our ass.
The Second World War British Field Marshal Lord Wavell summed up the importance of logistics. The more I see of war, the more I realize how it all depends on administration and transportation.
Fine, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take 6 photographs now. 3 photographs hats on, followed by 3 photographs hats off. So if we can start now with the hats on photographs, please. Looking directly to the camera. Fine, the first photograph now, please. Here we go, on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3.
Team leaders, face about and listen as the evaluator reads the problem situation.
The ground and sandbags along the sides between the moat and the front wall are mined. Matter of fact, we're standing in a mined area right now. The mined area runs out to right here. It is not mined right in here, and it starts again right here, okay? To aid in your escape, you have a steel ladder, a length of rope, and a steel pipe. You see those items, candidate?
Yes, sir.
These young men want to command. As officer candidates for the U.S. Marine Corps, they're being put through their paces. The examiners are looking for an exclusive quality, leadership.
What we have to do is escape every prisoner. So here's what we're going to do. The steel ladder, we got that rope, and we got that huge pipe. We're going to tie the rope to one of these pipes on the ladder. We're going to have a guy climb up the ladder here. We're going to slowly lower it down and get him to that side.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to reach that.
You got to hold it. Everyone's got to hold it.
Okay, candidate, I'm back over here. Count to 120.
But each candidate is tested for 2 specific capacities: the ability to formulate a plan quickly and confidently, and the ability to communicate it clearly and decisively to his team. Success demands that he show force of character without riding roughshod over his men.
Evaluators debrief the team leaders.
Your mission statement
concept of the operation and the entire plan was pretty simple and understood. Although it wasn't a logical plan, it wasn't feasible, it was pretty well understood, I thought, by everybody.
Your mission is to get yourselves and the drum across the fence between the upright and the iron tripod. Exactly as I read it to you. That's your mission. You forgot half of it.
A little bit more enthusiasm, a little bit more ingenuity, a little bit more driving force would have got you through.
Confidence, concern, and the capacity to plan. These are the qualities the successful candidate must show. They are also those of the commander at all levels.
Okay, put your initials right there for me.
0857.
0857, yep.
A commander is the brain and often the heart of an army, and so crucial to its success or failure. This is the battle headquarters of the 1st British Corps in Germany. From here, its Commander General Farndale controls 130,000 soldiers, 825 tanks, 442 guns, launchers and missiles, and a huge number of supporting units. It's his job, as it is of every commander, to prepare, coordinate and deploy a vastly complex organization at the right place, in the right numbers, and at the right time. It's a job that requires professional skills of a very high order. So the commander must also have certain inner qualities. Courage, for one. A capacity to communicate and inspire. Above all, he needs the force of will and calm of mind to ride out that storm of anxiety and uncertainty which battle arouses. It's these rare qualities that make for a great commander. And it is great commanders who have often meant the difference between victory and defeat for their armies.
Here we will stand and fight. There will be no further withdrawal. I have ordered that all plans and instructions dealing with further withdrawal are to be burnt.
Bernard Montgomery was exactly the sort of commander whose presence on the battlefield made the difference between defeat and victory. And of all the qualities brought by him to the 8th Army in North Africa in 1942, self-confidence and force of character are those best remembered.
When he came to the 8th Army, before the Battle of Alamein, he visited the troops and he put across himself there, not only himself, but what he was fighting for, what his plans were going to do, in a most excellent way, which raised the morale in the 8th Army miraculously.
The great point to remember is that we are going to finish with this chap Rommel once and for all. It'll be quite easy, there's no doubt about it. He is definitely a nuisance. Therefore, we will hit him a crack and finish with him.
Montgomery's opponent, General Erwin Rommel, made his leadership even more personal, often by commanding from the very front. During some of his daring attacks against the British in the desert, he established his forward headquarters in one of the leading tanks and kept his staff informed of his whereabouts by transmitting a pre-arranged cipher group, only 3 or 4 figures, which signaled a change of direction. His philosophy was that victories are won at the point of the spearhead, and so that was where he put himself. Leadership from the front was also the method favored by Israeli commanders in their desert campaigns.
The main virtue of a commander, as you called him, is the ability to lead people under fire into the unknown, into situations that are called to risk their life. That means they might die. And in order to be ready to die or to face situations that you might die, you have to have someone in front of you that you have complete confidence in him, that he brings to you the best possibility to come out of it alive. And that's what leader is all about. A person that can inspire confidence in his followers that they will have the best chance to come back out of this trial alive.
Squad! Halt!
A lieutenant may be a general in embryo, junior and senior sharing the same qualities of leadership. But the officer's apprenticeship is a long one. It begins when he is 18 or 20 and is given command of a platoon of 30 soldiers. Successful command at this first level is a prerequisite for promotion to the next. 3 or 4 platoons make up a company. For that command, an officer will become a captain or major. The rank of major is the ceiling of most officers' careers. Command of a battalion of several companies, about 600 men, goes to the successful minority promoted lieutenant colonel. This is the last rank in which an officer will lead a fighting unit, rather than command it from above. As a one-star general, he will head a brigade of 3 battalions. 3 brigades make up a division. The divisional commander will hold the rank of Major General. 2 or more divisions make up a corps. The commander who has risen to this responsibility will be a Lieutenant General. He now commands perhaps as many as 20,000 men. Finally, as a full or 4-star general, he will command 2 or more such corps, an army of at least 50,000 men. In no other position in any calling does an individual bear so heavy a weight of life and death responsibility. Men who can bear that burden are not found easily. The search for them begins at the very outset of an officer's career. The future officer is chosen by selection or examination. At military academies, his leadership potential will begin to be developed. This is West Point, where the future American regular officer comes for 4 years of college education and military training. At the end, the academy will give him a degree, and hope it has taught him some of the rudiments of leading soldiers in action.
Sir, there are 5 minutes until assembly for lunch formation. The uniform is battle dress uniform. The menu for lunch is frankfurters, sauerkraut, cookies, tropical punch. 5 minutes, sir.
The cadet spends his first year here in what West Point calls Beast Barracks, where he is subject to a regime of constant orders and seemingly pointless rituals. He must walk along the walls of corridors. He must square corners. Its purpose is to strengthen his respect for authority by challenging him to indiscipline. As a senior cadet, he will administer the system himself.
Tropical punch. 4 minutes, sir.
What's for dinner? Sir, for dinner we're having sirloin steak, baked potato, pineapple cake, and cranberry juice.
Okay, good.
For dinner, ma'am, for dinner we are having grilled steak, baked potatoes, pineapple cake, and apple juice, ma'am.
Good. Montgomery, what's your Schofield's definition of discipline?
Sir, Schofield's definition of discipline. Discipline was to make soldiers of free countries reliable in battle, is not to be gained by harsh and tyrannical treatment.
While he who fails hence manifests disrespect towards others, especially inferiors, cannot fail to inspire against him hatred.
Hatred against himself.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, make that correction.
Ma'am, may I make a correction?
Yes. Cannot fail. Just start from cannot fail.
Cannot fail to inspire of them hatred against himself.
The 4th classmen here at the military academy go through a very rigorous daily routine. But yet this is very necessary in order to instill the discipline that is required of military officers. And when you have these daily rigors that these 4th classmen go through, they learn to develop this instilled discipline. So it really is it's a very beneficial year here at West Point.
West Point is a school of manners as well as of war. It expects its officers to be gentlemen or gentlewomen. Gentility, most officers believe, is a form of concern for others. In earlier generations, it was thought the natural attribute of an officer class. Today, it is the subject of instruction.
In the next 4 years, you're going to be trained to be an officer in the regular Army. You will not spend the rest of your life, once you graduate from this establishment, in the battlefield. You're going to be at many social functions, dining-ins, dinners, formal dances. Etiquette will not end here. We are not training you to be cadets. We're training you to be officers in the regular Army. As you walk up to the receiving line, the first person is known as a hop manager. The next person is, of course, the guest of honor.
Miss Dickinson, glad to meet you. How are you? Good evening.
Miss Dickinson, this is my wife, Mrs. Daly. Miss Dickinson.
How do you do, Miss Dickinson? It's nice to
Munson?
see you.
You're looking awful good tonight. Jet Munson.
Hi, good to see you tonight. Y'all have a good time, okay?
Looking awful good.
Smile pretty.
The idea that manners maketh man has an ancient history in the military world. For a man with the power of death in his hands, who had no respect for the decencies of life, would be an abomination. The modern officer is the inheritor of a code of courtesy that descends from a much earlier age. It was the idea of the warrior as a gentleman, somebody who obeyed a strict code of conduct, who fought by the rules, who didn't trick or cheat to win, and who would lay down his life if honor demanded it. Over the centuries, these standards prevailed and came to be called chivalry. The badge of chivalry was the suit of armor. But with the arrival of gunpowder, a musket could put a ball through it. And then a new sort of soldier, the paid mercenary, emerged. And yet, the knightly class hung on in European warfare. Many of the new mercenaries aped its standards of chivalry. We can see this trend in the gradual shrinking of armor, first to the half suit. The shin and forearm pieces went next, and then the shoulder plates. The 17th century leader often wore just a breastplate, and eventually even that shrank to the tiny vestige, the throat piece, or gorget. But it remained the badge of the British, French, and Prussian officer right up until the French Revolution, because armor stood for leadership, and in a way, armor persists. The white tabs on this Sandhurst cadet's uniform are called gorget patches, and they're the relic of the gorget attachments. You can still see the button and the cord which hold the gorget in place. So even the modern officer proclaims his origin in knighthood, in chivalry. West Point demands standards of behavior which most medieval warriors would certainly have failed to meet. The standards are enshrined in the honor system. Breaches of the code are tried by a court of fellow cadets. There is only one punishment they can recommend: expulsion from the academy.
Officially, the honor code is a 13-word statement. It states a cadet will not lie, cheat, or steal, nor tolerate those who do. To us as cadets, it's a standard that we live up to. Every day we live up to that standard, and it forms the trust that is between each cadet and the officers in the Army. Of course, if that individual did commit a violation, he would be responsible for turning himself in. If that individual did not turn himself in, then I would be required to turn him in.
David E. Echobarger.
Brian V. Patton. Idis L. Zunda. Randall G. Penrice. William Scott Phillips.
It is not the ring you wear on your finger that should mark you as a West Point graduate. It is the professionalism, the character you bring to this officer corps, the way you take care of your soldiers.
Care for those under his command is a responsibility that the cadet can only simulate. Not until he receives his commission will his responsibility for the lives of others become a real one. This is the 2nd Battalion, the Queen's Regiment, in Londonderry, Northern Ireland. 2nd Lieutenant Burrows, newly commissioned from Sandhurst, has arrived just in time for morning muster parade. He takes his place in front of 11 platoon. These 25 men are now under his command.
11 platoon is ready and waiting your inspection, sir.
Thank you very much.
As yet, he has not even had the chance to meet them.
Good morning, sir. Jason Harris.
Please speak, sir.
Come in.
Thank you.
Have a seat.
Sandhurst has taught you the very basics of man management, leadership, and I hope developed just a few of your own characteristics and skills. But you, as a young officer, have got a very difficult role to assume. You assume a tremendous amount of responsibility, particularly so over here, where if you make a wrong decision, the lives of your soldiers could be at risk. I'm sending you across now to meet your company commander, to meet your platoon sergeant, and eventually, later in the day, you'll get down to actually meeting your soldiers.
Well, Jason, welcome to C Company. Thanks, sir. And what we're going to do now, really, is have your first chat with me. The actual command aspects of it, command and control, you want to initially share that with Sergeant Feakins. When you walk out of here and go to the platoon from my office with Sergeant Feakins, you are the platoon commander of 11th Platoon. To all intents and purposes, you're a second lieutenant, you're officer being commissioned. It is your task, your job. However, you can't walk straight into it just like that. It's something which does take time, and you must share that responsibility with Sergeant Feakins. Let's go out and meet Sergeant Feakins. Bring him in, I should say. Sergeant Feakins. Stop. Sergeant Feakins, Mr. Burrows.
Hey,
Jason, Sergeant Feakins.
Welcome to 11th Platoon, sir. Thank you very much, Sergeant.
I'll leave you two to carry on. You've got platoon outside to meet him?
Certainly has.
Okay.
Okay. Right, come this way, sir. 11th Platoon's formed up over there. Right. We've got 30 in the platoon, including yourself, you're the officer. 1 platoon sergeant. We've got 3 full corporals. Unfortunately, one of them's in hospital in England, so you won't actually be seeing him.
Right, and which corporal is this one?
It's Corporal Fraser.
Corporal Fraser.
But the other 2 are around.
Right.
Morning, sir. 11th Platoon's formed up and ready for you, sir.
Good morning, Corporal. Thank you.
Sir.
Well, good morning, 11th Platoon. My name is Mr. Burrows. I'm very glad to be here to be your new platoon commander, and you're my first platoon. I'd just like to say a few words at this point. I've just left Sandhurst, so I'm very new to this game, but thoroughly looking forward to enjoying myself. I boxed and also did academy athletics at Sandhurst, and I will be seeing all of you in the next couple of days, interviewing you all, so I can get a chance to learn your names, and you can have a chance to have a chat with me as well. Okay, thanks very much.
Right, sir, if I introduce you to everybody in the platoon at the moment.
Okay.
Right, first Private Andrews, sir.
Sir. Private Andrews. Good, how long have you been? 4.5 years, sir. 4.5 years. So is this your first time in Ireland? Yes, sir. Right. Okay.
Private Webster, sir. Sir.
Private Webster. And how long have you been in the Queen's?
7 years, sir.
7 years. Right. Is this your first tour in Ireland?
No, sir.
You know quite a lot about living over here, etc.
Still a lot to learn, sir.
You're suddenly out in front of your men, and you're their platoon commander, and it suddenly hits you there that you've got to lead them from the front, and you've got to live up to their expectation of being their officer. And people look at you all the time, and your senior officers are looking at you, your men are looking at you, and they perhaps are your greatest critics.
Private Craig.
That you want to do good for the platoon, do good for yourself, and be good to them. And you're putting yourself on a pedestal in that sense, but at the same time, it's that kind of challenge of leadership, which I enjoy, but which is obviously very demanding. And looking at it from my point of view, my first day, I still wonder, you know, am I good enough? Will I be the kind of officer that they want me to be? And I just hope I will be.
Your men first always, yourself last always. This is the formula every young British officer is taught.
5 years, sir. 5 years. We enjoyed those 5 years.
Yes, sir.
The platoon commander, after all, stands immediately between them and higher authority. So if they are to respect authority, they must respect him.
I see that you're also married. Sir. Is your wife actually here with you?
No, she's in England, sir.
She's in England. Is that you prefer that she does?
But the commander at every level bears the obligation to care for the welfare of his men.
These are junior officers of the British Guards Division inspecting their men's feet after a hard march in Flanders in 1915. When the First World War was over, many junior officers came to feel that the senior commanders had cared too little for the men whose lives had been lost in millions. Some of them, who rose to high rank in the Second World War, like Slim and Patton, made a conscious decision not to hide in headquarters, but to show themselves to their soldiers and to be seen to care for their welfare. It was with a similar inspiration that in December 1950, General Matthew B. Ridgway arrived to take command of the demoralized American army in Korea. Dressed in combat kit, he toured the front line, visiting fighting units while the action was hottest, sharing risks and seeing to the soldiers' welfare.
And General Ridgway went up and down talking to these Marines and boosting their courage and letting them know that he was the commander and letting them see what their commander looked like. And of course he had a lot of things on his mind, but as we got ready to leave, the lieutenant said, "General, I have to move out." And he said, "Okay, fine." As we turned around, he stopped, and one of the Marines who was in the group was carrying a machine gun and had just slung it over his shoulder, and Ridgway bent down, and he had noticed that the Marine's shoelace was untied. So he bent down and tied the shoelace, and he said, "Son, you can't go far with a loose boot." A lot of the things that we had been used to in World War II just hadn't gotten into the logistics system in Korea, and so many men didn't have any gloves. Hot meals were becoming a rarity, and these were things that to him were critical. The accessibility of stationery for writing home, all those things that he knew were the keys to morale. So what we'd do is we'd carry gloves around with us and stationery, and whenever the first question he normally asked the troops is, "When did you last have a hot meal?" And it was this tremendous attention to detail.
Within a month, Ridgway had restored the 8th Army's morale. As one of his aides put it, he'd got the army fighting for him. Generalship would be easy if it was merely welfare work. One of the hard truths of war is that the successful general must also be a man of iron. When General George Patton took over command of the American Second Corps in 1943, he found it shaken by defeat at the hands of Rommel. Strict discipline, he insisted, was essential to restore morale.
They'd suffered very heavy casualties at the Battle of Kasserine, and they'd lost a great deal of equipment. And he had a short time in which to bring that corps back into a first-class fighting formation. And he did it in a matter of weeks by imposing regulations and, in fact, being very strict on all matters, and particularly on what I call producing the warlike spirit in a corps that had had a very hard introduction to battle. I think in a very short time they became devoted to him. He was fairly fierce with them. On one occasion, I was driving him in a jeep, and he'd issued orders that they were all to wear steel helmets. He met a young officer at the side of the road who was wearing a knitted cap, and he told me to stop the jeep. He got out, seized him by the coat collar, and shook him like a rabbit, threw his cap on the ground, and said, "Now I'll fine you $10 for the Red Cross." I rather hung onto his shoulder and said, "Steady, General." But he said, "That'll be all round the corps by this evening, and you'll never see those goddamn caps again." And we never did.
With those who fell below the standards of discipline he set himself, he was unforgiving. Twice in American military hospitals, he physically assaulted soldiers who had been admitted for showing battle fatigue. He could accept no justification for cowardice.
So on the 1st of April, 1943, General Patton sent General Bradley, who was his second in command, myself, and Captain Jansen, who was his aide-de-camp, up to one of his forward divisions to find out how things were going along. Unfortunately, our jeeps were parked together and not very well concealed, and 3 Messerschmitt 109s came over the hill, dropped a number of cluster bombs, one of which landed amongst us. Jansen was killed and I was wounded. The next day, Patton came to see me in hospital, and particularly to ask after Jansen. He sat on the bed, and the tears rolled down his cheeks, and he said, "I really loved that boy. He was a splendid young man. He was very, very upset about him. He then went on down the ward talking to other people until he came to a young officer to whom he said, "And what happened to you, young man?" The young man, rather aggrieved, said, "I just surrendered, General, when they shot me." Patton changed immediately. He threw his steel helmet on the floor. His jaw stuck out. He said, "No soldier of mine ever surrenders," turned his back on him and walked straight out of the tent.
Many generals, Montgomery was one of them, think it a duty to visit their wounded soldiers in hospital, even though their resolution may be shaken by confronting the consequences of their generalship.
At one stage, he came along when we had a particularly bad batch of chest and abdominal injuries and asked, may he be allowed to watch us operate. And I gave him a gown and he watched us operate, and he was quite horrified. In fact, he was very, very moved. And when we finished, and I untied the back of his gown for him and let him out of it, and he said, "Thank you so much, sister. That is wonderful." But he said, "This is the part of war I don't like. I can't bear to see poorly soldiers," and the tears were streaming down his face.
I have experienced on 2 occasions my soldiers being killed, and it is not nice, and one always blames oneself. And so it is a dilemma. But it's one one's got to face, one must not shirk, one's got to win battles. One wins battles and casualties will result, and one's got to face that fact. But one must minimize them and keep them to the minimum in order to win.
I've been in situations where I sent people to die. It's tough. The only way that I can cope with it is based upon 2 issues. One, that I am always in that situation myself. The second one, that when I come back from it, I'm committed to go again if I come out alive. And that gives me the feeling that I sent people to die, yes, but I exposed myself to the same threat. And if I was lucky and I survived, I'm ready to do it again. And I'm ready to train my son to do it for the right cause. And unfortunately, human being fighting costs life. And you cannot be an army man without taking it as part of your daily philosophy of life.
No, you. I want me move for you. Go, squad leaders up! Okay. Our platoon will attack in its zone to seize company objective Alpha, which is Andersonville. And we will prepare to continue our attack.
Leadership, the power of inspiration, concern for one's men. These are all the prerequisites of command. But beyond those characteristics, the commander needs other qualities, intellectual skills, and above all, the ability to formulate a good plan. At officer training school, young commanders are given the opportunity to try out their planning skills as they lead a platoon of their fellows under the watchful eye of the instructor.
Well, let the platoon commander know. Move into that building, McCary. Bobby, you got the building cleared over there?
You have to wait until you clear this building. You have to wait until you clear building number 7.
When you hear the whistle, you advance to the next building. Got it?
Go to the corner! Go to the corner! On the other end! Go to the new damn search team. Designate a new search party if they can't handle it. There's no sense in leaving the door open. Why are you leaving the door open?
Let's go, move back! Yeah! Let's
go! Also remember, be aware of the threat of a shoot. I've just been talking to the lads in the INTSAL, and they're reason to believe, too, that there could be a shoot on tonight.
For Lieutenant Burrows, 1 month after joining his regiment, the shooting is for real. So too must be his plan. An operation with his platoon on the streets of Londonderry.
We hit it the other week. Remember the one upstairs? Right. Situation, enemy forces. As you know, we're going into the area of November Whiskey 7, which we know to be a hard Republican area, and also of late has been one of the most active areas Republican-wise in the city. Hello, Zero, this is Alpha 30 Alpha, over. Location Echo 1, over. Okay, you ready?
While its new lieutenant has been getting to know his platoon, his soldiers have also been assessing him.
As a platoon commander, I think he's done quite well in Northern Ireland.
Let's have a quick look in there.
It's a very involved situation here, and there's a lot to learn. It's very hard to take it all in the short time he's had. And yeah, I have to admit, he has dropped the odd clanger here and there, and his radio voice procedure could do with a bit of working on, and on a cordon, move one of the units into the wrong position. But all in all, I think he's done very well indeed.
Okay, go on.
Operations of this kind are organized at company level. They are of necessity on a small scale. But in the battlefield, the junior officer is likely to find himself part of a much larger overall plan. At the next stage, command passes to the battalion commander, whose responsibilities are of an altogether different order.
Good morning, gentlemen. Guam is the southernmost of the Mariana Islands, located at 13 degrees 25 minutes north, 144 degrees 47 minutes east. It's a tropical climate with the rainy season beginning in early July and lasting to late November. General situation, gentlemen, is that on 17 July 1984, 2 Soviet naval infantry battalions en route from Cameron Bay to Nicaragua for training exercises made a sudden landing on the island of Guam.
A major exercise in the Pacific. The officers of a Marine Corps battalion are called together by their commanding officer, a lieutenant colonel.
The 2nd Battalion secured the naval station and the naval magazine areas. Within 4 hours of the Soviet landing, 31st Marine Amphibious Unit was ordered to absorb Battalion Landing Team 3-2 and retake Guam.
A battalion landing team is put ashore on Guam to retake the island. The planning at this stage is already highly complex, involving naval and air power, as well as the companies of the battalion's own amphibious landing craft. The battalion may itself be one of several involved in a yet larger plan.
Afternoon on 23 July, India Company from 3rd Battalion 2nd Marines landed on a roadie point against stiff opposition, while 2nd Battalion 9th Marines landed at Tumon Beach and moved toward the Naval Air Station to secure it.
Once ashore, the battalion sets up its command post and proceeds to plan the next stage of the battle.
Afternoon, gentlemen. About 1200 today, we had a high-altitude reconnaissance flight fly over Guam, indicated some new enemy positions on the island which will affect our operations.
Course of action 1. The 2nd Company attacks on a main axis of advance.
Officers of the battalion now operate as a staff. Each is given a separate appointment: operations, intelligence, fire support, and so on.
Course of action 2. A coordinated 2-company assault.
Each is presented with alternative courses of action and must argue for the best of these as he judges it.
Course of action number 1, the advantages, relatively low casualty rates.
Course of action number 1, advantages, you'll be able to concentrate the maximum firepower.
Course of action number 2, the advantages.
Course of action number 1 offers extremely short lines of communications.
All 3 courses of action are supportable by the fire support.
And we got that capability?
I selected course of action number 1 as my most preferred, sir.
Conclusion, sir. Course of action number 2 is the most affordable.
Well, course of action number 2 is the most favorable.
Okay, any questions of the engineer platoon commander?
Right, go. That's sure, this last week we had.
Okay.
Gents, from listening to the staff estimates, my course of action that I select as a commander is course of action 2. I want to reiterate what my concern is, and part of the reason, the preponderance of the course of the staff has selected course of action 2. I've taken that into consideration, but as I gave in my commander's guidance earlier,
the commanding officer makes his judgment as to the best all-round course of action. The plan is his responsibility, but it is the work of many.
You have to rely on your subordinates, you have to rely on your subordinate commanders to take the ball and run with it. Because you personally have got to sit back and do the type things that I just closed this brief out with. What is the next evolution we're going to look at? And what do I want my staff preparing for? Because in my years of experience, what I find is that too many commanders are fighting the present battle, and once it's done, there's a panic react to, well, how are we going to carry on with the next evolution? And it's too late then.
The qualities needed to lead men in battle haven't changed very much over the years. What has changed, of course, is the nature of war. It's become increasingly complex. A modern commander has to be the master of skills that were undreamed of by Napoleon or Wellington or Robert E. Lee. To aid him in these increased responsibilities, he's got a general staff. This is the British Army Staff College at Camberley in Surrey. Officers nominated after a stiff examination come here as majors or captains in their early 30s. Many of them will go on to become senior commanders. Indeed, it's extremely difficult for an officer who has not been to Staff College ever to rise to high rank. And it is here that these young officers will be trained to perform the administrative and operational tasks that a modern army headquarters demands.
Captain White. Captain White. Captain White, your serial number is 179. You're in fact a captain?
Yes.
White and MBE.
That's right.
And your RTR.
Royal Tank Regiment, yeah.
At Shrivenham, you're in Div 3.
That's right, yeah.
That's not quite right. I mean, obviously, I understand the problem about columns and all that sort of business, but it should be Sahavi.
That's the name you wish to be known as, sir, is it?
Yeah, no, that's correct. But my, in fact, full name is Sahavi Bruce.
All right, so I'll get that.
See what I mean? Yeah. But obviously, if you can't fit
it in...
No,
it'll fit in, so there's no
it's
problem.
H-E-R-V-E-Y.
And how are you going to get him into that armour-killing area? Exactly that.
In 10-man syndicates, tomorrow's commanders learn to draw up plans of operations. They try their hands first as brigade commanders, and then as divisional generals.
No, steady. Reverse slope positions, viable anti-tank position. What are you talking about?
What I'm trying to say is that, having identified where I may want to put my anti-armour weapons...
But the real purpose of the exercise is less to train them as generals than as the staff officers without whom generals cannot function.
On River Arm.
Leaving it away. Now, Charles, what's going on?
Well, sir, since we last met, there has been a serious development to our west, and I estimate that the 4th Brigade will be able to hold them for 24 hours.
The staff is headed by the Chief of Staff, in this NATO exercise a brigadier, who directs the battle under the orders of the commander. His role is to turn the general's wishes into clear-cut instructions to the troops.
2 tank divisions. They have broken through, and they are now swinging to...
A commander must have absolute confidence in his Chief of Staff. He must withhold nothing from him. He must give him his thoughts of how things might develop. And if certain things occur, this is how he would like to deal with them. He must listen to his Chief of Staff, who will give him options and advise him. But his Chief of Staff is the man, if you like, who holds the fort, who remains in the headquarters, who is constantly conducting the battle, if you like, passing on the commander's broad directives. And this frees the commander from getting involved in the minute-to-minute conduct of it.
What about the gunners? Is there any implication here on your side?
Yeah, if Norfolk are going to do it, it solves the problem to a large extent, although we'd obviously have to provide some artillery support. But I would much prefer to see one division doing it. All the 4th...
Nowadays, the complexity of an armoured force is very great. It consists of an all-arms team, of tanks, infantrymen, artillerymen, engineers, aviation, signals, communicators. Then there are all the services, the transport, doctors, suppliers, maintainers, payers, policemen, goodness knows what, that all together make a team. He must train this team and weld it together so that it comes into battle in the best possible shape. But he's not finished there. He must make a good plan. It must be a simple plan. And above all, it must be clearly understood by all his subordinates. They must not be confused. They must be quite clear. They must believe in their plan. They must believe they're going to win. And he must make sure that they're brought to a pitch, rather like an athlete, if you like, for a major athletic event, so that on the day they are in the best possible condition to meet this great test. No single commander in the battle is on his own. He's part of a bigger battle. The corps commander is part of an army group battle. The army group is part of a bigger battle. And so this point of each commander at each level being clear of his part in that battle is of critical importance. It's much more difficult today than it ever was in the past. In the past, by and large, the commander was surrounded by his troops. One has a picture of Wellington at Waterloo, in amongst the battle. Now it is more difficult. Let's just look there, assessing your position. You're holding strongly here with 2 infantry brigades, and your armour is ready, resurrected now?
Absolutely. The brigade is not completely refurbished yet. I expect it will be ready in all respects by 1800 hours tonight.
The enlargement of the battlefield, once a place a general could survey in a single glance, and today perhaps covering much of a continent, has been due to the improvement of one factor overall: communications.
Call sign 5 is under fire from point 105. Can you cover it?
However inspired a commander, and however industrious his staff, in modern war they are helpless without good communications. Now this is a reconstruction of Major General Jeremy Moore's headquarters in the Falklands in 1982. Its canvas shelters dug 10 feet deep into the peat at Fitzroy to control the final attacks on Port Stanley. Along that wall run the various radio networks, maintained and operated by specialist signallers and monitored by staff officers. This is the main command net. From here, the commander sends orders to his 4 brigades and receives their reports on their progress. It also enables him to communicate with his floating headquarters on HMS Fearless. And next to him, the artillery commander talks to his batteries, coordinating their fire missions. Next comes naval gunfire support, and here, air support. This is the Tactical Air Request Cell, a clearinghouse for air attacks. Airstrikes are usually set up from here as part of a deliberately planned operation. Aircraft may be tasked to strafe an enemy battery, to attack a convoy, or to soften up a position before an attack goes in. Next comes Helicopter Coordination, Control and Tasking Cell, responsible for dealing with demands for transport helicopters. Now, in a war where minefields are important, the sappers play a key role, and this is where the engineer commander talks to his forward units, plots minefields and organizes their breaching. And finally, this radio, on the ship's frequency and with its volume turned up full, gives warning of air attack. Now, this is a small, cramped headquarters for the command of the equivalent of a division in a complex operation, and yet it demonstrates quite clearly that these radios and the signallers who man them are indispensable. A stroke of the pen can make a man a general, but nowadays it is communications that make him a commander.
3 photographs, hats on, followed by 3 photographs, hats off.
So what is it that makes a successful commander? Examination and professional performance have established the credentials of these candidates for the rank of general. Training and service have established their courage and their force of character. But in which of them, if any, does the mysterious combination of the two reside in the correct proportion? And can anything but war itself find it out?
With the expressions, chins up, a little bit of a smile, please. Here we go, on the 3, 1, 2, and 3.
war of the irregular is war in the minor key. His battles are brief yet bitter. His main weapon is surprise. Rogers Rangers fought the French in 18th century North America. They were the first irregular unit of the regular British Army. They were the forebears of the modern Special Forces. Units like this, the Special Air Service Regiment, or SAS. Most armies have their own special forces, from the United States with its Green Berets to the Soviet Union and its Spetsnaz. All of these are elite units, set apart because of the way they train and operate. They are the irregulars, working in the motto of the SAS, that who dares, wins. Most irregular wars, however, are not fought by soldiers serving in a conventional army. They are fought by ordinary people struggling against an occupying power or oppressive regime. It's scenes like these that make us think that this sort of irregular warfare is something new. But it's a way of fighting that stretches back into prehistory. One of the earliest irregular attacks took place near here at the spring of Ma'ayan Harod. In 1200 BC, the tribes of Israel were being constantly attacked and plundered by the Midianites.
It was at this spring that the Jewish leader Gideon assembled what was virtually a guerrilla force to attack the army of the Midianites. From 32,000 volunteers, he selected only 300 men, divided them into 3 equal companies, and as well as weapons, gave them trumpets and torches hidden in jars. As it says in the book of Judges, "And so Gideon and the 100 men who were with him came to the outskirts of the Midian camp at the beginning of the middle watch. And the 3 companies blew the trumpets and smashed the jars, and they cried, 'A sword for the Lord and for Gideon.'" There could be few better examples of a guerrilla night attack, making excellent use of noise, light, and surprise to confuse the enemy. The Midianites reacted as conventional forces have often done since, when attacked by small and determined groups with a belief in their cause. They fled in panic.
It was in these mountains on the border between Spain and France that the word by which we now know this sort of fighting was born, guerrilla. It's Spanish for little war. In this wild countryside, the regular French armies of Napoleon were frequently harassed by armed bands of Spanish fighters. In 1812, here in the pass of Salinas, a Spanish guerrilla force fell upon a huge French convoy, butchered most of its army escort, and freed 450 Spanish prisoners. Here were all the conditions that make for a war where guerrillas can succeed. An overextended army, an elusive enemy, and a terrain both unfamiliar and inhospitable. These same conditions existed in Yugoslavia during the Second World War. A small band of partisans soon became a very effective opposition to their German invaders. For they had in Marshal Tito that other essential in guerrilla warfare, a skillful and determined leader.
Napoleon said it's not, in war, it's not men that matter, it's the man. And that was very true because in Tito they had an absolutely outstanding leader, both military and political. I would say the greatest guerrilla leader there's ever been.
The partisans attacked the German lines of communication again and again. They never fought pitched battles, but would sabotage German installations wherever they were least defended. Railways are always a prime target for the guerrilla, as they are very difficult to defend and very easy to destroy.
I've talked to Germans since the war who fought in Yugoslavia, and I was delighted to hear from them how extremely disagreeable it was to serve there. They never knew when they were going to be blown up or shot in the back or whatever. And that is exactly the frame of mind you want to induce.
Soon the partisans became such a threat that the Germans mounted a major offensive against them. It was to be the first of 7 offensives. In 1942, 19 Axis divisions were needed to hold Yugoslavia, troops who could have been used elsewhere on the Eastern Front. They inflicted heavy casualties on Tito's forces, but they could never destroy them completely. The Germans looked on the partisans with contempt, calling them bandits. They terrorized the ordinary population, so they would be too scared either to help or to join the partisans. In one incident in October 1941, over 2,000 civilians were shot in reprisal for the death of just 28 Germans. This brutality has been a recurrent theme in guerrilla fighting from the Spanish Peninsular War onwards, for neither side will ever acknowledge that the other side should be fighting at all. One man's terrorist becomes another man's freedom fighter. There are no laws or conventions that govern guerrilla warfare, apart from the certain death of anyone who is taken prisoner. This huge defensive ditch round the fortress at Arras in northern France has become a memorial to this savagery. In all their occupied countries, the Germans used this same iron repression against anyone who dared to take up arms and resist them. 220 Frenchmen were shot here between August 1941 and July 1944. Some had carried out sabotage of railways or industrial installations. Some had helped Allied airmen or prisoners to escape. Some had taken part in small but savage battles against the invaders. It was an ugly, vicious, but for the French a very necessary form of war. By carrying on the struggle after the defeat of 1940, the resistance not only kept the Germans under pressure, but also helped to preserve the honor and pride of the French nation. Well, the motives of these resistance fighters were, of course, mixed. Some wanted simply to assert their passionate patriotism. Some saw political advantage in spearheading opposition to the invaders. And others were young men, eager, as young men often are, for a scrap. But almost all of them were urged on by an immense anger, by the kind of belief in their cause that makes men discount risks and ignore the usual rules of military advantage. It was to be in China that guerrilla warfare finally came of age by playing a decisive role in securing revolution. In 1927, centuries of resentment found expression in a communist-led urban rising. It failed when the protesters were brutally massacred. Eventually, there was only one thing left to the communists, and that was retreat. On the 16th of October, 1934, about 90,000 men, women, and children set off on what became known as the Long March.
I was amazed to see how everything worked like clockwork. The discipline was to know their position in the whole rank and the whole long file. See, it would stretch for miles. And, for instance, we had to keep our position. We knew the man who was before and after.
After traveling nearly 6,000 miles, the survivors reached the very remote and mountainous Shenxi province. Here they set up their base in the caves at Yan'an. It was now that Mao Zedong emerged as their leader and developed his idea of how to rid China of all enemies of their revolution. He decided to harness the power of guerrilla warfare into a method of fighting which became known as the protracted war. Firstly, and most importantly, the peasants had to be won over to the communist side and then organized. Mao argued that the people are to the guerrilla as water is to fish. They are essential to survival. The Red Army was scrupulous in maintaining good relations with the peasants.
The ordinary common people were afraid of the communists coming because they had been pictured as very cruel and so forth. And of course they were to a certain class of people. But to the poor people, they were kind.
The second stage of Mao Zedong's idea was to use guerrilla warfare to tie down the enemy and wear away his strength. As he wrote, "The enemy advances, we retreat. The enemy camps, we harass. The enemy tires, we attack. The enemy retreats, we pursue." It was at this stage that the communists had formed a shaky alliance with the nationalist government to fight the invading Japanese. For although the Japanese had far superior forces with much better equipment, they could never be sure where they might be ambushed next. When they tried to pursue the guerrillas would simply disappear, only to reappear somewhere else to stage another ambush. The Japanese responded to this guerrilla warfare in the time-honored fashion. They called it the 3-all policy of counterinsurgency: burn all, kill all, and destroy all. By the end of 1942, the Red Army had been reduced by a quarter, and their local civilian population had been almost halved. But the Japanese were unable to destroy the people's spirit, and it was on this that the guerrilla thrived. The third and final phase of Mao's strategy for the protracted war was when the revolutionary forces should embark on open and conventional warfare. In China, this followed the defeat of the Japanese, when the Red Army first secured the countryside and then fought the nationalists city by city, using the tanks and artillery which they'd already captured. Mao's proclamation of the People's Republic of China in October 1949 was concrete proof that irregular warfare was no longer just the war of the flea. He had shown that a popular, irregular force could eventually defeat a well-equipped conventional army. Since the Second World War, there have been many campaigns, from Vietnam to Cuba and from South Africa to Afghanistan, in which the strategically weak have fought the strategically strong by using irregular warfare. None of these campaigns have been exact replicas of the war in China. However, there is a definite pattern of similarities. They all begin with a preliminary stage in which the revolutionaries build up support among the ordinary population. It is vital for the guerrillas to have the active support of the people. Otherwise, they risk becoming simply armed bandits. El Salvador has been the scene of guerrilla fighting since 1970. It started with a period in which a small corps of revolutionaries tried to explain to the people that the only way of solving their grievances was by force of arms. This political agitation was reinforced by numerous acts of sabotage designed to demonstrate both the power of the revolutionaries and the vulnerability of the government. Targets had to be chosen carefully so as not to alienate the revolutionaries' newfound supporters.
Bueno, el sabotaje más que todo es para desquebrajar la economía del país, porque realmente de esa economía del país no llega nada a manos del pueblo. Entonces, desquebrajando la economía, nosotros vemos que estamos desestabilizando el gobierno.
Another tactic is selective assassination of army, police and government personnel in an attempt to highlight the inability of the authorities to maintain law and order and to goad the exasperated security forces into overreacting. The revolutionaries do not just require popular support in general. They also need to recruit guerrilla fighters who will be prepared to risk their lives. On the 22nd of January 1980, a demonstration was organized by 3 left-wing groups. 100,000 people took part. Within 2 hours of marching through the streets of the capital, San Salvador, they were fired on by their right-wing opponents. Immediately, the demonstrators scattered, and armed insurgents took up position to cover their escape. These activists formed the basis for future guerrilla units. During the next phase of the Revolutionary War, the guerrillas established secure bases. This usually happens when they move out of the towns and cities and into remote parts of the countryside. It will be from these bases that they will operate, and the bases will also provide the guerrillas with a refuge in which they can attempt to lead normal, everyday lives.
Para mundo Martino León, el color de una rosa
guerra de guerrilla. Que haga un golpe por aquí, bueno, a la media hora da un golpe por allá. O el día siguiente vuelve a golpear ahí mismo, golpea en otro lugar. Esa pequeña unidad, una sola unidad. Así se hace la guerra de guerrilla.
The regular army is usually better equipped than the guerrillas, though even helicopters are of limited use against an enemy who is constantly disappearing. Patrols are stepped up in an effort to deter guerrilla attacks, but a soldier on a patrol like this always has the lurking suspicion that his patrol might be the next to be ambushed. The guerrillas cannot exist simply on revolutionary fervor. They need money to sustain their campaign. Some of it they will liberate in the traditional bank hold-up, while some they collect from the passengers of passing buses and cars. With this, they can buy weapons on the black market and the necessary materials with which to make their own mines, bombs, and grenades. However, traditionally, their weapons are obtained from the regular army, against whom they're fighting.
El ataque del Paraíso, por ejemplo, ahí salieron más de 12 camionadas llenas de FARC, una cantidad innumerable de munición para cañón. Bueno, y en muchos ataques así se han gastado 500, 5.000 tiros para sacar 15.000. Sacarlo gastado y todavía que quede más reserva.
The regular soldier always has an objective to take, or ground to win, which he will then defend whatever the cost. The guerrilla, on the other hand, just needs to keep going. He will only attack where he can be assured of success, such as here in the taking of this provincial town. When, soon afterwards, the army counterattacked, the guerrillas didn't even defend the town. They simply disappeared again into the hills. Sometimes, with the prospect of an army attack, the guerrillas will decide to evacuate an entire area which they've been holding. So rather than try and defend the civilian population who have been supporting them, they will take them all with them. Here, all the inhabitants of a guerrilla-occupied area move out with those possessions which they can carry on a long march to avoid the army. When the soldiers arrive, all they will find will be empty homes, which they will burn. They will then maintain a presence for a while. However, there's little point in guarding an empty area. They would only be a target for guerrilla attack. So within a few days, they will withdraw. Once it is safe, the civilians and the guerrillas will seep back, like water into a sponge. The war in El Salvador hasn't yet progressed to the third stage, when the guerrillas emerge to fight in the pitched battles of conventional warfare. Yet there is nothing inevitable about guerrilla victory in this or any other war, as the British proved in Malaya. In June 1948, a state of emergency was declared in Malaya after a number of guerrilla attacks and acts of sabotage. They were inspired by the Malayan Communist Party, attempting to end British rule by exploiting the friction between the Chinese and Malay communities. Michael Calvert, an expert on guerrilla warfare, was asked to make a study of the problem.
Guerrillas have got to live on the population. There's nothing sufficient to eat in the jungle. They've got to get resupply, and they've got to get medical, they've got to get information, intelligence, and everything from the population. So the first thing was to isolate the Chinese, mainly Chinese, into villages which were protected and had definite markings and which they weren't allowed out at night.
This was swiftly done in an operation mounted by British troops and Malay police to move the Chinese inhabitants of 410 shanty villages on the edges of the jungle. They were taken to the new protected villages, which were to be their new home. Once they were installed, perimeter fences were erected and guard patrols mounted to prevent the guerrillas from contacting their former supporters. During the hours of daylight, they were allowed in and out of the villages, so long as they were carrying their identity cards. The British Army was totally unused to fighting guerrillas in the jungle. They either kept to the roads, or they moved so clumsily through the dense vegetation that they had little chance of catching the guerrillas. Improved training was one answer to the problem. In addition, Calvert argued, what was needed was a totally different sort of army unit to spearhead the campaign.
A dedicated counterinsurgency force which would live in the jungle, live, move, and have their being in the same jungle as the guerrillas. I say get into the same bloodstream as the guerrilla, and when they met them, would fight them, and we hope beat them.
The army unit which seemed best fitted to take on this daunting task was the then disbanded Special Air Service Regiment. It had fought with great distinction in the Western Desert, raiding installations far behind the German lines. Its success was based on an idea conceived by its founder, David Stirling.
The whole purpose of the SAS was to be able to live for long periods behind the lines. Whereas the smallest unit in the commando was 12 men. In the case of the SAS, each troop should be divided down to 2 subunits of 4 men, and that each should be capable of operating by itself. We were a totally strategic type unit. One man would know a particular amount of navigation. Another would be fully trained in medical side. Another would have a specialist learning in explosives and every form of sabotage and so on. Each of them were equally capable of doing any task. The magic of having 4 men was that it wasn't commanded by any particular one of them.
This ability to work in isolation meant that they were quickly reformed as the Malayan Scouts SAS. Hunting guerrillas in the jungle was to be a different form of fighting to attacking Germans in the Western Desert. They had a lot to learn.
I think we learned that it's much better to always go in a slow hurry rather than at great speed. It's a tingling of the nerves. It's a complete alertness of all the senses. The vision is restricted. The noises of the jungle have to be learnt and listened to. And when these noises stop, you have to know the reason why.
We used to move at about 1,000 yards an hour, and you'd stop every hour for a rest of about 5 or 10 minutes. If you thought you were in an area where there were terrorists, you used to stop a lot more frequent, so you could pick up any smells or signs. Anything foreign in the jungle, you could smell it, you could pick it up straight away. The terrorists, we had some surrendered enemy personnel, gave a lecture once, and they reckoned that they could smell scented soap that had been used, or toothpaste with the mint smell in it. They could smell that about 2 or 3 miles downriver, where it had floated down on the surface, Even if they came out, if they walked across a track where a patrol had had their rum ration the night before, the smell used to come out in a sweat.
Because progress on foot in the jungle was so slow, the SAS developed a new speciality, tree jumping. This involved parachuting into the dense jungle canopy and landing in the trees. Just one of the specialized techniques the SAS was to adopt to achieve surprise.
Tree jumping used to terrify you, but the thing was to get into the trees and get hung up, because the people that were injured were people that went straight through the trees. So that as soon as you got to up the tree, the thing to do was swing over, make yourself secure, and then just abseil down.
The jungle patrols kept the guerrillas moving and thus prevented them from active fighting. However, in order to catch the guerrillas, the SAS needed to mount jungle ambushes. They required enormous patience and perseverance.
We used to just go to sleep at night under a sort of poncho cover, in the morning before first light, that poncho cover came down, everything was hidden up, and you just lay there for 28 days, And you know, you got to know everything was moved. You know, you think, all right, a lizard should be coming along about now, you know. So you used to see a lot of wildlife when you're in ambush because you were lying still all the time. There was nothing, you know. One day I can remember us watching a snake. It started off one side of this tree, and there was a lizard on the other, you know, and it took it about, 6 hours. This snake just gradually creeping up, and finally it got this lizard, you know.
The security forces did more than just fight the guerrillas. They also developed what became known as the Hearts and Minds campaign. With propaganda picture sheets, they sought to win the primitive tribes of Aborigines onto the side of the government, and thus deny the guerrillas their source of supply. By various means, such as medical clinics, they showed that the government, rather than the guerrillas, offered a better life to the Aborigines. The British counter-guerrilla campaign in Malaya became a textbook example of how a conventional army could win the war against a dedicated guerrilla force. For by isolating the guerrillas and pursuing them into the jungle, the British effectively broke the hold of the communists and enabled Malaya to gain its independence in 1957. During the war in Vietnam, the Americans copied some of these counter-guerrilla techniques. In the Central Highlands of South Vietnam, there are about 20 different tribes of primitive people who are known collectively as the Montagnards. During the early 1960s, the highland forests and jungles where they lived provided the Viet Cong guerrillas with useful base areas and infiltration routes. They used the Montagnards as their source of food and support. The Americans used their special forces, or Green Berets, to befriend the Montagnards, win them over to the South Vietnamese government, and thus deny the Viet Cong guerrillas their support. Using the Hearts and Minds approach developed by the British in Malaya, they found that medicine was the best way of getting the Montagnards onto their side.
Well, I was a Special Forces medic assigned to an A-team, which is a 12-man team. And my job was to be what was known as a bush doctor. The Montagnards never seen a doctor. Right? And I would take care of not only my 12-man A-team, but I would take care of all of the villages that was in my area.
You want some?
Gradually, the Green Berets gained the confidence of the Montagnards and persuaded them to defend their villages against the Viet Cong. The young men were provided with uniform and equipment, and the Green Berets gave them an extensive training program with a variety of different weapons. Eventually, the Americans were able to use the Montagnards in an offensive role, fighting alongside the Green Berets. They were under no illusion about what sort of an enemy the Viet Cong were. They were excellent guerrilla fighters who would often base themselves in elaborate underground tunnel systems. The Montagnards may have lacked many of the attributes of regular soldiers, but their local knowledge and fieldcraft made them invaluable allies to the Green Berets and deadly opponents to the Viet Cong.
We were on patrol one night, and a Montagnard said there's a Viet Cong in a tree about 300 meters ahead. And I looked at this guy and I said, sure there is. And I called for a starlight scope, which is a scope that makes everything look like daytime. I couldn't see anybody in any tree. Right? And so then another guy brought up what's known as an infrared scope, which shows body heat. Again, nothing showed up on the scope. Well, he picked up his crossbow, put an arrow in it, and fired it, and all you hear was this, then a ta-dum. Body hit the ground. He said that guy was there for days.
Even with a successful Hearts and Minds campaign, the underlying brutality of irregular warfare was an ever-present threat to the Green Beret search and destroy patrols.
So we tried to run, and they surrounded us, and we had an ensuing gun battle. And they ended up, two of my team members were killed, were wounded. They were killed later. Two of them were wounded. 3 Montagnards were killed, and they captured us. Then they took the Montagnards who were still alive and killed them one by one in front of us, and then dismembered the bodies, one by one. And then they took my two team members who were wounded, and were going to do the same to it. Well, I got them to stop that, and they held us for 47 days, and they put us in holes in the ground, 8 feet deep, 4 feet by 4 feet. And that's the way we lived until we managed an escape. And during the escape, only 7 of us made it, 5 were killed.
The task of special forces is to operate in small groups far away from any other unit. Since Malaya, the SAS have served all over the world. Their type of fighting requires each member of the four-man patrol to have a particular personal skill. One of them will be a linguist, able to speak a language such as Malay, Arabic, or Chinese. Another will be a skilled medic. The third will be a communications expert, while the fourth will know all about explosives and sabotage. In Borneo, during the confrontation with Indonesia in the early 1960s, the SAS was again involved in jungle fighting. But this time, instead of hunting guerrillas, the SAS used guerrilla tactics to fight the regular Indonesian army, raiding its bases and ambushing its patrols. More recently, the SAS fought in Oman during the 1970s in the wild and mountainous Dofa province in the south of the country. An SAS soldier has to be able to fight in any terrain at very short notice, and the deserts of Oman involved a totally different approach to the jungles of Southeast Asia. In Oman, they were successful in raising a force of irregular tribesmen who, under the SAS's leadership, helped end the war and restore the authority of the Sultan.
I think the reason why the SAS were both chosen and suitable were the qualities of mental maturity and physical toughness that they have as individuals, together with their training and expertise and their experience in operating in small groups, often in remote and isolated parts of the world.
We set off in pairs at 5-minute intervals.
The skills required of an SAS soldier mean that his selection must be exceptionally thorough and comprehensive. The men who join the 22nd SAS Regiment are all volunteers from the Army, Navy or Air Force. They are probably in their early to mid-20s, with several years of regular training behind them. The qualities that their instructors will be looking for are those of the self-disciplined individualist. Physical toughness alone is not enough, although it is important. And the first phase of selection is a series of grueling orienteering exercises across the Brecon beacons. These get progressively longer and more difficult.
You're going to 892666. You're going to 825642.
Oh, every day is tough, you know. When I go across them beacons and that, I feel like just giving it all up, just you know, dropping the burg and just forgetting it, you know, go back home. But you don't. You just, you know, everybody has these thoughts, and you feel like jacking it in and that, but you just keep going. Because you know you're going to finish. And the thing is, any time I do feel like jacking it in, I'm halfway between two checkpoints anyway, so you still got to keep going. And so you just keep going. You don't jack it in. And so it's a challenge every day you come out. It doesn't kill you, you know what I mean? It's there to be done, and it can be done. Not easily, but it can be done. After a time, fitness doesn't come into it, because everybody's over there is all fit, right? And when you're trogging for about 6 hours, and then it's determination that comes into it, and I think that's what it mainly is, determination and go. I mean, everybody's fit there, it's just the blokes who've got more determination. They're the ones that'll do it. I think I've got the determination.
Throughout the selection, the candidates are under continual assessment. If they want to, they're allowed to withdraw voluntarily at any time during the course. Otherwise, if the instructors feel that a candidate is not up to standard, he'll be taken off the course and returned to his original Army unit. For although many volunteer, few are chosen. Less than 10% will go on to join the SAS. The majority will find themselves having a surprisingly sympathetic final interview with the officer commanding training.
The exercises you did with us, did you feel that they were run fairly enough? There was no attempt made to trick you or...
No, I must admit I've learned something every day, either about myself or some new skills that I've either forgotten or I've really learned. I mean, right. I learned something every day whilst I was here.
So it hasn't been time wasted.
No.
Relieved to hear it. Right. Okay. Come back for a second attempt at any time in the future you feel ready. A bit more effort on the fitness side, perhaps, and a bit more map study, the theory side of the map reading. Okay, we look forward to seeing you.
Good morning, gentlemen. My aim is to set a troop ambush at grid 515429.
Officers follow exactly the same selection procedure as the men, but they are also expected to prepare and present a whole series of operational plans to an audience of experienced NCOs and men, who will cross-question them in minute detail. For an SAS officer has to take account of the tremendous expertise that will be under his command.
That's it, gentlemen. Are there any questions?
Yes, you said you were going to initiate the ambush. How are you actually going to do that?
I'll actually initiate the ambush by firing the claymore.
There are other qualities of leadership that are unique to the Special Forces.
Everybody needs good leaders, but the SAS leader of whatever rank is a leader in isolation, and he's a leader who has no one to turn to. In the normal battalion, you can turn to the man above you. In the SAS, when you're on operations, there is no one to turn to. The buck stops there with you.
Selection continues over the next 5 months. Towards the end of this time, the remaining candidates, together with members of other Army units, are given a comprehensive course on combat survival. For any SAS soldier must be able to live off the land when necessary.
And this is an example of a one-man hide itself. What I want now is just somebody to lift hold of that hand there. All it is, you lift up and you now can see the structure that's inside. What you've done is you've dug down approximately 2 feet, all right? The length of your own personal body, and at the end there you've got your 9-inch sump. That's your soak away to allow any water that's in there to get away out into the area.
At the end of their course, they are let loose in the Welsh hills, with nothing except battle dress and greatcoats. They have to survive and avoid a hunter force which pursues them.
Brothers in the wood! Up! We've got to go to the track!
Once captured, they are then taken away for interrogation. For it is essential that an SAS soldier must be able to resist all forms of interrogation. The success of an operation and the lives of the rest of his unit must never be jeopardized. If they pass all this, they will consider themselves badged, for they can now wear the famous beige beret with the winged dagger badge.
One does not breathe a sigh of relief when the selection course is over. The first hurdle is over, but then comes the training in the skills and your actual performance on an operation. And it is not unknown, it's unusual, but it is not unknown for a man to be told, even a year or two after he has been in the SAS, that he's no longer needed.
When he joins the regiment, the SAS soldier is trained not only in his individual speciality, but also in a collective skill, such as high-level parachuting. For the SAS need to be capable of crossing every sort of obstacle to reach their objective as quickly and as secretly as possible. Another troop specializes in purpose-built Land Rovers for desert operations. Boat troop can handle every sort of small amphibious craft, and mountain troop can scale any peak in all climates.
Their training, their skills, and the preparation they take before any operation is specifically directed towards a precise objective.
In 1982, these skills were put to the test in the Falklands. While the main British task force was assembling and leaving Portsmouth to sail to the South Atlantic, D Squadron of the SAS were already on their way. In the Falklands, they were used on many secret operations before the main landings. night of 11th May 1982, an 8-man recce party set off in their canoes towards Pebble Island. At the time, the British were unsure what was on Pebble Island. Intelligence reports suggested it might contain a radar station and an airstrip held by a small garrison of Argentinian soldiers. The recce party's task was to find out exactly what was on Pebble Island and then report back. With the help of some of the men who took part in the original operation, we have reconstructed that raid. They first checked the beach was clear, then hid their canoes, and finally concealed themselves to wait out the daylight hours. Their training paid off. Later in the day, an Argentinian helicopter flew right over without spotting them. The commander of the operation takes up the story.
It's a question then of moving forward, what would you call the close reconnaissance. Only 2 men went forward. The intention was to confirm we had a target. One had to get fairly close. At this stage, we wanted detailed information. After all, we're bringing in a squadron to attack. The patrol was able to look onto the airstrip and see, in fact, there were 11 aircraft up there, which were very well dispersed around the airstrip. As soon as possible after dark, they did move back and put together a message to be transmitted back to the squadron on Hermes. The squadron inserted an additional 40 men towards the islands through a very dark and stormy night. It would be wrong to say that tension was rising in any particularly dramatic way, but we were anxious to get off the helicopters. As soon as we were on land, sooner really we would become masters of our own destiny. We had chosen the drop-off point some way back from the target. In fact, it was about 5 miles, to be quite certain that the enemy would not hear our approach. But nevertheless, we wanted to get those helicopters away quickly, so deplane as quickly as possible, and the helicopter lifted off. The commanders came forward to the patrol and received the updated plan.
Okay, if you can close in now, because this position is defended. Okay, it's going to have to be a very quick briefing because we're about an hour late now.
Personally, I've been clock watching ever since I left Hermes, and I knew I was beginning to run out of time. The whole process couldn't have taken more than a quarter of an hour from drop-off to confirm brief to move off, but it seemed like an age.
Right position here, and then we'll split up.
All in all, people were carrying a lot of equipment that night. I would say the average load would have been a Bergen of about 40 or 50 pounds, and belt equipment, say 20 or 30 pounds. So we reached the final RV, the launch point, at 7:30, which was also not only a final checkpoint for the return of the troops, but also was going to be the mortar position. Troops, as they reached the point, dropped off their mortar bombs they were carrying, with the mortar team who established themselves. And I thought, well, since we're here, we might as well let the troops go forward and do what damage they could for 15 minutes. As it turned out, actually, I had great difficulty in getting them back, and didn't get them back for 45 minutes.
The raid was a complete success. The SAS destroyed 11 Argentinian aircraft with only one man wounded. It reminded some of those taking part of the stories they had heard about David Stirling and the original SAS when they attacked German airstrips in the Western Desert during the Second World War. But above all, it highlighted two of the most important themes in all irregular warfare: total surprise and the precise use of force. For although the details of this raid are modern, the principles are ancient. These burning Pokhara aircraft reflect the flaming torches carried by Gideon's small band of warriors 4,000 years ago. War has littered the globe with battlefields. This is just one of hundreds in Europe alone. War is one of mankind's universal experiences. It transcends centuries, continents, and cultures, and it's a lucky generation that has been able to avoid it. It touches most lives, from the merest contact through a sepia photograph of a long-dead relative to the all-pervading sensations of personal participation. For some, the memory of war is one of unrelieved horror and suffering. But for most, war is recalled as a blend of light and shade, with the warmth of comradeship and shared endeavor set alongside the misery of privation and the shock of battle. On a bright, sunny morning, 1st of July, 1916, the opening day of the Battle of the Somme, the men of the 1st Battalion Newfoundland Regiment were ordered to assault the German trenches across 100 yards of no man's land. They were in the second wave. The first wave had already failed disastrously across most of the front, but such was their eagerness, their innocence, because this was their first taste of battle, that they came out of these trenches without any hesitation and with great bravery. They advanced
over this open ground. They walked into what was literally a hail of fire. Machine guns raked their ranks from side to side. Shells burst among them and over them. Men were riddled, sized in two, blown to fragments. Within minutes of an attacking force of 800, all 26 officers and 658 men were either killed or wounded. And many other British battalions shared a similar fate on that bright, bloody morning. This was the experience of war at its most devastating, the slaughter or the wounding in a few sunny hours of 60,000 ardent young men. And for those who survived, the memory was like a scar.
It was a big mistake that battle went through. It shouldn't have happened. It was only a slaughter, that's all it was. For so many people to lose their life. And gain nothing. There was nothing to gain. We never gained anything by it. The Germans were situated in their trenches, and they were still situated there when we were finished, after we were all wiped out. It was a tragedy. Yes. Because those people shouldn't have lost their lives, those soldiers.
Newfoundland has never ceased to mourn her young men killed on the Somme. But the tragic realities of war were in few people's minds 2 years before the battle, when the eager volunteers of the Newfoundland Regiment left for Europe in the wild euphoria of 1914.
We did have a good send-off. Practically the pier, Harvey's pier was crowded with people. And after we went on the ship, they come out in boats and surrounded the ship in boats before we sailed. They were saying, cheerio, and God bless you.
In the strange world of 1914, when we all got the war fever, all right-minded, lively, active young men wanted to get into it. They did not want to be left out of the great things that were going on. And what we were worried about was that the war would be over before they sent us to France. Because some of the old fogies said it'll all be over by Christmas. I was quite frightened that it would be all over by Christmas. I wanted to get there before it was all over. I wanted to be in it. And so did all the lively, active youngsters of my age.
Such war fever has marked the beginning of many wars. Thucydides wrote in the 4th century BC.
At the beginning of an undertaking, the enthusiasm is always greatest. At that time, both in the Peloponnesus and in Athens, there were great numbers of young men who had never been in a war, and were consequently far from unwilling to join in this one.
But 1914 remains the most poignant instance of volunteers clamoring, like so many knights errant, to have a tilt at the enemy.
All the young people like me thought, right, we'll take them on if that's what they want. One was awfully afraid that we would never get sent out to France in time to get into any real fighting. That's what we wanted at that stage. We perhaps had slightly different thoughts later on, but in the early days, that was it, the urge to have a go.
And the enemy was equally eager for the clash of arms. In the words of Reserve Captain Walter Blom,
the whole nation was in fact one immense united brotherhood. As I realized the meaning of it all, my heart overflowed with the great joy of fulfillment, with the fullness of living.
I was 17 years old, and I got very patriotic, I guess. I would see the soldiers coming through. I lived in a little town of Vicksburg, Mississippi. And I would see the soldiers coming through, so another boy and I, we decided we would join the service. And we hitchhiked over to Jackson, Mississippi. And he joined the Navy. I joined the Marines.
Patriotic enthusiasm and the urge to prove that the new generation is as good as the last one can still produce that timeless, cheerful response to the challenge of war.
I remember feeling very enthusiastic about war. My fathers and uncles had gone off to war and defended their country, and I felt very strongly about America. I felt that I was a patriot, and this was the patriotic thing to do. I actually believed that we were stopping the spread of communism.
But the soldier, once committed, has to face the consequences of his action. The uniform and the weapons vary. The cause and the politics change. But every man who marches off to war must cope with the fact, frightening to all but the most fortunate, that he risks life, limb, and liberty. The words of a British veteran of the Napoleonic Wars strike a chord today.
Why is it that before storming a fort or fighting a battle, men are thoughtful, heavy, restless, weighted down with care?
And a young officer about to fight at Passchendaele over a century later confided in his diary,
"The only thing I'm not certain about is whether or not I may get the wind up and show it. I'm afraid of being afraid."
The first time we saw war was in 1915 in the neighborhood of Albert, and it was from there that we heard the sound of battle in the distance, and in the evening we officers all stood out and we looked and saw a most wonderful display of fireworks going on, because almost every 5 rounds or something like that was a tracer bullet. And it was absolutely beautiful. And probably in the middle there would drop a star shell or something, which parachuted down very slowly and lit up the whole of the countryside. It's absolutely marvelous, very beautiful. But otherwise there wasn't much beauty in war.
The splendor or the drama of the battlefield may be apparent to the artist, and especially to artists who idealize a nation's heroic moments. But the soldier about to experience the sharp end of war for the first time has quite different perceptions in his mind.
On the whole, I think I was not myself afraid of death, but I was mainly afraid of the process of dying and of being wounded. I think that was one side. The other side was the fear of disgracing yourself in front of the men whom you were supposed to be leading.
I don't think I was ever afraid of death, but I was always afraid of being maimed to such an extent that the pain would be such that you couldn't cope with it.
I think you get frightened all the time when you fly. What happens is that you train yourself to react to certain situations almost in a robotic manner, so that when you are frightened, you go ahead and do what you have to do. You have to be able to fly the aircraft. You have to be able to punch off the weapon systems whenever you need them. So you get those down pat, and then so you're a little scared. What happens though is the more you get into the fight, the less frightened you are. You really don't have time to think about it.
Fear is, you feared every day. You didn't know if you were going to survive it, and just making it through the day was enough. You couldn't look forward to going home because there were, it'd be months and then days, and that last day could be the day that you bought it. So you just took a day at a time. And I never looked forward to, like say, oh, I only have 9 months left or 9 days left. Because I watched too many people do that, ended up never making it home other than a body bag.
When men do reach the battlefield, they must face the fact that it's their duty to kill other men.
You're searching for the enemy. And the enemy I saw was in a tree directly in front of me. And I fired. And I know I hit the man. What happened to him, I don't know. And it was just an unusual feeling because really I've never killed anyone before in my life. But that's the way we were trained. And I'm glad we were trained that way. For the simple reason that I didn't want the enemy coming to our shores.
I crawled out to see what the lie of the land was like. I got into a shell hole, and then to my surprise, about 30 yards in front, I saw a German in front of a machine gun combing his hair. I realized that what I must do was to shoot him. So I took my rifle and aimed, and it didn't work. So I thought, well, perhaps this has let me off. I crept back. The men had all been watching me from behind, and they were very enthusiastic. And so someone else gave me another rifle. So there was nothing for it but me to crawl up again, and there the man was, still combing his hair. And I aimed and shot him. I remember he gave a little cry like a hen's squawk. And I came back realizing in a way that I'd done an awful thing, but they meant that all the men were delighted. And so I went back full of triumph to the company commander. The second command deflated me by saying, well, you're in your element now, aren't you? And called me Crippen. And then suddenly, at that moment, something happened inside me. And there was a kind of snap. And for me, it was a turning point in my whole war experience. And I felt that fighting would never be quite the same again. When I began at Anzio, war seemed almost like a game, and like a schoolboy's game, but it was something quite different after that.
The first time I killed a man, I was working out of a base camp called Dak To up in the Central Highlands. And we went on a patrol, and our patrol got ambushed. So I took two other men, and I went around the flank, which is the side of the people who were ambushing us, outflank them and then take them out. Well, we got around to the side, and I pointed my M16 at him, and this person turned around, and I just stared. I froze, because it was a boy. I would say between the ages of 12 and 14. And when he turned at me and looked, and all of a sudden he turned his whole body and pointed his automatic weapon at me, I just opened up. And after I fired him the whole 20 rounds into the kid, and he just laid there, I just dropped my weapon and cried. I just couldn't believe that this is the type of what we're going to have to fight. We're going to have to fight kids, and that's exactly what we ended up fighting, was kids.
But soldiers are victims as well as executioners. War may kill them, or the comrades with whom they have trained, marched, and fought.
I had this very close friend. We palled out quite a bit in all my experiences in the service, in this outfit. In the States and also in the towns of England, we went dancing and drinking and really having a lovely time together. And we became quite close. And when we landed, he was, like I said, he was right next to me, within a few feet. And all of a sudden I turned around and he's down. He was shot like that. And it hurt me so much that when I married and had my son was born, I named him Donald Phillip. This boy's name was Donald Phillip Ford. He came from Pennsylvania. And I just loved that boy.
For me, to lose a friend in combat, in battle, is like losing part of my own body. I personally take it very, very hardly. It takes me many, many months to recover. I probably developed some way of keeping it from being shown outside, but one way I deal with it, I stay in very close relationship with his family and the people that remain after him, and I try to participate in any effort of keeping his name, the stories about him, alive.
Of course, it was an appalling thing when you might come out of action and another troop had been in action beside you, and you'd learn that somebody you knew had been killed. And it was, of course, like a bullet striking you, but there was also a contrary feeling that it wasn't you. And these two things conflicted. I mean, you think, well, I've survived. That was the first thought. And then that really conflicted with the thought, so-and-so has gone. And it was very difficult to accept that and also to live with these two things together.
Battle is at the very center of the experience of war. These guns on a Pennsylvania hillside stand on the site of one of the bloodiest actions of the American Civil War, Pickett's Charge, on the last day of the Battle of Gettysburg in July 1863. Advancing up the slope towards the massed forces of the Northern Union Army came 15,000 Confederate soldiers, colors flying, drawn up as if they were on parade. They were less than 200 yards away when the infantry and the gunners opened fire. As the rifle bullets and cannon shot drove into these tightly packed ranks, a moan went up from the field, distinctly heard above the roar of the battle. A colonel in the Confederate Army spoke of the fire, shaking his men as if they'd been struck by some unseen power, some great physical force. Soon, virtually none of the attackers could be seen. One eyewitness wrote, "The mass of marching men appeared more like a cloud of moving smoke and dust than a column of troops." What happened in that moving cloud, what happens in the middle of any battle, is something beyond description. But if we are to understand war, then we must try to peer into that cloud and make some sense of battle, war's ultimate experience. Men react in many ways to being in battle, from a dazed numbness to an acute, almost sensual excitement, all in the context of the often bewildering conditions of the battlefield. An officer of the Napoleonic Wars wrote,
"What was passing to the right and left of us, I knew no more than the man in the moon. The smoke confined our vision to a very small compass, so that my battle was restricted to the 2 adjacent squares of infantry and my own battery of guns."
There was a smell in the air of the ammunition that was burning and the shells. I remember it, but it didn't disturb. What disturbed was all the smoke that was around. You couldn't see a thing, even when it was the beginning of daytime. For us, it wasn't daytime because every second shell that was shot here was with smoke, and the smoke didn't disappear immediately. So it was really like fighting inside a cloud, where you don't know where you're going.
Combat is kind of disorganized, it's not like the movies picture it. People are running every which way. Sure, you get your orders and the command, they probably know where you're going, but it's very disorganized, and very many things happen that you wonder how you ever lived through them. And it's even with all the training that you had, it's sheer luck that you would come back.
When you're involved in hand-to-hand combat, it's similar in a way to a barroom brawl or a street fight or with a gang of men. Only the stakes are higher. It's his life or your life.
I think one felt like a cornered animal, and if you had to kill to prevent yourself being killed. And that was the main reason why you were there.
Once you're out of off the ground and are running, at that moment, of course, your opponents are firing hard, and the people around you, left, right, are first ones are falling. It's at this point when I think all consciousness ceases to function. You become really like a robot. And you know that if you don't shoot first, it's the other one who's going to shoot at you. And therefore, there's really no choice any longer left to you. You behave in the way in which you have been trained. And then you start the killing.
I never thought much of anything, only getting into it, getting stuck into it. That's the feeling I always had. Feeling of impatience, Want to get it done and get it over. And the same as after, let me get over and kill some more. That's what I recorded in the latter part. That was all. There was nothing else in my mind.
In my case, I almost stepped outside of my body, and I've also found things slowed for me a little bit so I could actually see the problem. It didn't rush and all blur up for me. I was able to see quite clearly, and I almost felt I was looking at my own body and the bodies that I was using to win the battle. were pieces that I was going to do. And it was all hot-blooded, yes, but I still felt there was a right way of going about it, and a cheaper way of going about it in lives and that sort of thing.
But the enemy against whom the soldier fights is also a human being, a fellow man, plunged into the same deadly whirlpool. Soldiers often recognize this common humanity far more than the civilians who cheer them on from the sidelines. One American discovered this in Sicily in 1943.
I went running and I jumped into a ditch, and lo and behold, in there were about 5 Germans, maybe 4 or 5 of us, and we didn't give any thought whatsoever to fighting. At first I gathered myself together and I thought, well, maybe they were prisoners, and then I realized they had their rifles, we had ours, and then shells were landing and we were cowering against the side of this ditch. Germans were doing the same thing, and then the next thing you know, there was a lull. We took cigarettes out and we passed them around. We were smoking, and it's a feeling that I cannot describe, but it was a feeling that this was not the time to be shooting at one another, any more than a time when they declare a truce to take away dead bodies. So we were in there maybe an hour, and pretty soon it got quiet, and we went like that, waved them off, and we went our way and they went theirs. And as I think about it now, it seems strange, but at the time, it didn't. They were human beings like us. They were just as scared as we were, and I guess they were glad that they didn't have to fire.
One day on the Somme, in one of the minor operations, I and my company captured a trench, and then we were held up by the Germans, and we lay down in shell holes, and there was a sort of rough fight that went on for some hours. But I was not alone in the shell hole. I found I was sharing it with a young, dead German soldier, who was a man I could see, a man of about my own age and style. And I liked the look of this. He had beautiful white teeth and a fair complexion, and an iron cross on his chest, which means that he'd been a good soldier. And I sat with him, and I grew fond of him. I loved him. I did not hate him. And 2 hours later, the word came to us that we had to advance again. And I led my men forward, and we went on with the battle. But before we went, I spread a cloth over his face, and I took his iron cross, and I've got the ribbon of it upstairs somewhere now.
Even on the bitterly fought Eastern Front in World War II, there were a few instances of fraternization. Henry Mettelman helped 2 Russians to bury their dead in the Crimea in 1942.
I felt a very friendly feeling. There were ordinary people. We shook hands again, and one patted me on my back. And they walked back, and we waved at each other while going back into our foxholes. And then I was called out from the back to drive a half-track back to the next field lazaret, as we called it, to bring the wounded back. So I was away for about, quite a time. More than an hour, I think, and then came back to this hill where the battle was going on. But when I arrived, the battle was over, and I was quite pleased. Everyone was walking around, and I said to my mates, well, what's the position? Finished? And they said, yes. Well, Manstein brought in the tanks from the rear, a special tank regiment, I think. Manstein, our field marshal, he rolled the Russian lines up like a carpet, and it's all over now. And a strange thing, there were some of my friends were killed, but as a soldier one gets used to it. But I inquired about the 2 Russians. I said, those 2 Russians I talked to, what happened to them? Oh, they got killed, they said. I said, how did it happen? They didn't want to give in. We shouted at them to come up with their hands out, and they did not. So one of us went over with a tank, he said, and really got them, silenced them that way. My feeling was very sad. I had met them on a very human basis, on a comradely basis. They called me comrade. And at that moment, strangely as I might seem, I was more sad that they had to die in this mad confrontation than my own mates. And I still think sadly about it.
War leaves poignant relics on the battlefield. It also leaves survivors with the task of disposing of the bodies and sorting out the personal effects of those who have fallen.
When you opened their pockets, it didn't matter whether they were Jews or Gentiles, black or whites, or French or Poles or Germans. They all had the same kind of content in their pockets. A few coins, or a picture of their home, a picture of their children, their wife, their mother, 1 or 2 letters, a comb, a watch, and it didn't matter who they were. Those pockets were telling the same story.
Yet under the intense pressures of war, men can all too easily become dehumanized. The license to fight and kill can also become a license for atrocity.
Above the beach on the cliffs, there was a big 155mm German gun on railroad tracks. Now this gun was just going up and down the beach, spraying shells, indirect firing. And there was a German soldier on that beach directing that fire until he was captured. And when he was captured, he was brought down to the beach and he was started to laugh. Ah, Amerikansky. That's exactly what he said. And this MP, may the Lord strike me dead, this MP picked up his Tommy gun and started from his crotch and ripped him wide open. Just opened him up because he was so mad that this German had the nerve to laugh at the dead Americans that was on that beach. It was one of those things that, what could I say? It was hell on wheels, I'll tell you that.
I remember there was a battalion of Seaforths in the same brigade. They passed through our positions to put in the attack. And a matter of an hour or so later, we went forward to consolidate. They took these positions, and they'd suffered appalling casualties. They were lying about like dolls. There were a lot of enemy dead as well, but there were a great number of these Seaforth Highlanders. And I think I was probably more shocked by this incident than by anything else during the war. A lot of our people went round the corpses taking their watches and rings and actually looting their own dead.
Men do become hardened. There was one instance in the 1st Battalion of our regiment in which 2 Army officers arrived, swaggering, contemptuous of us, and arrogant, and approached the front and asked where they could get a good view of the action. And there was a sergeant there, and he said, "You just turn right around that corner." He turned right around that corner, and immediately both of them turned right around the corner, and both of them were dead. And that was deliberate.
I found it to be a dehumanizing experience at the time. Life became very cheap. We booby-trapped bodies, we burned people's houses, we searched their houses. We'd go into a village and go into someone's house, and there'd be women and children there, and begin searching their houses. I knew very little Vietnamese. I knew Didi, which meant get out of here, and a couple of other small words. La Dai was their, Cancun was their identification card. All the people had identification cards. It was all in Vietnamese. The only thing you could read on it was their date of birth. And most of them looked 20 years older than they actually were, and they had pictures on them. But I can remember watching women coming into the village, heavily burdened with their products. And we didn't have to stop everybody, but we'd always pick the woman who was most burdened with goods and stop her and make her put it all down and show us her ID card, and then when she did, pick it all up and go. Everybody thought that was pretty funny, that, you know, that we could do this, and you had this power over people. And you could go into their houses and search their houses. Think about that in this country, We pride ourselves on democracy, and we have a constitution that prohibits illegal search and seizure. And here we are doing it. We would go into a house and pick through their personal belongings and looking for weapons, looking for whatever it is we were looking for. And if we suspected this was a hostile village, torching the house.
Well, the movies make war like very glamorous. You know, it's the thing to do. You know, give your life for your country. I'm for defending the country, you know, and patriotic that way. But war is not glamorous. All these young kids who want to go to war and kill all these different people don't realize that their chances of getting killed are just as great as they're killing somebody else. And when you have all these bullets and bombs flying, going all off around you, you wished you were anywhere else but war. If everybody could be in war just one day in war, and see the reality of it, I think that would change a lot of attitudes towards war. It'd be less likely to be involved, because it's the soldiers, the NCOs and the lower soldiers who all have to do all the fighting. It's not the generals. I mean, you know, they sit back in these air-conditioned rooms and say, well, I think we ought to take this hill. We're taking this hill, you know, you might lose 300 or 400 men. They don't see that. I mean, if they were to see that every day and see what a bomb can do to somebody, or what a bullet can do, or watch your best friend die in your arms and there's nothing you can do about it, it would change a lot of attitudes.
Some Second World War U.S. Marines, recovering in hospital from wounds received in the Pacific, found the difference between real war and its Hollywood image more than they could stomach.
Each evening, we would be carried on litters into the theater, and we would see a movie. That night, they had a treat for us. Before the movie, John Wayne stepped out on the stage in person, wearing a cowboy outfit, chaps, boots, spurs, 2 guns, a checkered shirt, bandana, a Stetson, and he waved his hand and he said, "Hiya, guys." Utter silence. Then someone started to boo. And then we all booed. And we wouldn't let him talk, and eventually he left. Why did we do it? Because to us, John Wayne was a symbol of the Macho myth, the machismo, which had led us to join the Marines in the first place. And we knew it now to be a naked fraud. And here was one of the confidence men. And at that moment, we hated him more than we hated any Japanese soldier.
War exhilarates, but it also exhausts. Fighting spirit is not a commodity in unlimited supply. And the longer the war, the greater the strain on even the bravest and most professional of soldiers.
Lawrence of Arabia said somewhere that every man has so much courage. I mean, some people have more than others, obviously. But you can't draw on it indefinitely. It's like money in the bank was the analogy that he drew. You can draw so much, but sooner or later it's going to run out. And I did find that the unit I was in, the 51st Island Division, we'd been in the desert from Alamein right the way up to Tunis and into Sicily, and they brought us back to do the Normandy invasion. And there was a sergeant, for instance, in my company who was a very courageous soldier. He got the MM. That doesn't mean all that much. They come up with the rations, as they say, but you know, they don't give them to cowards anyway. And he'd had enough. He really went to pieces and was hysterical and terrified. And in fact, the MO sent him back.
My brother-in-law was in Vietnam, and he was a lieutenant in an infantry unit. His close friend was a sergeant, and they were being hit so bad, and everybody wanted to get out of there, that the sergeant just couldn't take it anymore, took his gun and killed himself. My brother-in-law, in turn, had to write the letter to his parents. And he started to write it that, you know, your son was in Vietnam, he served very well, you know, and then committed suicide because he couldn't take it, couldn't be here, and didn't want to be here anymore. The captain refused to let that letter go out. the letter went out that he died in combat as a hero, which is, you know, fine in some sense. You know, why let the parents know that? But my brother-in-law has had such a guilt complex over that for these 17 years since it happened. And he still feels that he should have told them. And it's just eating him up so bad that he doesn't want to talk about Vietnam at all.
But war is not one long act of combat. It has its lighter moments, enriched and made memorable by comradeship and a special brand of humor.
There was one memorable story of a gunnery sergeant who was briefing his men on Saipan, and he said it's foul jungle, and there's quicksand, and there are snakes and disease-bearing bugs, and a private popped up and said, well, Sergeant, that's true. Why don't we just let the Japanese keep it?
Humor was extremely important, and it was all based on comradeship. Of course, there were one or two characters around. I had a friend called Charles Newton, who was absolutely bubbling over with jokes and so on. And I remember we heard Germans rattling around, and he shouted out in German, Ruhe da, wir können nicht schlafen, shut up, we can't sleep. And that we all laughed. And then I had another friend who went through a most fearful time, and I said to him, how did you manage to survive? And his answer was Vet 69, because he had a bottle of Vet 69 in the bottle. And there were always sort of little jokes going on the whole time, and you just couldn't survive without joking, really.
A spark of amazingly cheerful humor flickered even among the trenches of the First World War. A British subaltern wrote,
There never was a more cheerful, philosophical, kindly creature than the British soldier. His humour is inimitable and equal to any emergency.
One of these chaps put a notice outside his dugout, Myob Villa, M-Y-O-B-B, Myob Villa, and eventually the brigadier came along and he said, well, what's that mean, Myob Villa? And chap said, well, sir, I don't think I better not, I wouldn't like to tell you, sir. Go on, you tell me. What does it mean, Myob? Well, it means mind your own bloody business.
On the Kokoda Trail in New Guinea, the Australians were passing, they would pass a place where there was a body. This happened often in World War I. There was a body buried, except an arm, a hand was sticking out. And as the Aussies would go by, they would shake the hand and move on. That's the kind of grisly black humor that people really don't understand.
And after every battle, there is the next dawn.
When there has been a particular heavy bombardment and suddenly it all stopped, the whole forefield and behind you, in front of you, was full of bird song. And you couldn't imagine where those birds had come from, whether they had survived this kind of onslaught or whether they had suddenly flown into this area. But there it was, and it was so overwhelming, and the contrast was so big that, and the effect of it was so terrific that you forgot the experiences of the night very, very quickly. And the first sunshine, the warmth of that sunshine, the song of the birds, the fact that you were still alive in one piece, you know, gave you great hope for another day.
But battles and campaigns and wars end, bringing for those who have come through an unforgettable sense of survival, no matter how small the war. And for those on the winning side, there is the special exhilaration of victory.
The moment of victory is very difficult to put your finger on. And sometimes you think that's it, and it's not it. So it's very elusive. I think throughout the night of the battle, I thought it had happened a couple of times, but it hadn't, because they'd think of another dirty trick or something, or when we'd actually gained all the objectives, they started shelling us and we started taking casualties again, and that didn't look like victory to me. But perhaps the next day, when for the for some reason, the Falklands weather's like that. It was a beautiful sunny day, and those of us who were all okay were together on another piece of ground with what was left of a cup of tea, just being thankful that we'd actually made it to another dawn. And I think that moment when it was warming your back, the sun, and you were sort of smiling at each other, I think that probably was the moment of victory, real victory for us.
The human agony of war does not end when the last shots echo into silence. Individuals and societies have to cope with the consequences of war, just as they met the demands of fighting it. And this is a place where the memories of war are particularly raw and immediate. It's the memorial to the dead and missing of Vietnam in Washington. Here, Americans come to remember those who perished or disappeared half a world away and only a few years ago in a conflict which split the nation. The creation of this monument has, in a curious way, healed some of the wounds left by Vietnam and has helped America come to terms with its own collective experience of that prolonged and bitter struggle.
When I first came down here, it was a very, very emotional experience for me. I started walking down, looking at the names, and I had to stop. It took me at least another month before I was able to come down here and actually see the entire memorial without breaking down and without having very emotional feelings. I can handle it very well now. I come down quite often. I look at names that I know. I have a tendency, if I know somebody, I run my finger across his name to give me that feeling that, hey, I remember you and we were together, that type of thing. And I think it's a fine memorial. I think it's something that Vietnamese veterans can be very, very proud of.
There can be no doubting war's essential horror, but the experience of war links fighting men across history and sets them apart. An officer of the Second World War observed,
"The veteran has compassion for the civilians hurt, the soldiers slain, even the enemy soldiers. But having survived 100 perils, he would not have things other than they were. For he thinks better of himself for his campaigning days. However regrettable it may be, there are still a great many men in this world who feel quite different from the common run of mortals because they have been under fire. It is as though it was some sort of hallmark.
I wouldn't say I'd volunteer for it again, but we were young, and that makes a lot of difference. You know, if you've seen anybody now with their inside hanging out, it'd turn you up a lot. But then, it was just part of the business. And there were nobody, as I know of, has ever grumbled about it when we were up to the knees in mud and water. You know, they cuss a bit to themselves, but not a real grumble.
I would say that Vietnam were good years of my life. They taxed my abilities to the fullest. They got me an opportunity to see and experience things in life that I never would have experienced and really have never experienced since. It's a unique experience that I'll never forget.
It is totally degrading, but it also, there's an uplifting side. It is true, and in the comradeship and the sheer comradeship, and it's a wonderful thing, sort of being with other people, fighting together, pulling together. And I'm sure that people in London during the Blitz felt exactly the same.
In some respects, it dehumanized me at the time, but in a lot of respects, it humanized me. I live each day more fully. I enjoy my children. I enjoy my family. I enjoy a lot of things that I might not have enjoyed. And they say that about people who survive disasters, always have the trauma of the disaster, but they live each day much more fully. And I think that's true about me.
It was a harrowing experience. It's something that, in fact, this afternoon when I rode here in a cab, The cab driver said to me, "It looks like we might have World War III." And I said, "For God's sake, don't even talk about something like that." I said, "Because that would be the worst thing in the world." I said, "Having the experience and lived through a World War II, no more."
These men are different, set apart from other human beings. They have sworn to accept their deaths unconditionally whenever orders or circumstances demand it. And they have taken that oath, given that promise, in the name of the rest of us. They have offered to spare us the horror of confronting the face of battle. War can show a face of glory to the world. No spectacle so touches the emotions as the sight of soldiers arrayed for ceremony. A column of young men in fine uniform turns heads and stirs hearts. Whether they parade to bury a hero, celebrate a victory, or, as on this day, state their readiness to die in the terrible environment of a battlefield. Just south of Brussels is the battlefield of Waterloo. It's an appropriate place from which to observe the changing face of battle. For here, battlefields, ancient and modern, overlap each other like scales of armor. 50 miles northwest lies the sea. 50 miles southeast are the steep, wooded hills of the Ardennes. Waterloo stands astride the corridor in between, a natural invasion route for armies of all ages. At its center rises the Lion Mound, Belgium's monument to the Allied victory, and a unique place to look back at the experience of battle. Some miles to the south of me, over there, more than 2,000 years ago, Caesar and his Roman legions fought the Nervii on the banks of the Sambre. Further to the west were the battlefields of Agincourt and Crécy, where English archers cut down the flower of French chivalry in the 14th and 15th centuries. And not far to the east lies Ramillies, where Marlborough and his cavalry won a famous victory 100 years before Waterloo. And 100 years after Waterloo, it was the German army of von Kluck that passed this way, bound for the mud and trenches of Flanders. In the early days of May 1940, from here, you could very well have heard the rumble of the tanks of the 3rd Panzer Division, the northern flank of the German advance that introduced to a startled world the revolutionary concept of Blitzkrieg, the lightning war. So this Lion Mound is a military vantage point in more than one way. In this program, we can view the actions that took place at different stages throughout the course of that eventful day and compare them directly with the equivalent experience of other battles in other centuries. For war does change, even if the human emotions it touches remain constant and universal. June the 18th, 1815, Napoleon, on the morning of Waterloo, reviewed his army from the ridge which runs opposite the Lion Mound. While Napoleon showed himself to his soldiers, Wellington's men were marching to the ridge on the other side of the valley. Men become soldiers for all sorts of reasons. Roman soldiers served mainly for pay. The word soldier comes from the name of the coin they received. The Muslim soldiers of the caliphs of Islam were enlisted as slaves of the state. At the start of America's Civil War, the North relied on volunteers. Tommies of the British Empire soldiered for a shilling a day. Kitchener's armies went to the First World War for patriotism and comradeship. The French went because they owed that duty to the Republic. The Germans marched to the Second World War in obedience to the will of the Führer. For the average American conscript who fought the Germans and the Japanese, the aim was to get the job done and get back home. And the British regulars who went to the Falklands were also doing their job as highly trained professionals. Dawn at Waterloo, and soldiers on both sides waited with mixed feelings for the impending battle. One 16-year-old British infantry officer, George Keppel, spent what he called the dreary interval between daylight and the first cannon shot, constantly wishing that the fight was fought. The urge to have it over and done with seems to afflict all soldiers on the eve of battle. Fear gnaws at them. Fear of death, of wounds, of showing fear to their comrades. Men draw close, compulsively cleaning their weapons and trying to keep at bay that silence that falls on each little group.
You get that waiting, that fear, not fear in itself, but fear of being frightened. You are waiting for something to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. In yourself, you're waiting. You think, am I going to be frightened? It goes through your mind. I don't want to be frightened, because if anything goes wrong and I'm scared, I might let my mates down.
I was particularly nervy. I'd clean my gun, go off to the toilet, have a meal, have a pick out of a bully beef tin that I didn't really want. But once I was committed, I was a totally different fella. I could carry on then. Once I got moving, I was good. But the night before, no good at all.
I went from acute fear the day I got off the plane that landed there to chronic fear that stayed with me the entire time I was there. Acute fear is when you're someone, you feel like someone's going to take your life right away and you're absolutely like this, ready to respond, and chronic fear becomes kind of a knot in the pit of your stomach. It's there all the time, and never quite ever goes away.
It's common language. You get butterflies, you know. They've been working overtime. Even with the power, you carry a parachute on your back, you don't know what will happen. Will it open? Will you arrive safely down? But as soon as the plane left the ground, it was calm then, yeah. But the men never calmed down, because they didn't know once that door is open, as the green light comes on, once the order came, stand up. Well, I mean, it was a feeling like either you fill your pants or you jump out.
But part of that fear is the physical fear of being hit, actually downed, and part of it is failing. And the two sort of balance against each other and help you go on. So prior to it, you're aware of it. I mean, we stood together prior to moving round to the battle in a group, and we all stood close and sort of mumbled together and sort of got confidence. And that was fear. But there was also anticipation. You know, it's the one thing we'd all trained for. No one would have not wanted to be there, but nobody really wanted to be there, so it was very mixed feelings.
You've got to get it done fast, so the only way to do it is get in there.
It's just waiting around is the worst part. But I'll just wait to go. So we just want to get there and get over and done with.
It was like going to a picnic. Everyone was happy. It was really amazing that it wasn't like going into a battle at the time until the first shots were fired across the bow of our ships. Then the picnic was no longer there. Then came the war.
The main action at Waterloo opened with an artillery bombardment when Napoleon's grand battery of 80 guns fired for over half an hour across the valley separating the two armies, and the British artillery replied. Probably more than 2,000 rounds of ammunition were fired in that interval by guns like this one. This happens to be British. It's a bronze 6-pounder, meaning that its solid shot weighed 6 pounds, but it also fired loose shot, canister or grape like this, which was designed to have the same effect upon massed infantry as a shotgun cartridge on a flock of birds. To aim, the number one would simply squint down the barrel. If he wanted to raise or lower, elevate or depress, he could use this. But if he wanted to traverse, he simply used raw muscle. He picked up the handspike and he pushed and shoved until he was happy. Now, the range of this light 6-pounder would have been up to 1,200 yards, and the French heavier 12-pounders across the valley up to a mile. At long range, and that's what it was, they'd have been using this, solid shot, and using it with horrific effect. During the central stage of the battle, the Inniskilling Regiment was kept under direct fire by the French artillery at a range of 700 yards for 4 hours. And when it marched off, it left 450 of its 750 officers and men dead or wounded in the positions. Ensign Leake of the 52nd Regiment actually saw the ball leave the muzzle of a French gun after its crew had swabbed, loaded and rammed, and he watched it come apparently straight at his face. Well, he debated whether he should duck and decided that honor forbade that, so he drew himself to attention. Well, the ball took off the heads of the 4 men next to him. No wonder the infantry feared and hated artillery. It was already the great killer of the battlefield. As one war followed another during the century after Waterloo, artillery grew in power and impact. During the American Civil War, it was the terrible guns the survivors of battle recalled. "I was never so tired of shelling in my life," wrote one veteran. "I hate cannon." And now artillery began to destroy townscapes as well. In the battle with the rebellious Paris communards of 1871, the government guns tore down street after street, transforming the center of the French capital into a field of ruins, leaving us with images we might well associate with the devastation of the bombing of World War II. But it was during the First World War that artillery revealed its newfound power. A century of invention had turned Wellington's smooth-bore cannon into engines of mass destruction of every size. From the small field guns, like the British 18-pounder, and its French equivalent, the 75mm, which fired 20 rounds a minute, to the massive railway guns that could reach miles into the enemy's positions. Guns like these made the First World War truly an artillery war. The great trench offensives were preceded by bombardments of unparalleled weight and intensity. Before the Third Battle of Ypres in 1917, 4.25 million shells were fired over 19 days. Even delivering such bombardments was an experience no gunners could ever forget.
I don't think I have ever known anything as impressive as the opening of a really full-scale barrage. Suddenly, bang on 0 hour, the whole place just comes alive with a terrific surge of all the shells that are traveling through the air, and away on the skyline, as far as the eye can see, right and left is absolutely lit up with pinpoints. A most impressive sight.
Yet the gun crews rarely saw what their shells hit. It was the forward observers who witnessed the fall of shot.
I remember when we were firing our 8-inch howitzers from Albert, and there's a village called Earls, which was more or less intact behind the German lines. It distressed me enormously because it's a very pretty little village with houses on both sides of the road, and I only had to fire 4 rounds, 1, 2, 3, 4, to see the spire of the church collapse and the whole of the village flattened out. 4 rounds only from our 8-inch howitzers.
It was artillery that was the great killer of the First World War. It was also the great demoralizer. Soldiers of all nations loathed shellfire's arbitrary and impersonal character. A young British officer wrote, "Terror and death, coming from far away, seemed much more ghastly than a hail of fire from people we could see and with whom we could come to grips."
It was a fatalistic situation. Imagine terrible weather, the ground outside churned to an impossible morass, and the din, the noise and the concussion just making the air vibrate. You really felt, well, there's nothing we can do to escape. It's a question of time before your number's on the bit that comes along.
Artillery did not only destroy men, it also devastated the surface of the battlefield on which they moved and tried to survive. It turned farms and villages to heaps of shapeless rubble, fields to wasteland, forests to tangled heaps of brushwood. Above all, it turned the soil into mud, mud so deep and liquid that it swallowed horses and drowned men. This gentle slope is the rise that leads to Passchendaele, the tiny village outside Ypres, so long and savagely contested that its name has come to stand for the Holocaust of the First World War. This is how it looks today, and as it must have looked in 1914. But in the autumn of 1917, it had come to resemble the surface of the moon. This sequence of aerial photographs record how, as crater came to overlap crater during the relentless bombardment, houses, hedges, even field boundaries were progressively erased, until Passchendaele existed only as a name on a map, a terrible tribute to the power that artillery exerts on the modern battlefield. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Battle of Waterloo had been raging for 2 hours. It was at its fiercest here round Hougoumont, the old fortified manor house and farm standing just in front of the British right wing. Wellington had occupied it and loopholed it for defense. It's still an impressive building today. In 1815, it was even stronger and more extensive enough to contain nearly 2 battalions of British foot guards. Wellington had garrisoned it strongly because he thought its possession essential to secure his right wing. The French were equally keen to take it from him. Indeed, they opened the battle by an attack on Hougoumont, and the fight there quickly became a battle within a battle, persisting throughout the morning and afternoon. At one stage, the French actually broke into the central courtyard, but by sheer weight of numbers, the British were able to force the gate shut behind them. The intruders were then hunted down and every single one of them killed, except a young drummer boy. Around the middle of the day, some of the buildings here were set on fire by shells from French howitzers, and this introduced another dimension of horror to the fighting in the farm. The roofs of the barn and the manor crashed in a sheet of flame on top of the wounded who were lying inside, and many of them were burnt to death. The whole of this courtyard was like an oven. Everyone was scorched by flying embers. The old manor house, which used to stand over there, burnt down in the end, and all that's left is this little chapel. But in spite of all this, and despite the ferocity and courage of the French attack, the walls of this courtyard were never breached. The wood outside was lost, the buildings often completely surrounded, but at the end of the battle, the foot guards were standing firm. Throughout history, it has always been a hard and bloody task to capture a fortified position from resolute defenders. To capture Malta in 1565, the Ottoman Sultan Suleiman sent a mighty armada of 181 ships and an army of 30,000 men. The island was defended by 700 Knights of St. John and 9,000 hired soldiers. Yet 4 months later, the Turks, who had lost 2/3 of their men in the siege, retired in ignominious defeat to Constantinople. 400 years later, American Marines were brought in to recapture the city of Hue, Vietnam's ancient capital, seized by the North Vietnamese army in their Tet offensive. In the heart of the city lies its citadel, built by French colonial engineers in the 19th century and designed only to withstand gunpowder and round shot. Against it, the Americans deployed all the firepower of a mighty modern army. Despite these ferocious assaults, the defenders held out for 25 days behind the citadel's walls and moat, until in the end it was carried by the oldest of methods, direct assault by infantrymen.
Well, I'd been over here 4 months, and we were always in the rice paddies, in the jungles, patrols, something like that. This was something new. It's like broke into like any city, blocks, concrete buildings. And the thing was, you never know what's going to happen every time you turned a corner or every time you entered a building. We got in the habit of throwing grenades and firing first before we went anywhere. And in some incidents, it was no more than 5 feet that you had to shoot the enemy, or he was trying to shoot you. This went on building by building. We had to take it. There was no such thing as trying to clear a block out, just with a platoon. We broke down to 5-man teams. It was just chaos, Just whoever shot fastest made it, in which quite a few did make it on our side, Our job was to take the citadel. I can remember a huge wall around it. Most of the city was taken at the time, but the citadel was left. I would say half of the company had serious enough wounds. The final count of men that were killed in my platoon were 5 out of my platoon alone. And I think out of our company, I believe there was 15.
The citadel finally fell, but the defenders had already slipped away. By early afternoon at Waterloo, it was now the turn of the massed ranks of infantry to go into action. Wellington's men awaited their attack, lying down in the dead ground behind the crest of the ridge or crouching behind hedge banks, muskets at the ready, until the French columns came within range. Most of the infantry carried muskets like this. Now this is a Brown Bess. A soldier had to stand up to put powder and ball down the barrel and then ram them home with this. So he usually fired standing, and a well-trained soldier could fire 2 shots a minute. But it was not an accurate weapon. If its heavy lead ball hit home, it was deadly. But you'd be lucky to hit a man over 70 yards away. So it was really only useful against large targets. The French infantry who made the first attack presented just such a target. They advanced across the valley in massed battalion columns, 25 men deep and 200 wide. They halted 40 yards down this slope and began to deploy into line. At this point, the British infantry, 4 Scottish regiments, discharged their muskets, taking the French by surprise. They then fixed bayonets and burst through the hedge. Here on the ridge, 8,000 or 9,000 English and French fought a violent hand-to-hand battle. The French, impeded by the press of their own numbers, soon broke and fled, and were chased back across the valley by the Scots dragoons to the cry of "Scotland forever." The experience of battle for the infantrymen had altered very little in the centuries before Waterloo. For the Persians, who fought the Lydians at Sardis in 546 BC, combat took a form which would have been familiar to Julius Caesar or Frederick the Great of Prussia. Once the two sides made contact, it was a business of push and shove with edged weapons. The fight was always short because the muscular effort required was too exhausting to be sustained for long. Gunpowder scarcely varied the essential nature of the foot soldier's experience. He now had to endure cannon and musket shot instead of the arrow cloud. But since black powder weapons were so inaccurate, he still had to close with the enemy to deliver a decision. So, after the opening exchange of projectiles, it was hand-to-hand combat that decided who gave way and who won the day. What did change the infantryman's experience of battle, and change it catastrophically, was the appearance of quick-firing artillery. The range and accuracy of the rifle, and the inescapable blanket fire of the machine gun. Disastrously, no army had appreciated by the outbreak of the Great War their impact on massed infantry formations. The British soldiers who left their trenches on the first day of the Somme walked into a scythe of machine gun fire. A survivor remembered, by the time I'd gone 10 yards, there seemed to be only a few men left around me. By the time I'd gone 20 yards, I seemed to be on my own. Then I was hit myself.
Everybody had wondered who's going to get killed. How many of us will come back? I'd rather get killed than get badly wounded and lie out there and die. And the 1,001 things, trying to picture how your mother and dad'd take it when the telegram arrives to say the Secretary of State regrets to inform you so and so and so and so.
They came over, not in extended order like we advanced, but they came over en masse, just like a crowd coming out of a football match. And it wasn't a matter of aiming, it was just a matter of loading and pulling the trigger.
60,000 soldiers were hit on that July morning. 20,000 died. The disaster the infantrymen suffered on the Somme introduced a new experience for men on the battlefield. When not attacking, they found shelter below ground. When they did attack, they did so in single file to present as small a target as possible. In the years since 1918, the infantryman has had to fight to survive on every sort of battlefield. He has sweated through the jungles and rainforests of Southeast Asia. He's stormed through the deserts of North Africa. He's suffered on the exposed beaches of the Pacific Islands. He's endured the unforgiving snows of the Russian steppe. He's struggled in the mountains of Italy and the Balkans. He's battled through the hedgerows of Northern Europe. But despite today's technology, he still remains essentially a foot soldier.
All of a sudden, you're the most important man. You're as good as any fighter pilot or all the other guys. You're at the front, and everyone's doing what you want to do. And that's a good feeling, apart from the fact that you are at the front. Unlike everybody else, what you're going to fight with is you. And a gun, which they give you. And everything else, you carry on your back. And you're always cold, you're always wet, you're always frightened, and you're always completely shattered all the time. You're never comfortable. And then you have to beat all of those things to do the thing that they want you to do, which is to go in and smack the enemy down hard and finish the job. You can bombard it, you can fire at it from aircraft, you can do everything to the target. But the only time you win is to have us lot, the grunts of the world, standing there saying this is now our piece of real estate. All the technology is great, but there's nothing that can really help us do that last final 400 meters to finish the job.
By the afternoon of Waterloo, Wellington knew that he had a full-scale battle on his hands, and that its outcome rested on his powers of command. In one important sense, Waterloo resembled every other battle from the earliest times to the end of the 19th century. The commander could see the whole battlefield, or most of it anyway, from one spot, and he could deliver his orders to his subordinates without delay. But in fact, Wellington was rarely in one spot for long. He was constantly in motion, riding always to where danger threatened worst, sometimes even sitting out the charges in the middle of one of his infantry squares. He could ride from the center of the line to the right flank in about 10 minutes. And despite the massive amount of smoke that covered the battlefield, he was able to keep much of it directly in view. If he saw something that needed attention, but he could not go himself, he would hastily write his orders on slips of parchment like this and dispatch them by messenger. Today, orders flow from the point of command by means undreamt of in Wellington's century. And the information on which orders are based flows into the point of command in a profusion with which no single human being can deal. A modern military headquarters can cover a continent, and its field of action is the world. Here at North American Air Defense Headquarters, they keep watch for signs of missile attack on the United States. They receive their intelligence from radar, reconnaissance satellite, and seabed sound surveillance. This unending stream of facts is processed by the banks of computers, and the results displayed on screens. It's on these electronic messages that today's commanders must base their decisions. By mid-afternoon at Waterloo, the French had tried both artillery and infantry against the Allied line. It still refused to break. So at about 4 o'clock, Marshal Ney, Napoleon's battlefield commander, decided to commit his cavalry. Soon, an immense mass of horsemen could be seen approaching from beyond La Belle Alliance, that white building in the distance behind me. The dense columns of cavalry, 12 ranks deep, 500 men abreast, advanced up this slope, watched in awestruck silence by the British they were about to assault. It was a spectacle scarcely ever to be seen again. A sea of steel and horseflesh and brilliant uniforms flowing in waves across the folds of the valley. But the most unexpected thing about the attack was that it was cavalry alone. There were no French foot soldiers to be seen. Yet against cavalry, infantry had an almost impregnable defense, to form squares. As long as the British infantry kept steady, properly formed and cool enough to continue firing, they were unbreakable. So as the French cavalry came over the ridge at a canter, they were cut down by grape shot from the British artillery batteries and musket fire from the squares. Time and again they attacked, charging up the slope, round and past the squares, then retreating down the hill, where they reformed to charge again. Soon the ridge around the British line was so covered with the dead and wounded men and horses that the cavalry could no longer ride over it. 12 times the French charged, but when, after an hour and a half, they finally withdrew, the British squares still stood unbroken. Ceremony is the only duty that remains to the surviving mounted regiments. The role they once played strikes the onlooker as utterly archaic, but in their great days it was crucial. The mounted scout found the enemy. The skirmisher kept him in play while the general assembled his forces. And at the crisis of battle, the shock regiments destroyed him. Find, fix, destroy. These functions were and remain essential. Today, they are performed by the tank. The tank was an invention made necessary by the stalemate of the First World War, but one so primitive that it achieved little. By 1940, however, tanks were transformed, and with them came a new form of war, blitzkrieg. Its impact was shattering, demoralizing those it did not destroy.
We came through Holland, Belgium, France, but as soon as we crossed the Belgian border up near Arras, the roads, absolutely day and night, been chock-a-block with people running away, leaving everything behind, leaving the home, and as soon as they saw convoys coming, everybody shut because the people been frightened.
It was not only the civilian victims of blitzkrieg who found the appearance of tanks terrifying.
All of a sudden we realized they were enemy tanks. And I said, my God, this is it. What can you do against a tank? They have machine guns. They can run over you. That's the thing you think about more than anything else, is a tank running over your body. There was no place to go. Absolutely no place. I felt like an ant on top of a billiard table.
On the billiard table of the Sinai Desert, Israeli tank soldiers of twice weight to blitzkrieg, experiencing something of the exhilaration felt by European tank crews in World War II.
Racing across the Sinai in '67, I was 22 years old, and in 4 days we got from Gaza Strip to the Suez Canal banks, fighting, moving, all the time on the move. It was a feeling of great power and great energy being released in 4 days.
Power and energy in 20th century warfare are most completely embodied in the aircraft. It takes many military forms. As a strategic bomber, it has been used to wage war on its own against the cities and factories of the enemy. The soldier on the battlefield knows it better as a weapon of ground attack and of tactical bombardment against fortified places. The controversial bombing of Monte Cassino, the Italian fortress monastery, demonstrates the aircraft's awesome destructive power and the terrible effect it has on soldiers trapped in a bombardment.
One morning, we just saw silverfishes in the airplanes, shining in the air. But then all of a sudden somebody shouted, "He got a bloody bomb door open." You could see them, the doors were open, We realized then, they're after us. Actually, you think that's the last moment we're still alive. It was terrible. We had bombs explode only about 5-6 yards away from mine. The blast lifted you actually off the ground and dropped down again. You hate the shops up there. Doesn't matter what nationality is. If it was our own planes, we would have called them bloody bastards in plain English. I shouldn't say that now, but you hated them. At that moment, you can't hit back. You just crept in the hole like a frightened rat. The whole hill, it was just like rubble. It stunk, it smoked, you smelled gunpowder, and screaming soldiers, you know, partly wounded or wounded. But you didn't dare, when you had a nice cover, you didn't dare to creep out to save your comrade, because that means your own life again, you know. Many men, they'd been left behind, but I was lucky I got out.
Since the Second World War, another enemy of the foot soldier has taken to the skies, the attack helicopter. Many military helicopters perform workaday roles, reconnaissance or transportation. In Vietnam, the gunship helicopter proved that it could be used as a weapon of pinpoint attack on the battlefield, with devastating effect.
A lot of people think that because helicopters are up in the air that you don't get a real first-hand view of what you're doing and who you're killing. That's not true, especially when you're flying low level. When you're flying at treetop level and you've got an M60 stuck out the side of the helicopter and somebody fires on you, you're no more than 10 feet from him. You see his head splatter or whatever you may have hit. You see it pretty well firsthand. You get an idea of the gruesomeness of what killing is. And again, it never bothered me because I knew I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. And if you let it bother you, you'd have big head problems. The thrill of flying the helicopter and getting it to do what it was capable of doing and winning, obviously you were taking fire, you were getting hits, you may have to take a couple of hits in the aircraft, but at the end you were the one that won. Absolutely, it was very exhilarating.
At about 7 o'clock in the evening of June the 18th, 1815, the Battle of Waterloo approached what has been called its crisis. Napoleon had exhausted all normal means to break the British line. All had failed. He therefore decided to launch the only reserve force he had left, never before committed to action in battle, the Imperial Guard. Powell, an officer of the 1st Foot Guards, describes the result. The French, he said, came on at the double, shouting, "Vive l'Empereur!" They continued to advance until within 50 or 60 paces of our front, when the brigade was ordered to stand up. Whether it was from this sudden and unexpected appearance so near them, which must have seemed as starting out of the ground, or the tremendously heavy fire we threw into them, La Garde, who had never before failed, suddenly stopped. Those from a distance and more on the flank who could see the affair tell us that the effect of our fire seemed to force the head of the column bodily back. The Imperial Guard retreated, and with it, the rest of the French army. With the fighting over, it was time to count the cost. About 40,000 of the 120,000 present had been killed or wounded, and 10,000 horses. The wounded were to be pitied more than the dead. As darkness fell, the battlefield was filled with shrieks and groans of those too hurt to move. Many thousands would lie out on the battlefield throughout the night of Waterloo, some throughout the following day. A few lay uncollected and untended for 2 days and 3 nights and still lived. But the majority of those left so long died of shock, loss of blood, or dehydration. All the wounded men were tormented by thirst, as well as the pain of their injuries. In their agony, they faced yet another threat, death at the hands of looters, military as well as civilian, who crept among the stricken during the hours of darkness to strip them of their valuables and to kill those who resisted. Even if the wounded survived abandonment on the battlefield and the ordeal of evacuation from it, they still had to undergo the torture of primitive surgery at the hands of their medical officers, surgery without anesthetics or antiseptics. In some regiments, as many soldiers died in hospital as had been killed on the field. No wonder, as Wellington rode back in the moonlight through the devastation of the battlefield, those who saw him glimpsed no hint of a victor's jubilation in his face. A victory, he said afterwards, is the greatest tragedy in the world, except a defeat. The wounded soldier of the 20th century has all the advantages of improving medicine. But as if by some process of satanic compensation, the wounds he risks may be far more ghastly than those commonly inflicted by sword or musket. Wounds and death still remain the price soldiers pay for taking part in battle.
I think everyone's afraid of dying. Naturally, whenever you're going to face going off to war, you're going to be fearful of that. I don't think I really dealt so much with that fear of dying as I had troubles in dealing with first being wounded. Okay, I was afraid of being wounded, and even made a off-the-cuff comment a few times that if I lost so much as a fingernail, I didn't want to come home. Well, I lost just a little more than a fingernail, and I'm here, and I've accepted it. But I think the thing that I feared more than death and being wounded in Vietnam was being captured and taken as a prisoner.
Capture is fraught with uncertainty. These men suffered that ordeal at the hands of the Japanese. The joy of their liberation cannot mask their years of mistreatment.
It was an incredible parade because every man there wanted to show that he was still a soldier. Some were bent over on sticks, some were like elephants with beriberi. We all had dysentery. Our feet were 2 inches thick, like bare feet from yak feet, from tinea, and from ulcers. The troops who'd assembled on Singapore on the other side of the road to welcome us back didn't say a word. It was like looking at another world. They were booted, they were fleshed, they were probably very thin, but they looked enormous, and we even had a whiff of death about us. And the Sergeant Major pushed us around, our Sergeant Major, lined us up until the bare feet, still separating, were in a perfect line. And then he went to Johnson, who was our Major, and reported that the company was correct. And he went over to Blackjack Galligan and said, "All President correct, sir." And Galligan said, "But where are the rest?" And he said, "They're all here." That's what it was. We were the last. We lost 310 out of 500 in Thailand.
By nightfall of the 18th of June, 1815, the Battle of Waterloo was over. Perhaps the hardest fought and probably the most decisive, certainly the most dramatic of all battles of black powder warfare. What does the battle tell us about the role of the common soldier, infantryman, gunner, cavalryman? Well, first, that the experience he undergoes has no counterpart anywhere else in human activity. The strains it imposes, the responses it demands, fall outside the common and the everyday. Second, that it can nevertheless be survived, and that chances of survival are improved by training, skill, discipline, and personal courage. But that thirdly, the battlefield is an arena of accident and chance, and no soldier, however brave or disciplined, however skilled in the handling of his weapons, can guarantee to himself his own survival. Those who do survive are set apart from the rest of us, and it is their experience that is the subject of this series. The Household Cavalry on parade in Hyde Park, London. Their duties here today are purely ceremonial, as cavalry have long since been driven from the battlefield. Today's weapons have seen to that. But they are a glittering reminder of the days when cavalry was the premier arm of war, and horse soldiers the shock troops of many a victorious army. Men, of course, have fought on horses almost as long as there have been soldiers. Indeed, there have been several epochs in the history of warfare when the mounted warrior dominated all the other arms. And even today, in an age of howitzers and atomic bombs, there are old soldiers who can still remember the exhilarating experience of charging an enemy with sabers drawn.
The strength of the charge is in the straightness of the line. When once the alarm was sounded, draw swords. It was like riding into hell. The guns boomed, batteries smoked everywhere. Matter of fact, after a time he was blinded by the smoke of the guns, and especially not only the shells exploded, and the guns themselves was up amongst them.
Harry Williams, aged 102, recalls a cavalry charge from the Great War.
Well, by the time I got there, the whole mass cavalry was in line. It so coincided that the alarm had already been sounded by the trumpeters. My mount, of course, being a cavalry charger, become imbued with the excitement of the time and the electric atmosphere, he joined in. And at that very moment, the charge sounded. They keep on until the horses are... Anyhow, right through that line they broke. Germans, Bulgarians, Turks, no matter who they were slashed, sundered, slaughtered. It was carnage, absolutely. Sword, slash, 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 slash. See? Then somebody picks out that over your horse's head, dig in, out again, and no one appears at you. You simply reverse to twist your wrist and slice at him. And then that side. And of course everybody's doing the same thing. You see? So you've got to be careful you're not wounding your next door neighbour.
If the days of cavalry are past, it is not the irretrievable past. Not long after Harry Williams' charge, the mounted warrior was to have a last hurrah on the plains of Eastern Europe. The Soviet Red Cavalry, 16,000 strong, rode off to battle against Poland. Outside Warsaw, the Polish cavalry defeated the Russian invader. The Polish riders returned homeward as national heroes. It was in the same heroic spirit that they rode out in 1939, 40 regiments strong, against the German blitzkrieg. Legend has it one regiment was actually to break its lances on the armor of German tanks. The rest was strewn like chaff in the whirlwind of Hitler's advance. The Germans themselves in World War II were surprisingly dependent on horses. Nearly 3 million horses were rounded up to carry supplies for the advancing armies. Throughout the war, most of Germany's supporting transport was horse-drawn. But the Wehrmacht also had some cavalry. Their 1st Cavalry Division took part in the German attack on France in 1940, protecting flanks and carrying out reconnaissance duties. And when Paris was occupied, German cavalry took their place in the victory parade, before bowing out of history.
Right chap! Right, Mr. Right, come on, that's all that there, get out! Well, what made you have to get up and wine, put on in, right, get out!
The Mounted Regiment of Britain's Household Cavalry is among the last few military units in the world to keep alive the relationship, 3,000 years old, between the warrior and his horse.
Horses walking on and ride. Keep your horses walking on. All you simply do is squeeze lightly on the horse's side.
Today's recruits, born into a world of machines from which the horse has almost vanished, must be taught horsemanship from scratch. Few even know how to ride.
Come on, canters next week. If you ever find yourself on the ground looking for your horse, just make a noise like a carrot and he will come running back to you.
The traditions of this riding school and its riding masters go back over 300 years to the lifeguards of Charles II. But the tradition of the war horse reaches much deeper into history, perhaps to 2000 BC. Somewhere on the great sea of grass that fills Central Asia, the ancestors of one of these nomads first caught and tamed the ancestor of one of these horses. Too puny to be ridden, the early war horses were harnessed to battle chariots. But about 900 BC, breeding produced a riding horse and the cavalry revolution. Over the next 3,000 years, the cavalry peoples from Central Asia, Scythians, Huns, Turks, Mongols, terrorized and sometimes conquered the rich lands on their borders. Greatest of all nomad conquerors was to be Genghis Khan, whose empire in the 13th century stretched from China to Russia. Among the first exponents of the cavalry revolution were the Parthians, a fierce tribe in Persia, constantly at war with the Roman Empire. Expert riders, their weapon was the bow, and their archery deadly. Their special technique was to seem to break off the action, when in fact they would ride away to collect more arrows. They would then return to the attack, catching the enemy unawares. This trick has given us the expression, a Parthian shot. Fiercest of all the horse tribes were the Huns. Carrying their homes wherever they went, they rampaged through Europe, and under their leader Attila, threatened Rome itself in the 5th century AD. Jerome described them thus: swarms of Huns filled the whole earth with slaughter and panic as they flitted hither and thither on their swift horses. Unlike earlier horse soldiers, they were prepared to fight at close quarters in battle. Their ferocity and the destruction they wrought struck terror into the hearts of more settled people. To combat the horsemanship and tactics of these horsemasters, the Romans gradually adopted the heavy armored style of cavalry. Called cataphracts, these armored riders could not save Rome itself, but for 1,000 years succeeded in defending the Eastern Empire against the assaults of the steppe peoples. Their breed of horseflesh and their style of heavy equipment would ultimately produce the warrior we call the knight. The wild steppe pony and his rider blended by instinct. The Western warhorse needed to be trained, and breaking into a warrior's will demanded special skills. They are still taught today. Fighting on horseback is enormously difficult. The Mongols, of course, and the other warrior nations of the East grew up with horses and lived their lives on horseback. In Europe, it was different. Men had to be trained to become horse soldiers. Well, it's a tradition that's still continued here at Saumur, the home of France's cavalry. It was during the great French Empire of Charlemagne that the Franks were to become Europe's most expert horsemen. They relied on all the devices that had been developed over the years to turn a horse into a platform for a soldier. The bit, the bridle, the rein, the saddle, the stirrup, and the spur. The medieval knight was the final flowering of Europe's mounted armored warrior. By the 15th century, his simple chain mail was a thing of the past. Armorers had learnt to encase a man from head to foot in glittering plate, and parts of his horse as well. His weight could approach 250 pounds, and his armor was fashioned to show a glancing surface to any blow or arrow strike. counterstroke, he carried a sword. All this equipment was exorbitantly expensive, so inevitably the knight came from the rich and ruling class. The crushing power of his weapons and armor allowed the knight to dominate the battlefield for nearly 500 years. With his body braced in stirrups and supported in a rigid saddle, he was ready for battle. Throughout that period, not much changed in the style of battle. The Battle of Soissons in 923, of Bouvien 300 years later, and even of Agincourt 200 years after that, must have looked much the same. Tactics and maneuvers played much less part than individual courage and skill at arms. Often the knight would fight dismounted, but when battle was joined on horseback, the spectacle was sensational. The knight Jean de Béville wrote of such a contest, "Neither in eating, drinking, nor sleeping do I feel what I feel when I hear the shout at them from both sides, and the neighing of riderless horses, or the call, 'Help, help!' or when I see great and small fall on the grass, in the ditches, or when I espy dead men who still have pen and lances in their ribs." But real combat was too infrequent and usually too chaotic for the medieval knightly class to show to the full the prowess it wanted to display to the world. Its code, which we call chivalry, emphasized the values of courage, fair play, and skill at arms. The knights found that these virtues were shown to best advantage in mock combat. The joust, to which only gentlemen were admitted, was also an excellent means of keeping the rough soldier of fortune at arm's length. By the 14th century, when the tournament had become the most popular upper-class social event in Western Europe, its purpose as a training for combat, single or collective, had almost been eclipsed. But chivalry was also imbued with a powerful religious force. The knight was not only expected to fight well, but to do good. Hence knighthood's enormous enthusiasm for the Crusades. The knights of Western Europe met their greatest challenge here in the Holy Land, which they were sworn to recover for Christendom. This is Calat Namrud, a typical castle of the Crusaders, and from here and similar castles, time and again they sallied forth, testing the heavy cavalry principle which they represented against the tradition of light cavalry, which was the hallmark of the Muslims. When Muslim met Christian cavalry on equal terms, the Iron People, as the Turks called the Crusaders, usually prevailed. More often, the light horsemen of Islam preferred to make the Christian warriors exhaust themselves in fruitless charges before closing in for the kill. So expert did the Muslims become in cavalry tactics that in the Battle of Ain Jalut in 1260, they met and defeated the hitherto invincible horde of the Mongols on the plateau above the Sea of Galilee. The Mongol pony, peerless on his own ground, was no match for a war horse on the European grasslands. Here, the abundant grazing and winter hay made a mount that would always outrun a steppe scavenger. Fine horseflesh is still the raw material of good cavalry, and today special care is taken to choose horses for the British Army.
And this is the Black Wheeler. What sort of age is he?
How is he meant to be?
I think he's 5.
Yes, I'll agree with that.
Just over 15-1.
Oh, fine, yeah. I think he'll muscle up. Yeah. Yeah. Can we just see him trot, please? All right, a little
How far am I?
He's all right, and I think he'll go a bit. So, if he won't do the regiment as an officer's charger, the King's Troop will probably like him. We're galloping on. Do you think? No.
He'd do anywhere.
Yes. Yeah.
There is more to a cavalry horse than strong bone and firm muscle. Like his rider, he must learn to move to the walk, march, trot and canter as ordered. His training begins, like that of a medieval war horse, on the lunging rein. But the cavalry horse has had to face something never experienced by the war horse. The cavalry charger also had to learn to endure the appalling uproar of a gunpowder battle. Horses are acutely nervous creatures. Only delicate handling and carefully measured doses of exposure would accustom them to stand and move steadily amid the din of muskets and cannon shot. Nowadays, instead of battle, the chargers and drum horses of the household cavalry must still be taught to withstand the clash of cymbals and thunder of kettle drums. But gunpowder made not merely a noise, it also made a revolution. In the 16th century, the musket and the cannon, against which no suit of armor was proof, made the man who wore it irrelevant. So after 5 centuries of dominance, the knight abruptly disappeared, like frost from a sun-warmed battlefield. The horsemen who survived, like those of the English Civil War, had to find new roles. One was to act as a final shot force. The other was to pursue the enemy to destruction. Today's 2 units of British household cavalry, the Life Guards and the Blues, descend respectively from the Royal and Parliamentary regiments of the Civil War. And the ceremonial uniform they wear, the helmet and breastplate or cuirass, are a reminder of the age of armor, already vanishing when these regiments came into being.
The only time this kit fits is when it hurts.
Light cavalry, the scouts and skirmishers of an army, wore no armor at all. They made up for it by the splendor of their uniforms. There were never more magnificent soldiers than the hussars and lancers of those days.
Sword LG 94.
Yeah.
Front cuirass LG 143.
Yeah.
Back cuirass LG 47.
Yeah.
Helmet LG 257.
Yeah.
That is all your kit. There is £5,000 worth. You will look after it. If you lose it, you will pay for it. If you go over there now, you can sign for it.
sword has always been the principal weapon of the cavalryman. Traditionally, light cavalrymen have favoured the curved scimitar, best adapted for cutting and slashing in the confusion of a skirmish. Heavy cavalry, from the days of the armoured knight onwards, had preferred the straight, heavy, thrusting sword. For most cavalry, most of the time, their swords were completely blunt. So in the melee, it was normal to slash with the blade like a poker, or even punch with the hilt of the sword like a knuckle duster. Best of all thrusting weapons for cavalry is the lance. The light lance came back to Europe with the arrival of irregular cavalry like the Cossacks. Soon, no self-respecting army was without its lancers. The long reach of the lance made it particularly suitable for cavalry in pursuit of infantry. The lance was also used against close-ordered troops. At Omdurman in 1898, it was a regiment of British lancers who broke through a solid mass of Sudanese irregular infantry. Cavalrymen also experimented with firearms, seeking means to turn a threat into a tool. The repeating firearms, revolver and carbine, which became available to horsemen at the time of the American Civil War, seemed to promise that cavalry might at last deliver its share of firepower. But the truth was that man and horse made a better target than they ever did a fire team, and so were doomed to be victim to the skulking soldier. No weapon made by man outdid in importance to the cavalryman the weapon bred for him by sire and dam, his own horse. It was the speed and strength of his mount that gave him his attacking impulse. In a well-timed charge, the horse could be used literally as a unit of shock to batter down an enemy formation. And it was the shock action of cavalry which on occasions decided the outcome of a battle. At Breitenfeld in the 30 Years' War, Gustavus Adolphus used his Swedish cavalry to deliver the knockout blow. Marlborough's British cavalry made the decisive charge at Ramillies, from a flank position the French had left unprotected. Napoleon's heavy cavalry won the day at Marengo and Eylau. But such charges turned on luck. Stout-hearted musketeers formed in square or protected by artillery, could never be shaken by cavalry. The French cuirassiers failed time and again against the British squares at Waterloo. British hussars and lancers were massacred by Russian guns at Balaklava. Into the Valley of Death rode the 600. Magnificent, but not war. That was how a French general described the charge of the Light Brigade. Certainly, throughout the 19th century, the cavalry in most European armies continued to look magnificent. And occasionally, they still did magnificent things. Here, at the French Cavalry Museum at Saumur, are reminders of the time when the dash of the dragoon, the shock of the charge, and the terror of cold steel were still an important feature of war. But already the writing was on the wall for the horse soldier. The increasing firepower of 19th century weapons was the beginning of the end, even if it was to take many years for the full realization to sink in. However nobly born an officer, however gorgeous his uniform, no breastplate could keep out the modern bullet. Across the Atlantic, in a society which had never known a knightly class and where a horse was just a means of getting about a vast country, soldiers were to avoid the mistake of thinking that cavalrymen could ignore the effects of modern firepower.
Third platoon, all present accounted for, sir. First order of the day will be get your horses watered, and let's get them fed, and let's get them groomed. We'll have an officer's call at 6:30. Expect to be on the road at 7 o'clock. Dismiss your troops.
Second platoon.
Both sides in the American Civil War raised large forces of cavalry. By 1865, there were 80,000 horsemen in Union services and 40,000 in Confederate. Neither side committed horsemen to battle in the European style, but as skirmishers, scouts, and above all raiders, American horsemen put their European counterparts to shame. At a rare cavalry battle, a complacent European observer recorded, "Their cavalry fights are miserable affairs. They approach each other with considerable boldness, and until they are within about 40 yards. Then, at the very moment when the sword alone should be used, they hesitate, halt, and commence a desultory fire with carbines and revolvers."
Turn the line! Turn the line! Left! Hang on, left flank!
The British learned nothing from the American example. Even in the expanses of their empire, they continued to train with sword and lance. And when, in South Africa, they encountered enemies who rode like Mongols and shot superbly from the saddle, the price of their arrogance proved costly.
All the Boers were mounted, every Boer possible. Certainly there were ponies compared with our cavalry horses, much smaller. So that's what we call them, Boer ponies. Of course, by that time, the British Army hadn't even got acclimatised, never mind about understanding Boer ways and Boer tactics. It was a difficult thing to instill into their mind. My job as a scout was to see without being seen. So I didn't have to get in the line of fire more than I could possibly help. I had to live to guide the others. I knew it was going to be a long war. And our government had misjudged the strength of the Boers.
When British cavalry tried to clear the field by a close order charge, the Boers simply melted away to reappear another day. Finally, British cavalry had to swallow their pride and learn, as we see here in this rare film of 1900, the tactics of dismounting and fighting like infantry. It was paying the Boers the flattery of imitation. The price of the Boer War was also felt at home, where horses of every type were requisitioned to meet the enormous demand for riding and driving animals the war effort created. Many of these arrived in South Africa unfit, were rushed into action without acclimatization, and were usually ridden by inexperienced horsemen.
And I remember one lot that was sent out to carry these guns away, but they couldn't get them to start. No, they hadn't the faintest idea, you know. You're going to laugh at this. Somebody had a bright idea. He said, these are bus horses, tram horses. They won't go until they ring a bell. And someone says, well, where are we going to find a cycle bell? And they scattered, I don't know where they found them, but they found a box full of bicycle bells. and these horses wouldn't move until they rung a bell.
By the end of the war, the British had 80,000 soldiers on horseback. Another 400,000 horses pulled the army's guns and supply wagons. Many were poor specimens to begin with, and the long sea voyage, followed by overwork in a strange climate, killed them in droves. War is always cruel to horses. 2/3 of those sent to South Africa died in harness.
I think the horses were wonderful. Many a horse dropped dead, you know, with exertion. They carried on and carried on and carried on until they couldn't anymore.
Neither the pointlessness of traditional cavalry tactics revealed by the war, nor its cost in horseflesh, shook the prejudices of the European officer class one jot. It was dominated by cavalrymen who continued to believe that training with sword and lance, in style unchanged since the Middle Ages, was all the preparation needed for a war of machine guns and quick-firing artillery. The future of the cavalry arm itself was unquestioned. It seems probable that in 1914 there was more cavalry in existence than at any previous time in history. Britain went to war with 10,000 horses, trained in the new tactics of dismounted action. But many French regiments were still taught to charge in Waterloo style, dressed in Napoleonic helmet and cuirass, with lance and sword to the fore. Still believing in the invincibility of cavalry, the French mobilized 10 divisions. Their Russian allies had 36 divisions, some formed of Cossacks from the steppes. The Germans sent 11 divisions to war, and their Austrian allies another 11. All in all, the combatant armies between them deployed over 1/3 of a million horsemen to the front. And this cavalry was not only a negative quantity on the battlefield, they were also a positive drain on the war effort. Horses demand constant attention. Grooming, shoeing, feeding, watering, exercising, cosseting. And this care is labor-intensive, each horse even having to be numbered and registered as army personnel. Make much of your horses is a cavalry drill order, because an unhappy horse may give up the ghost long before it meets the enemy. Unlike machines, horses not in action still require effort on their behalf. Horses produce waste in enormous quantities. Mucking out is the least popular of all stable duties. They also consume food in equivalent bulk. The cavalry ration is 10 pounds of hay or grass a day and 10 pounds of grain. By the end of the war, when Britain had shipped 5.25 million tons of ammunition to France, it had shipped 5.5 of hay and oats. Generous rations have always been essential if the charger has to carry a trooper and the great quantity of kit he and his horse need. Ted Burgess, who was a trooper as late as 1940 in the Syrian campaign, remembers.
You carried 2 blankets, one for the horse, one for yourself. They were on the horse's back under the saddle. You had a rifle and in the right-hand side of the saddle and a bucket. Your sword on your left-hand side, and the sword was in a shoe case. Attached to the shoe case, we carried 2 shoes and nails. You had a water bucket as well, grooming kit, and your mess tin strapped onto your rifle bucket. You had your greatcoat and a ground sheet rolled, one on the front arch of the saddle and the other on the back arch of the saddle. You had 2 wallets on the front of the saddle which contained your change of clothing. You had a built-up head rope and a head rope on the horse, and 90 rounds of ammunition around the horse's neck and 90 rounds around your own neck. So all in all, you had a fair weight to carry.
However well fed and watered, horses fall sick as often as humans and need quite as much doctoring.
Drinking all right? That's perfectly normal. Just have a quick listen to his heart.
Steady, steady, steady.
Horse casualties in the First World War actually exceeded human. Of 900,000 horses enrolled by the British Army between 1914 and 1918, a quarter died. 60,000 were killed on the battlefield by bullet, shell, or gas. Just as hay and straw took up far more shipping space than shells, horses took up more train space than men. It took 250 trucks to transport an infantry division, 1,000 to transport a cavalry division. And the really difficult trick was to coax the horses on board. And yet, despite all the evidence that trench warfare and the horse did not mix, the generals of all armies in the First World War persisted until 1918 in looking for ways to bring their cavalry to grips with the enemy. They clung to the belief that if only they could blast a gap in the trenches by artillery and infantry assault, the horsemen would then gallop through to complete the victory. The British called the hope looking for the G in gap. But the conditions of trench warfare made it impossible to keep cavalry within striking distance of the front. A cavalry division occupied 9 miles of road, but had to wait 10 miles from the trenches, out of enemy artillery range. The tactical mathematics were nonsense. Even at Cambrai in 1917, when the British tanks at last made a gap, the cavalry failed to reach it before the Germans stopped the hole. And however great the difficulties of the approach, the dangers at the front, when horseflesh met bullet or shell fire, were far greater. At the very end of the war, however, some cavalry units at last got the chance to charge the enemy. Fred Horsnail remembers an action at Harbonnier.
It was hilly and trenches and whatnot. Eventually we came to the open country, and the squadron leader apparently spotted the Germans jumping out of this train. We settled down in our saddles and took as much protection behind the horse's neck as possible. And we'd got our swords drawn and we went like the clappers. Well, of course, by the time we got to them, they were more or less in the open ground. But unfortunately, I received a clout in the back. I could see this blood coming out of my sleeve, and I thought to myself, oh, I've got one. And of course I started to drop back. Well, the next thing was, how am I going to get off this ruddy horse? So I just let my arm drop down onto my greatcoat that was on the front of the saddle, and released the sword knot and dropped the sword, and picked this arm up and put it up here. And of course after that I passed out. I don't know what happened.
There were a few places where the cavalry of the First World War found the space and immunity to maneuver with the freedom of the horsemen of old. Against the Turks in Palestine, the British General Allenby deployed a large mounted force. Here in the open plains of the Holy Land, familiar in the past to charioteers, steppe nomads, Saracen light horse and crusading knights, horse soldiers fought their traditional battles for the last time. Many of Allenby's desert cavalry were Australians, trained to fight like the Boers as mounted riflemen. These Australian light horsemen were countrymen from the bush and the outback, bred to horses and small arms. Dismounted, they shot like sharpshooters. In the saddle, they rode like fox hunters. At Beersheba on October 31st, 1917, they staged one of the last great cavalry charges of history. A veteran, Martin Balserini, recalls the day.
Just before we left, and we left at dark, and we done 40 miles that night through desert. Then we camped in the daytime, and next night we started off again, and they done another 40 miles, and still without water. Beersheba was the only place where there was water. If we couldn't have taken Beersheba, well, them horses wouldn't have, they would have had to do another 30 miles, and they wouldn't have done it. Once we got going, we got them horses, they went, we galloped them as fast as they could go. And no one tried to keep them back. And we kept as good a line as if we were on parade. I can remember that. And it was just on sundown when we were going in. When we got in, there was no barbed wire. There were just the trenches. And the Turks were in the trenches shooting at us. The next lot of trenches, they were standing out of the trenches shooting over the top of their own crowd. And we went right in amongst the others. Those that had rifles or shot were shooting from off their horses, and the Turks were on the ground shooting at us. A lot of us had pistols and revolvers, and we were using them. And there was one Turk was lying on the ground, he's pointing his rifle straight at me. And I jammed both spurs into the horse, and he plunged, and the Turk fired. I don't know where his bullets went, but I know where mine went, because he was right down on the ground below me, and I put two into him. And then it went on, and it didn't last very long. It wasn't long before they chucked it in.
For the cavalry, who had resisted the implacable tide of history for longer than their usefulness justified, the sun was finally setting. It was time to say goodbye to the horses they had fought so long to keep. One by one, the cavalry regiments gave them up.
From now onwards, the standard, the emblem of the cavalry, will serve to remind you of those gallant, uncomplaining comrades who parade with you for the last time today.
But it would be misleading to say the cavalry died altogether. In some armies it did, of course. In others, like the British, the cavalry showed against all the historic evidence that it could adapt. They became mechanized. They embraced the spirit of armored warfare as warmly as they had once embraced their horses. The Household Cavalry, the last regiment who still ride horses in the British Army, fought with great gallantry in armored cars in World War II. They led Montgomery's 21st Army Group into Brussels, past the battlefield of Waterloo, matching the offensive spirit of their cavalry predecessors in that earlier conflict. Neither in spirit nor in name has the cavalry died altogether. Many of the steel-clad warriors of today still bear the names of dragoons, lancers, hussars. And in the ring of these titles, the ear can still catch the beat of a hoof on the great plains across the world.